let's go.
Ini resolusi berapa udah lu pakai?
Kalau udah ranjul kan mau deathmatch, cok. Nah,
Oh, deathmatch.
mana cok.
Ngomong atuh boy.
Lah,
Speak.
speak.
You know how to speak, bro. You know how to speak.
Match found.
Candy egg. Ayo, hari ini VCT yang menang siapa? NIP apa Fnatic?
Menang gua lah.
Bacot Jul.
Emang kenapa, Rul?
Anda tahu bacot nggak bacot?
Udah live.
Udah.
Ya, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan.
Bukan anjing kan. Salah.
Adik-adik, selamat malam.
Malam,
Nunggu
Kak.
sahur.
Salah nih nama gamenya. Malah dark picture anjing. Udah spoiler duluan. Besok mulai streaming awal. Valorant.
Halo guys. Welcome back to my channel. Muhammad Arul, gua harap lu baik-baik saja. Gimana kabar lu semua? Gua harap lu baik saja.
Aja. Kaget gue.
Game kali ini kita bakal main Valorant.
Sini orang masih AFK udah ditembak-tembak baik.
G-Man ready for a light show.
Kok sensitivity kayak gini deh gua.
Fight.
Let's go.
Kan gue yang mainin, Cok. Lu ganti lagi tuh. Lu reset.
Oh, you ain't
Wow loh. Adum.
Dia one tap Thomas.
Pasti Keyo nggak jelas bet. Wadah, samsat.
One tap Thomas.
Mantap, Thomas.
Keren.
Ada ke bawah ya. Nah, di sini ada nih. What? Yah, 114 apa sih? Set.
Anjing. Mamma mia.
Buset, Astra. Ih, oke. OP gaming. Ntar jauh guys, responnya. Weh, tembak oleh.
Anjing, geng gue udah mati kontol.
Wah, apa sih Rul? Bentar guys. Nah.
Gue belum ketemu juga anjing.
Gua di mid kok.
What the fuck, Pense?
Oh, dia pakai chamber.
Yoi.
Buset, anjing, lu nunggu lagi situ, Jul.
I'm here for revenge, bro. Anjing, gua lagi kepisah.
Sumpah nih Astranya kesel banget gue dari tadi. Baik mainnya. Bacot nih Astra nih. Wow, lo 2.
Anjing.
Missing.
kena lo. Waduh. What the fuck? Oke.
Bocah jongkok.
Salah jongkok.
Phantom supremacy nih.
Soalnya lo nggak wantap parah kan, jadi jongkok kena gitu.
Gue bocah neken sekarang.
Mampus. Takut. Ini kenceng banget maksud gua anjay. Gua nggak inget deh naruhnya sekenceng ini.
Anjing.
Healers down.
Gua samnaf bitch.
Anjing.
Wah Allah. Wah Allah.
Scouts down.
Ya. Kok nggak wah?
Mana? No info. Ya Allah, aduh man.
Headshot. Adum siapa sih adum anjing?
Bridge.
Buset. Anjing. Ada apa dengan itu?
Mana nih? Wah Allah, bocah di pojokan. Buset. Mana bocah nembak doang anjay. Kaget gua ada yang spray.
Anjing mantap koma.
Udah nge-cam mati lagi. Dia yang nge-spray berarti. Mampus.
Kills remaining.
Cing.
That's done.
Wah Allah, kayu. Weh. Anjir, senang sih. Step anjing. Bocah nge-step.
Siapa nge-step? Untuk di anjing dia orang buset.
Waduh, satu-satu bro, banyak banget.
Terbang senjata gimana dah?
5 kills remaining.
Takut. Adum naon dah adum. Satu bro. Nah. Bocah ngapain di situ?
Apale.
Najis.
Antum.
1 kill remaining.
Ini adum naon sih dia tadi? Gitu nih. Apa lo? Muncul cepetan.
Ya Allah, gila skill gua kentot.
Hey, it's not bad.
Ngeliat. Dikit doang Jul, gue liat-liat. Lah deal damage nggak masuk ya kalau main deathmatch anjing. Padahal damage-nya gede parah tadi. Gas lah. Kita cek dulu nih siapa yang menang ya. Udah mulai belum? Kal.
Match
Ya
found.
Allah, baru mau ngetik Twitch. Oh masih ngomong-ngomong guys, belum mulai lagi nih map 2-nya. Udah.
Something to fill in on the Sage. I don't think it's going to be a massive problem because it is one of those ages where I feel like a lot of the utilities fairly simplistic, fairly basic, but it's something I'll definitely keep an eye on.
Kita pakai display picture bay ya.
Make bain.
Alah, make bain.
But more so, I think it could also get them that extra information so that Firon can actually place his utility a little bit better.
Anjay, bridge.
With that first round under their belt, Fnatic now face off
This
against
is a force.
Gue main apa ya?
quickly taking it into heaven. That is Fnatic caught off guard again.
Main
Mystic's
apa
gonna have to.
ya?
Oh wow.
Let's go.
That paranoia was
Dua
perfect.
inisiator.
They blitz in from all
Dua
angles and take it
sentinel.
down. Another fantastic execute from NIP. The way these
NIP,
guys
NIP.
apply pressure, you can see that Fnatic just cannot keep up with this pace.
Main nih anjay. Ada duelis, Cok.
Put the nail in the coffin. It's left all onto both.
Gokil nih berapa nih kok.
1 versus 4 and
Ya lu dulu.
Oh, udah tinggal satu fanatiknya.
This is the one thing I will say you have to love watching about NIP. Fearless,
Oh,
investing straight back into the round,
gokil.
knowing that they can try and put the pressure straight back onto Fnatic, especially
Udah, guys,
playing on
nanti
that
lagi, guys,
attacking
ya.
side. Making sure you get off to a strong start is always going to be.
Sumpah gak ada Astra anjay, Omen gak ada pula.
Ya Allah. Ya Allah. Setnya ngapain di bawah sih? Sekaya.
That's one way to do it.
Udah guys, kita lanjut dulu. Itu defend. Kan ada rob. Nah, si bocah ninja tuh nggak tahu kalau di atas tuh ada si Fnatic. Last man-nya. Jadi kayak si yang Fnatic juga nggak tahu kalau di bawah tuh ada anak ninja.
Bocah.
Jadi sama-sama diem-dieman anjing. Yang satu nggak bisa naik, yang satu nggak bisa turun, yang satu kok kayak nggak bisa naik ke rope gitu. Tadi ketawa tadi casternya.
Itu di smoke atau di flash?
Apa?
Itu sih kayak kalau mereka nggak tahu apa-apa ada.
Kagak, Cok, kagak ada smoke flash anjing, sama-sama nge-step, Cok. Diem-dieman baik. Bisa-bisanya begitu.
Ngeding lihat map, Cok, ngeding lihat map.
Iya, enggak ada yang lihat map anjing. Mungkin dikasih tahu kali sama temennya ya. Goblok kita ada weh di map. Yang biasa tanda tanya. Oget gua. Nice zoom.
Heal dong. Aduh, nggak ada heal.
Anjir gila. Enggak bisa dibak.
Launching smoke.
Oh, kepala gua.
That works.
Takut.
Go.
Di backside.
Enemy spotted B.
Masuk Jul.
One enemy.
Ya Allah, gua nembak apa?
Ya Allah.
Jadi sih.
Gua nembak enggak tahu nembak apa. Gila ini cepet.
Ribet anjing. Itu talent.
Let's ruin their
Tar,
day.
gede banget ini sensi gua. Enak sih, cuma berat banget. Enteng banget. Goyang anjing.
Cara kita masuk gimana?
Harusnya tadi mana Jul? Yang masuk tuh di atas ya. Mana smokin?
Duelis, anjing.
Lah mana goblok duelis.
Tadi nggak ada smoke, gua
Try
nggak
to
beli
pick
smoke anjing.
Gua udah smoke anjing.
Lagi nih, lu masuk sini nih, smoke sini kayak sini. Nanti lu masuk ke antara dua itu dah.
Oh itu si sandwich smoke-nya anjing.
Gua udah smoke anjing kontol.
Oh Jul, ada sky Jul. Chamber tuh TP di mana tuh? Oh TP di
Iya dia.
Kabi Cok, kabi.
Here.
Bocah kedengeran kan.
Bro, scan bro.
Blocking sight.
Nice Jul.
Elbow.
Elbow.
Rain elbow.
Our spike carrier is killed.
Spike down B. One enemy
I
remaining.
got
Plan the bomb.
spike planted.
Kalau sih no info lagi.
That's a good spot.
Katanya di elbow.
Iya, nungguin.
Kontol di mantap gua anjing. Hari-hari anjing.
Well, this suit is ruined.
Kaget gua.
Nice. Killed it. And them. We definitely killed them.
We definitely can kill them.
That works.
Mereka nggak ada sentinel yang bisa nembak-nembak, Cok. Ya Killjoy udah ribet-bet anjing di sini.
All set up.
Oh, Jul kan kiri baik.
Stim beacon down. A gift.
You wanna plan, Sofa?
Teleport's ready.
Tar Jul pelan-pelan Jul.
Smoke's down.
Ayo Jul, masuk Jul. Gua liatin
I
shortnya
come
Jul.
for you.
Kontol dua orang.
Anjing kok. Weh. Allah. Yuhol. Anjay.
You can go back.
Go B.
Go back B.
Ya Allah, pakai lewat, pakai nggak masuk TP. Lompat ya. Mampus. Nice banget. Udah ketahuan, cepet guys. Paling dia masuk lewat TP doang nih. Bakar aja nanti mukanya.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, gokil. Senjata Jul. Satu TP bridge ya, brim ya.
Smoke's down. Molly.
Revealing area.
Ih, gokil, masuk dalam smoke deh. Bener kan? Dalam smoke, bro.
Ergek.
Damn right we're crushing it.
Belum guys.
Hah? Beliin.
Pelit bet kontol. Fuck you.
Lah ambil orb aja dapat ult Jul nanti Jul.
Gak mau.
Here. Reload.
Woi, thank you
Van
siapa
I
tuh?
challenge kemarin a week walk.
Oh, oke, thank you challenge kemarin akhirnya tire guys.
Rotate.
Let's go. Thank you. Ya Allah.
Spike down A.
Jul, mana yang menyelinap Jul?
Why don't you go?
Sova, I was telling you go fall back. Man,
I was drowning, dude.
you can cancel your throw.
Bacot. Ini udah 2 lawan 2 nih.
Last
Wah Allah, gue bengong lagi aja. Fuck lah, satu di shower Jul, jagain ininya. Ini udah dapat 2 gue.
one
Nice
enemy
Jul, satu
remaining.
lagi di shower Jul, kalem Jul. Jangan ini bikin dia overthinking baik. Masih lama Cok waktunya Cok. Tahan dulu Jul. Ih,
Smoke cabut.
30 seconds left.
Blocking sight. I got the spike.
anjay sombong bet.
Fake it.
Kelihatan badan lu, Cok.
Spike planted.
Mau keluar smoke. Jangan usah step Jul, maksudnya nggak usah
Ke atas. Step.
santai be anjing. Make sure dia nggak tahu posisi lu. Kalem.
Ya.
Ngong anjing taruh 8.
Nice try, man.
Bangsat. Kaget gua.
Baru gue bilang ntar dulu, Cok.
Kaget gua anjing.
Enggak, dia tuh tadi gerabak
Let
gerubuk
us see
anjing
what they
kedengeran
have planned for
posisinya.
us this time.
Gimana bisa gua, Rul?
Hah?
Gimana bisa gua?
Masih bagus dagger glitch pop.
That
Musuh
works.
ritual, guys.
And the spike's still on base.
Oh jadi tadi sofanya tuh keculik karena lagi ngedrone ditinggalin bridge gitu. Aduh si bodoh juga ya berdua anjing.
Obesity.
I have the spike.
Sini Rul, kasih gue.
Tar.
Kontol.
Jangan sampai
Got
bersuara.
the spike.
Ya Allah, udah tahu di drone anjing itu goblok tuh.
Tolol anjing.
Shock dart.
Cabut. Takut. Ada Empress.
You want to play? Let's play.
Anjing, pas banget naik
Spike
lagi.
down A.
I have the spike.
Spike ada 2 Jul.
Bye.
Bocet belakang hijau kayaknya nih. Reina. Oh itu.
Ya,
Cabut
kanan
B Jul.
Kasih tuh, Jul.
You should do.
Bokongin.
Ntar masih 38 detik kan. Anjing kaget tuh berdua.
Spike down
Depan lu
B.
satu lagi.
Dua-duanya depan lu.
30 seconds left.
Maksudnya di main dia enggak tahu posisi lu, Jul. Kalem.
Kontol. Fucking shit, bro. The fuck. What the fuck, man.
So we have to kill my double.
Kirain gua udah ada yang di ini anjing. Goks juga dia. Enggak dilepas kayaknya.
The fuck, man.
Gua watching dari hook dah.
Ke B dah.
Ke BB ya mending B, Cok. Nggak sebenarnya ke A bisa, cuma tadi si Bridge nggak ngeliat ini anjing tolol.
Si kontol nggak mau pakai spike anjing. Di sini.
They are so
Astagfirullah.
Nggak jelas banget anjing.
Gua mau pencet 4 tuh mau pencet 5. Meleset.
Gas Jul. Tar. Dia pasti masih di dekat-dekat sini. Gua kasih alarm dulu.
That's a good spot.
Kan.
Anjing, mata gua
They
bang.
found my
Nah,
trap.
kan dia masih di itu Jul, belum turun Jul, Jul. Ayo Jul. Ah! Jul. Ah!
Anjing.
Fokus.
Kayak rotet.
Susah goblok Jul, kira gampang anjing dia udah di situ, Cok. Mana yang siap harus juga anjing.
Ya gua kan kena flash anjing.
Gua masih ada animasi after naro alarm anjing.
Last player standing.
Kontol.
Spike down
Ini
A.
apa lagi? Enggak ada goblok.
Bisa mati sih Mas Sky anjing berdua.
Kak, ini Cok.
Ngapain kan? Enggak tahu gua bisa ngaruh.
Gua naruh alarm bot, Jul. Lu daripada lihat kanan kiri gua taruh alarm bot. Kan si itu udah tahu apa kedetek dong. Panik apa dia ngepick kan. Nah, si Jul bengong di situ.
Belum kedetek anjing.
Maksudnya kan
Lu
kalau
masuk
misalkan
gua pasang rambut.
kalau nih
Flash lu mati.
nih kalau alarm botnya nyala nanti kan ketahuan. Slownya nyala kan. Dia daripada kena jadi dihancurin.
Ya, alarm belum ketahuan.
Udah dia ditembak goblok tadi.
How's that for a plan?
Mana yang nggak siap kan udah bilang, Jul orang mau pasang ya. Bacot bridge anjing gua lagi berantem dulu sama si Jul.
Mana save?
Yep.
No, we can before saving, bro.
Nah itu si bridge nggak ada duit, Cuk. Tolol anjing. Kan kalau habis naruh kan ada aplikasinya tuh anjing, ada aplikasi animasi.
Kasih naon anjing. Lu enggak usah ini dah ngeblame orang lain dah. Itu kesalahan lu, Rul.
Dih, lu maju sendiri lah sono lu. Gua enggak mau bareng sama lu, goblok. Tadi lu bilang ya.
Gua kena flash anjing.
Siap kalau itu gua bilang. Nah, kan splash bisa dihancurin goblok.
Ya, iya gimana caranya orang gua kaget.
Ya, berarti nggak siap kan goblok. Kalau kaget tuh nggak siap berarti.
Iya, unexpected anjing lu aja kena mati lah anjing.
Ya, karena gua percaya sama lu goblok.
Fuck you.
Ih, cupu anjing. Nyala-nyalain doang, bisa lain enggak mau kontol.
to my kill, bro.
Alah. Juga berapa orang
Scanning
nonton?
ahead. Found them.
Fire in the hole!
I have the spike.
Go away. Chamber. Go away.
Ada trap.
That works.
Tim masang dulu kali. Udah aman tuh.
30 seconds left.
Spike planted.
Enggak ada dari main semua.
Last player standing.
Kebanyakan main jam anjing.
I'll teach them to respect their elders.
Ini bisa nih duitnya buat 2 round.
Spike's
Kalah
here.
Yang mau ambil spike kontol.
That's a good spot. Deploying drone.
Nice kal. Oh di situ ada TP-nya tuh Jul.
I am the hunter.
Ayo cabut Jul, gas Jul.
Gue.
Gas Jul.
Enemy spotted A. I've got your trail.
Set tuh.
Blocking sight.
Ada itu.
Planting plan bro.
Tar sama 1 menit kal. Ini dua-duanya di side, Cok.
Enggak, keburu-kuru hilang, Cok. Smoke kontol.
Tuh lihat, Cok, dia masuk di dalam, Cok, anjing.
One enemy
Ah,
remaining.
karena gue tahu posisinya, Cok. Oh, bocah tuh dari bokong. Dari main.
Tai
I'm flashing. Brim. I'm flashing.
Ya, Pak.
Behind the box.
He's there.
Gue main nyantai kali ya. Double pick.
Last player standing.
Kedua.
I have them.
Situ.
Elbow.
Kalau ambil.
Samperin lu.
Nice.
Ya jelas lah, Arul anjing.
I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do.
A gift.
Allahu Akbar.
That's a good spot.
You hold. Sorry, hookah.
Ya Allah, let's go. Ntar dia. Masuk hookah dia kayaknya. Bokong ada Jul.
There they are.
Wah Allah 120.
Spike down B.
120.
I hate waiting. Let's do this.
Let's do this.
Waduh, tinggal Rul. Ambil orb ya.
Gue bisa beliin sih. Lu pada save emang?
Gua enggak ada itu.
Sini gue beliin aja.
Need equipment. Thanks.
Nah, bisa itu tuh. Sini Jul, gue beliin Jul, gue pakai OP dah.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Bener aja sini belinya. Yang bener, yang bener, yang
Need a
bener.
drop. Thanks.
Tar. Ini udah sulit ngambil.
Dah.
That works.
Go ke ini.
I have them.
Wah, aduh 104. Ya Allah, salah gua. Di belakang dua.
Taruh Jul.
Dari belakang ada 2 Jul. Dari main ada Sky sama Arena.
Last player standing.
3 tuh. Dikejar coy, sekarang dihunting kita. Aduh, salah tadi gua 104 doang. Astaga. Depan doang.
Taken down.
Satu di shower.
Nah, di shower ada tuh satu tuh.
Dari belakang juga. Udah di belakang tuh.
Semuanya kayak nyau.
Ke atas kontol.
Pay attention. Might learn something.
Nah, ini gua ada ult ini. Timing nggak pas mulu anjing. Sekarang dipajuin, Cok. Careful dah.
They are so dead.
Itu Dilong di pick mulu tuh gimana ada anjing?
Right there. Who will I spot first?
Mantap udah gue dah.
You want to play? Let's play.
Fuck.
Nice. Ambil jatuh tuh kalau mau tuh di itu. Belum. Gas Jul. Dash Jul. Si Bri sendirian tuh di dalam.
Anjing.
Last player standing.
Kok bisa dituruh smoke gue ngentot.
Petan anjing kontol.
Lo PK long dari Huka.
Out of here.
Nice. Depan lo ada, kanan. Kencang aimnya. 5 lah bisa nih.
Last round in the half.
Buy the best guns you can. That's a good spot. Too eager. Forgot the spike.
Sini Jul, main sama gue Jul, di A Jul.
Ya Jul double pick Jul, di shower Jul. Sini. Gua yang masang, di depan shower kita masangnya. Anjay, buru-buru buat lari anjing, santai be bangsa.
Ya dia ngambil lagi.
Santai Jul.
Enemy spotted A.
Anjing udah gua.
Reloading.
Geser. Takut. Aduh, dipakai lagi sama dia, Cok. Oh, nice. Renanya dapat tuh.
Reloading.
Oh, majuin anjing.
Ke smoke.
Reloading.
Wah, gila. Pas bet.
Spike down A.
Cabut. Udah pasang tuh.
Anjing.
Spike planted.
One heaven bro, careful.
One enemy
Santai
remaining.
Jul.
Di hall.
Santai. Gak usah.
Last player.
Nice. Untung dia ngeliat ke sana, Cok.
Kalau dia ngeliat gua mati gua.
Iya. Tadi soalnya lu langsung nge-step kan tadi pas habis masang. Ya lu nggak ketahuan posisinya, makanya nggak adiin sama dia.
All set up.
Mereka bocah flash semua, nggak enak, sampai dari deket ini.
That's not ready. We should do.
Berbahaya.
A gift. Teleport's ready. That's a good spot.
Di gua.
Lepas bejol. Oh enggak, cowok. Oh di A.
Kontol.
Dia.
Low cam.
Santai Jo.
Ah, kontol. Dua orang. Di green box satu. Dua orang.
Oke, tahu Jo. Set, benar-benar kanan kiri gua pakai frenzy.
Shotgun.
Nice.
Spike
Lihat
planted.
belakang, Cok.
Ini beli armor si anjing.
Iya, beli armor. Gokil.
Race it to the
It's
spike
hard,
site.
bro.
Gue beliin aja deh. Saving gas.
All set up.
Suruh pisahin.
Teleport's ready.
Aduh, kesemutan lagi gua anjing.
That works. A gift. In we go.
Aduh, mantap parah nih. Drill 1 peluru. Skillnya. Oh, di B, Cok, katanya, Cok. Masuk.
Hol. Incoming, bro.
I have
Elbow masuk, elbow. Careful, elbow,
Spike
careful.
planted.
Waduh, kok satunya nggak kena. Nice. Jorok seli gay apa nih?
One enemy
Oh, Jajul.
remaining.
Ada Spectre, Cok. Mana? Kalem. Oh, shotgun dia, Cok. Kalau nggak salah tadi tuh sore.
Rena gua pantek jedem.
Pakai sorti.
Yoi. One shot.
Info gue.
Belakang. Oh, atas, Cok. What the fuck?
It was up.
Gokil di atas, anjay.
They think they're so sick.
Gak, gue gak nyangka. Pantesan tadi suara dakduk anjing.
Gua nggak expect di ke atas anjing.
Brim bisa naik ke atas banget, what the fuck. Bisa ya, coba gue praktekin lah anjing.
Lompat dari itu,
Bisa ya dari sini ya?
dari tutup ya.
Oh iya anjay, bisa, Cok.
Chamber.
Gua nggak expect,
Put a trap here.
dia di sana.
Gue juga gak expect anjing. Gue ngeliat itu.
Inside. Little bit inside.
A gift. Teleport's ready.
Oh, udah masak teman.
Oh, wave lagi gua kontol.
Jul, santai Jul, jangan muncul dulu Jul. Mana nunggu dia ngapain aja Jul? Udah ketahuan belum posisi lo?
Belum. Gua mau ngambil senjata tuh.
Spike planted.
Dapat tuh gue.
Last player standing.
Nice Jul. Loh,
Kiri lo. Ulti kiri lo. Mikir anjing, lama.
Anti.
Ente.
My smokes
can block the enemy's
line of sight. Once they're blind,
Gue dapet 2 anjing.
Ulti gua mencet mana ulti gua?
Gua ragu mau ulti tuh kagak ya.
Teleport's ready.
Ulti aja udah
Kiri
tinggal
lu,
1
udah pasti,
biji
ya.
anjing.
That's a good spot.
Try dah.
That works. Ready.
Go guys.
Oscar. Oh lo si Sofa nggak tahu siapa anjing.
It's B.
Watching here.
Di sini ada ini.
Danjingin. Masuk nih.
Rotating. Brim, watch out.
Oh, rotating dia. Jul stay situ Jul, gua satu. Bocah udah mulai. Enggak apa-apa, lo cabut aja ke Jekal. Ada step enggak?
Kam.
Duh, tangan gue dingin bet. Main di Iceland.
Ya, dicek lagi.
Santai aja. Buset, belakang lu Jul. Wah, Allah gila
Spike
arenanya.
planted. Last player
Anjing,
standing.
Gokil.
So hard anjing.
Udah RG.
One enemy remaining.
Pakai jatah bodoh.
Nasra.
How did I miss that?
Enggak miss, emang
Let's not complicate it.
gokil. Bocah low juga tadi, Cok. Gua force lah.
Toki anjing itu brimnya bangsat.
Si Bresnya juga low ya tadi ya? Enggak, si Bresnya juga kagak
A gift.
langsung lari senjata, ini masih animasi.
That's a good spot.
Gue ngubif anjing.
Nice dapat.
Jul, sini Jul.
Spike down A.
Set.
Kontol 80. Di shower.
One hall, one shower.
One enemy remaining.
Tuh.
Ini cuma lari-lari doang anjing.
Reloading.
Ini ada protokol nih mau enggak?
I'll do my job. You do yours.
Phantom.
Iya, Phantom. Enggak ada vandal, Jo. Emang ada vandal ya?
Protokol.
Iya, protokol.
Protokol Phantom anjing.
Iya, gua nanya nih. Emang ada vandal gua bilang anjing.
That works. A gift.
Maybe one day we wake up.
Alah, bocah ada ulti semua nih, guys. Careful kata Rena.
You want to play? Let's play.
Mamam lo.
I've got your train.
Turun, Hoka turun.
They found my trap.
Awas, Cok.
Jul, jaga sat Jul.
Udah ada backside udah ada. Dihancurin TP gua.
Spike planted.
Dari long satu. Pick dong. Wow, Allah.
Ya Allah ngewip anjing.
Gua juga nge-whip, Cok.
Backside. One backside. One long.
Last player standing.
Long.
Oke guys.
Aduh, belum cabut yang tadi di situ. Wah, Allah. Gua ripem tadi. Bocahnya juga ripem lagi, bocah reset. The fuck?
Match point.
What do you say?
I don't know what happened.
This should do. Teleport's ready.
Mana ya? Anjing.
That's a good spot.
Performa gua lagi putih, Jul.
Gak usah ngepick, Cok.
Iya, Cok. Gua juga takut anjing.
They are so dead.
It's a.
Jul, ngumpet aja, Jul. Alah sih, adit gua banyak, kenapa nggak gua beli tadi ya?
Lu masuk, Rul.
Tadi bilang it's a, Cok. Kirain gua udah chaos gitu. Dari smoking di A nih. Udah masuk belum, Jul?
Here.
Belum.
Bilang ada step bilang.
Belum.
Oh, I'm enjoying this.
Satu heaven.
Heaven.
Here.
Bridge, come bridge.
Scanning ahead.
Scanning dong. Main phone nih. Walah ke belakangnya nggak kena skin.
One enemy remaining.
I don't know where is the last.
Still short.
Gua take the gun.
30 seconds left. Flawless.
We are strong because we are together. Don't forget that.
Yang nggak ada flashnya itu pasti.
Jet gue.
Gua tahu nih mau ngepick mana nih. Let's go.
Bonne chance, mes amis.
Revealing area.
That's a good spot.
Mamam.
I got enemies. Teleport's ready. Reloading.
Nice.
Spike down B.
Let's go.
Kontol.
Defeated.
Shower 2.
Watching here.
Shower 2. Oh, nice.
One enemy remaining.
Last.
Back check apa?
Mana dua Jul anjing.
I would apologize, but
Nice.
they are dead.
Gue kira masih ada si ini. Iskanya di shower.
Just let them try to catch me.
Lo kenapa? Lo ribet mulu kalau sih.
Dia ngapa sih gay
Gage anjing. Emang ngapain?
That works.
Tahu. Dia bilang guy SO.
Tahu cok, nggak jelas anjing.
Parah gitu.
Zoom kan. Juga beli Jul, sini Jul. Lu biar beli armor full.
Scanning ahead.
A gift.
B again.
Bro.
Captain killed.
Back.
Deployed.
Gadget gua hancur lagi. I got you. Dua-dua. Tolong.
Teleport's broken.
One enemy remaining.
Gua smokin ya.
Bebas. Masih dilong. Masih natap gua dia anjing. Gua kena slow. TP dia udah fix TP-nya hancur tadi sama gua. Bukan TP deh, enggak tahu tuh. Tadi alarm yang hancur sama gua. Careful aja.
TP dia.
Team A.
Iya kan dia bisa naruh ini Jul, TP di dekat itu tuh pintu tele yang satu lagi.
If you are not doing
Lama
well,
masuk
keep
lingkaran ya.
trying. We
Nggak tahu
must
sih,
keep
gua
up
belum coba.
appearances. That's a good spot.
Kita culik guys ya.
This should do. Teleport's ready. Here.
I am the hunter.
Wah, gokil.
LOL.
Revealing area.
Box bro.
Enemy spotted B. Right here.
One enemy remaining.
Apa sih?
Spike down B.
Stim beacon down.
Nongklu.
Spike spotted B. Enemy spotted B.
Work out our
Mau
differences.
lihat apa kamu?
Gun here.
Ah!
This place is
Gua
nice, but
dapet
not nice enough
anjing,
to
kira
die
gua
in.
dapet, Cok.
Let's win and get out of here.
The fuck
You're
lah.
too slow bitch.
Belilah, Cok, lu udah punya udah 9.000 tuh. Kambing.
All set up.
Jet, you can take the sheriff if you want.
I have Harry.
I have Jerry, bro.
A gift.
Jerry
Sentinel
petak.
That's a
of
good spot.
light.
Focus now.
Sentinel of light.
Kirain gua dapet, Cok, fuck lah.
Teleport's ready.
Wah,
All of them there, all of them there, all of them there.
Back.
Sabar, nggak sabar bet anjing.
Dream, try to flank, Dream.
Reloading. Take flight.
I've got your trail.
Bocah di B cok kayaknya. Oh enggak ding dari B semua. Depan lokal.
Kontol masih ada di atas anjing.
Wah, aduh 120 aduh
You want
pala.
to play? Let's
Di
play.
long ya Jul. Wah, aduh. Sorry banget MP anjing ambil. Pala dikit lagi 120 cok. Aduh. Dikit lagi palanya. The fuck. Tinggal turun dikit. Kambing. Allah, 20 lagi kurangnya banyak banget.
Juga 20 anjing banyak.
Kamar mandi guys ya.
Gue nonton.
Game.
Gue nonton ini dulu dah. Valorant. Gimana nih kabar? Anjay dibantai lagi guys. 10-4 guys.
For BNJ to do
Yeah.
some real damage. But again, a couple of kills, it's not bad
Follow
for
Ninja
NIP, but
lah.
Fnatic are just going to be happy to get away with that.
Kebantai lagi cok. Emang
Yeah,
tadi
look,
kebantai.
Mystic almost went down in the end, and that would
Oh,
have been
kecil
a
ya, saya.
tragedy. If they lost him as well, this economy would be completely crippled coming into this round. And even still,
Holy
it's
shit,
not in the
bro.
healthiest of spots, but they can drop over
Ooh,
and have
nice.
a full buy.
Wah, ada
Again,
Mystic.
though, the problem becomes with that little bit of damage that NIP did, they're going to be
I'm
able
only
to push Fnatic into
one.
Kalau misalkan ini NIP yang menang aneh sih. Fnatic yang menang. Soalnya ini kan pick apa map yang di pick sama NIP ya. Jadi kayak kebalik gitu, masing-masing nggak dapat map ya anjay. Nggak menang di map yang dia pick sendiri.
All early on A to just lock out that portion of the map. And then on the other side, John
Apa sih John?
still swings it anyway. The flash, I don't think actually gave the information that he was there, but it did to
Aneh,
his
aneh.
teammate, and that's a little bit more
Agak.
awkward.
Ini masih menang Ninja sih.
That early duel that they wanted, and now they're just still waiting. They're expecting this to be more of a domino effect, Mitch, where someone else is eventually going to
Tampaknya Jul mengawif.
Gua coy yang lebih wave anjing tadi. Palanya chamber dikit lagi parah.
Gua ngawif mah kagak, nggak dapet timing mulu anjing. Gua main bawa apa ini?
Considering the way that the game has gone so far,
Tadi di deathmatch udah dapet gua. Kenapa nih ada ups nih? But it doesn't. Berarti jam berapa? Jam 3 ya si ini main ya si Sarsia. Apa sih BNJ? Alah, keculik lagi. Siapa nih? Kok ada yang masuk lagi?
dismantled, pick them apart one by one.
Alas ya.
Controlled and collected from Fnatic. Definitely one of the best rounds we've seen from them. Not the most exciting, but
The most
one where
exciting?
They didn't really give them an edge. Didn't really give them any position for those players to sort of pop off as we've seen in previous rounds. And if there was ever going to be a way back in for Fnatic, it needed to be on a round like this.
What's this?
Absolutely.
Olah 2 lawan.
This both in context of where it is in the game, the physical importance of it, but also in the
Oh, save ya
context
ini
of
ya.
how they won it flawlessly, rushing into the site, taking these duels. It's
I
systematic.
need to
And that's what we
know
want. No gaps,
now.
clean executions. But getting
Alas ya
the
jauh
ball
bet. Kirain mau kali potong di exitnya.
A lot of the time, NIP are going to have 3 players towards this B side of the map. They're not going to have somebody aggressively up in B main to be picked off or anything like that. If they play the same defaults that we've seen from them, it will be tough for Fnatic to repeat this result. But I say tough, not impossible.
No, of course
Nasi
not.
masih sisa banyak,
as I
guys.
said, one of the better
Apa?
rounds we've seen from them so far.
10-6
I'd
ya.
be interested- So the
Nasi.
economy on the other
Oh,
side,
nasi.
they do save a couple of extra guns, but it's
Ini
not
udah
a
kayak
spot
skor kita
where
Sersia malah itu.
realistically they can invest. Although I'm saying
Dan
that
nih.
I'm currently looking
Pukul 13.
on a
13 ya?
separate little bot error. I'm seeing Judge bought up for John.
So, John's 2 away. They've seen it at home now, so there you go. You got 2 orbs away for John. You buy a Judge, I'm very scared. Because it's feasible in so many positions. Not
NIP
even as a
timeout,
jet,
guys.
The dash sure does help, but playing up above and be heaven, for
NIP ya
example.
pas sebenarnya.
Yeah.
I'll go back to Angel. We saw that guy play that position what felt like 10 rounds in a row. Or it was God B, right, who played it literally an entire game from that spot. It was ridiculous.
Time out.
I think he can do all the conventional stuff with a judge. He can play close and maybe try to farm an ult orb here or there.
Match
Ya
found.
Allah,
Then I
match
sort
fun.
of have this suspicion in the back of my mind that this guy is just going to be like updraft dashing in on the back of paranoia, killing 3 people.
If I was
Kontol.
gonna guess, and
Ding,
honestly
ding.
guessing
Yang hari ini
what
match
does
sih yang gue
is
tunggu
very,
cuma
very
segitu doang.
difficult. I would hope that he would
Sama
always go
Cersei ya.
just because there's a chance to get an orb, chance to if you hear them
Jam
running
3
through
sampai jam
the
berapa ya
same
kalau
the
berarti?
Boaster
Jam
did. Obviously
5
they don't have the exact same sort of setup, but they could set some sort of smoke down. The standard would just be the like and then you just have
Let's
to dash
go.
away. It's not really too much of a difficult position to be in. And by the looks of it, at least,
Mampus.
that's where he currently is.
Mampus
So I think
lu,
it's
Rul.
more just going to be an attempt for him to try and
Isi
get
lu kali
something
cepet.
done, let the weapons.
Kagak cukup lagi nonton itu
Use a
tadi.
little bit more. In fact, it looks like they're
Lagi buka tab lain.
over onto that A site, which
Parah
means
banget.
Fnatic have sort of had a heavier
Chamber
lean in
dipakai
towards
berarti.
being
Lagi
the last couple of
main
rounds, so
guys
don't
sih,
really
dia
mind
malah
sticking the
nonton.
weapons there just as a
Gue
bit of a
smoker deh.
guess. And in the
Smoker
early
dia.
stages, at least, Fnatic
Iya,
are
yakin
trying
smoker lu.
to basically fight back into mid.
You know what, Tom? Quick
gua
shout out to
lagi
both our
KPD
homies just
duelist.
hitting me up there before the game. Let me
Dan
know.
gua duelis lah.
Ya udah
So,
sok aja.
BNJ wants to be called BNJ, right? We get this little
Betul
document from the
itu.
players, and they say like, hey, you know, the coaches or whatever will let us know.
Aku mau ke toilet dulu bentar.
Apparently on the NIP website,
Ditinggal sama Olda.
so I think that must be what it stands for, maybe what it used to be. There you go. He's a banjo, the banjo boy. Fnatic moving in towards the B site. We got some aggression out of NIP. Banjo's leading the charge. He's inside of B main, and he. I mean, this is going to be a double push
Yeah,
to
Julie.
handle that Magnum is
Yeah.
more than ready for. John, though, still
John,
just
yeah.
peeking into the B site.
Apakah
So
akan
what he gets
comeback?
done, though. Well handled. Fnatic get the site. They get the plants. Now those 2 rifles on NIP again kind of start thinking. I like the A site.
I can feel what this place
Nah, udah mulai guys, nanti lagi ya guys.
What a damn shame.
Alah saya dibilang EZ tadi cok.
Siapa? Kita.
Iya. Yang bilangnya bot frag anjing. Gua di beda.
Yul.
Fokus.
Lama banget.
Saya itu lagi di toilet anjing. Udah mulai aja.
Arul, apa yang nembakin yang itu? Decisionnya buruk banget. Salah. The fuck Arul?
Last player standing.
Belum pasang.
Spike down. C.
One long.
Beret. Wah,
My bad.
Remaining.
They're nothing to me.
anjir di tibek bangsat.
Damn! Even I
Galak
couldn't
juga nih.
keep up.
Gila gitu bad decision parah sih. Gua nggak tahu gua ngapain tadi. Fuck lah. Gua malah nembakin yang
Rena, picking short. I will flash.
Cover going out.
Masya Allah.
Just hold.
Wah Allah, apa sih 70?
Oh, apa sih Arul anjing?
Tahu cok, lagi not my day kan tadi gue bilang, cok. Lu maksa, si Ijul apa lagi?
Planted.
Bulldog di garage, careful, diambil saja. Diambil jatuh gue.
Bajing.
Gue bilang. Itu dia ngeliat ke belakang.
Last player standing.
Udah. Ente dah. My bad.
Even I couldn't keep
I
up.
hate to say it, but
Saving
probably
those.
best to
jagain.
play as a team.
So, what's the
Gua jagain Gareth, Cok.
C-nya tol.
Satu jaga mid dah.
Nah, gua jagain nih.
Mob tip this fucker up.
Nggak biasa, Cok. Yang sebelumnya cuma naruh jebakan.
Hold our ground.
Jadi ribet gini mainnya.
Shadows traveling.
Bukan muncul sekarang si anjing.
Careful kalau.
Kontrol ketahuan gua.
Spike planted.
135. Lu siap bocah beli ini mulu. 135 Jul, jatnya Jul. Naik ke atas satu.
Lock in sight.
Pakai smoke lu. One way smoke. Tuh turun tuh di Omen.
Team Ace.
Kontol.
Omen div.
The sun is so bright. Don't worry, I'll kill you.
Buset mahal bet ya ininya Omen anjay. Harusnya tadi pas dalam smoke gua nge-flash langsung dar. Mati kau. Konsen.
Blackpink.
Maju kalau flash gue.
Oh iya chamber coy yang selalu dijaga Cema. Maju.
Cover going out.
Pelan.
Enemies.
Tinggal kabur anjing.
Udah masuk roll.
Dan ya long. Jul long Jul.
Spike planted.
Itu ulti no, pada di side semua Jul. Jul, side semua Jul. Weh, belakang lu Jul.
Ya.
Ini gua udah dicek anjing. One long.
One enemy remaining.
Pas long.
Divas Jul, divas. Itu kal.
Divas.
Last player standing.
Oh nice.
Nice try, mate.
Andal supermasi guys ya.
Kok tadi si
Don't even start.
Oh ulti kali ya tadi ya? Si Phoenix ulti nggak tadi? Kagak, cuma ada ulti.
Udah.
Tadi kena ultinya Jekal di depan pintu
Stick to
lo
your roles
anjing.
and we'll crush it.
Semuanya tiba-tiba jadi.
Ges masih 04 ges.
Chambernya juga 4 cok. Bodoh anjing, mending gue pakai cok.
Sama bos scroll pada. Armor sama, duit sama, tinggal pink tinggal sama.
Who will heal their healer?
Lagi Jul.
Joke's over.
Get out of my way.
Dan bro.
Shadows traveling. Cover going out. Enemy C.
Kamu smoke.
Kagak, smoke ada gue cok. Garis. Masuk ke ini.
Spike planted.
Karena masih berfokus.
Shadows traveling.
Last player standing.
Kontol.
Kalah dikejar gue nih.
Depan lu tuh, di kanan. Satu long.
Aduh, kepencet DPI goblok.
Panik tuh sih lu sampai kepencet di
Bukan panik goblok, itu kepencet DPI-nya cowok jadi berat parah anjing. Nah, nih baru. Masalahnya DPI gue klikan gitu yang terakhir. Jadi setelah diklik itu jadi yang paling berat anjing.
Saving.
Hah?
Shadows traveling.
Enemy spotted C.
Yo. Kira palanya anjing.
Kam.
Nggak ada smoke tuh 13 detik.
Anjing, di stack mulu gua kontol.
Gue nunggu Omen ide dulu.
Spike planted.
Silence.
Anjing.
Oh, lu banget.
Di hell.
Takut. Mana? Chambernya nggak berguna anjing, weh bantuin gue goblok.
No charges.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
The fuck, Chamber anjing udah outplay parah.
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
Aneh kan nih cemnya, aduh. Beli smoke lagi.
Cover going out.
Mau lihat tuh, peluru berapa tuh yang garage Jul masuk Jul. Careful Jul, dari garage Jul.
Low jet on long
Mampus lu nembak apa gue belum.
You will not kill
Alah,
my
dihidupin
ally.
Cok, di mana Cok?
Trisi.
Wah anjay, wah Allah bokur najis. Ada di one garage Omen.
Last player
Kontol
standing.
ngebif gua anjing.
No. Go sih. All sih.
Oh sih ya.
Spike planted.
Oh my god, what the fuck.
Kirain gua si sofa tadi ada dua anjing.
Chambernya ngebit anjing. 40 gak kena.
You disappoint me.
Kacau.
Nice bet.
Gila ini Cok.
Feeling safe.
Tadi autolock ya? Autolock kasih.
Siapa Chamber ya? Autolock.
Ntar, nice autolock.
Sama Rene.
Oh berdua dia.
Race it to the spike sites.
Timing banget dari tadi dah. Si Cemnya langsung cabut dari tadi dia jaga garage ya, si anjing. Seratus 10.
Jet always pick on
Cover Joke's over! You're dead!
Short.
Shadows traveling.
Spike planted.
The fuck anjing. Jul. Mana di mans?
Gue bilang. Kontol.
Last player
Gila di swing gua. Gue nembak apa sih? Ya Allah. Bener cuy, ini bad day, lagi enggak bukan
The enemy
harinya.
only looks composed.
I don't know what happened.
Their hearts tell a different story.
Aduh. Gue siapa?
Better go short.
Dapat nggak nih?
Shadows traveling. No charges.
Alah, no charges guys. Jul cek dulu Jul. Alah yang megang jebakannya mati lagi anjing.
Seek them out. Found one.
Kam.
Sakit. Palanya ketutupan smoke anjing.
No charges.
C Jul, kayaknya C aja. Dia cabut ke C aja. Udah. Legit ini 100%. No kan? Jangan step Jul. Nice.
Spike down.
Roll sini dulu, gua healing roll.
No.
Healing over here. Enemy spotted.
Thank you. Gua jagain back garage.
Spot spotted C.
Di mana ya garage?
Last player standing.
Jul.
30 seconds left.
Bisa tuh gua roll belakang roll. Sorry deh anjing, bengong gua.
Spike planted.
Jelas ya.
Ya.
Ini.
Oh, nice.
Ngomong pakai ngomong ini bocah Reina mati di mana juga kagak ngomong anjing bocah dari mana ya kaget gue anjing.
It's a good thing, alright? We'll figure out what they do eventually.
Udah sombong banget lagi lempar pistol. gua ada. The fuck, B-nya enggak ada yang masuk, Cok. Oh, ada biarin dua party kayaknya dia tuh. Dua duet. Masuk.
Sikam.
Bangsat, gue di run end kan nyentot. Pala lagi anjing.
Spike planted.
Impossible.
Di alah.
Jadi OP Cok.
OP-nya di mana, Jul?
Ya.
Last player standing.
Tolol Arul. Jelas.
Just let them try to catch.
Impossible.
What the fuck is this game, bro?
This game so wonderful. Udah nggak usah save, bodo amat anjing. Udah nggak ketolong anjing. Sini Jul, gua kasih tahu cara pakai Marshall babi. Let's go. Marshall Burhan.
Babi haram.
Ini babi terbang, Cok.
Get out of my way.
Cover going out.
Capek bet pakai omen.
You will not kill my allies.
Berdepan bae dah.
Kontol rame anjing.
Wah, dia ditukar sama dia OP anjing.
Spike planted.
Yang jago cuma Reina aja doang anjing. Kayak lagi performance naik.
Last round before the switch.
Spend everything. Don't be cheap.
Perlu bagi skin ini loh, OP.
I need this. Thank you.
Don't know what happened and what should I do?
I don't wanna buy armor, bitch. I'll fuck you up with this op.
Oh, B ada we depan B.
Shadows traveling.
Low omen garage.
Karena di depan sini juga ada assassin. Iya. Arul nggak jelas.
Kontol.
Arul nggak jelas.
Spike planted.
Get.
Gua nggak tahu gua mau apa.
standing.
Allah.
Oh, terbantai ya guys ya.
Switching sides.
Sumpah gua nggak tahu cok, gua nembak apa anjing, the fuck lah. Bisa ya, gua ada flash nih. Jul, jadi ada strategi deh Jul. Gua nge-flash bagian belakang sini nih sampai backside, berarti lurusan situ kan. Nah nanti lo langsung backside gimana?
Oke.
Sound like good idea, right?
Gua
Don't use your flash, Rena, don't.
Gua kelongkan.
Forset.
Ih, siapa yang kelong goblok?
Oh, gua di situ.
Boleh juga sih dari long, cuma asal jangan keculik baik.
Time to mobilize.
Timingnya pasti nama flashnya gue ya.
Oke.
Soalnya gue nggak mau nge-flash
Hawk out.
atasnya dulu.
Blinded.
Ada tuh di long.
Cover going out.
Aduh, aduh anjay, bisa-bisain nunggu gue semua dulu. One shot. Nah kayak gitu tuh, yang kayak dipraktekin main musuh. Nice. Timingnya.
Spike planted. Here, reloading.
Adios.
Heaven, careful.
One enemy remaining.
Di atas kelas, di atas.
Pro kontol.
Hawk out.
Last player standing.
Digeber. Untung si bodoh. Ambil protokol.
Another fight? Clean
Gua aja
slate.
megang.
Let's leave whatever happened in the past.
Siapa yang megang?
Gua.
Lah emang siapa ini? Siapa yang
Minta siapa nih?
Iya anjing si GR.
Kontol. Gosi, let's go sih.
Anjay langsung vandal. Bocah vandal.
Si paling keren.
Si paling keren. Lah gua pakai
Hawk out.
Shadows. Charges.
nggak ada smoke guys.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Tuh.
Hawk out.
Anjing.
Garage. Jagain gua.
Healing over here.
Spike planted.
Dulu semua gua apa sih kontol?
Enemy spotted C.
One long.
Ya Allah, 42 anjing. 62. Tuh main. Itu.
Shadows traveling. Watching here.
Nanti turun.
One enemy remaining.
So asik lu.
Masih kelas.
Complete mission.
Lu udah ada senjata.
These parasites aren't gonna take one step past this place.
Jelek.
Ih, acur rambut anjing.
Ayolah.
Aku juga mau.
Namanya ekonomi itu, Cok.
Ekonomi apa lu memanfaatkan gue kan?
Ya, kamsi.
Ya apa nih di pot bunga nih anjing?
Roll. Please roll. Smoke lu kayak kontol, sumpah. Belok itu anjing.
Cover going out. Cover going. I have the spike.
Nah, kok jadi gua head to spike kan?
Blinded.
Stealing sight.
Roll, smoke lu kontol.
Anjing.
Roll.
Player
Apa,
standing.
Cok?
Spike
Smoke
down.
megang garas lah.
Nggak ada, cuma 2 doang, maksud.
Satu garas, satu city.
Oh.
Ih, anjing. Apa kayak gitu, Cu?
Next round. Gua nggak ada, Cok.
Kayak gue yang pertama salah anjing. Gue sengaja nama kontol.
Biasanya gue di kanan kiri ada, Cok.
Ya orang nggak bisa nge-cross anjing ya tuh. Kayak gitu, malih.
Aduh, udah troll banget anjing enggak. Oke, lanjut bener.
Standing in between us and
Parah sih dia nggak.
Cuma emang biasanya gitu, Cok. Cuma kan kalau tim kita kan ada yang masukin garage. Kan sekarang tolol juga tuh chamber
Nggak
ya.
ada tadi.
Tadi chamber, Cok. Chamber ada. Nah tadi kan si Jet itu pindah ke garage kan. Nah kirain gue di situ ada chamber anjing. Malah TP si bangsat.
Play safe.
Play safe.
Hawk out. Reloading.
Here.
I'm in short, careful.
Shadows traveling.
Cem, go B, Cem. Three. Don't. Three.
Oh 3.
Cover going out.
Masuk, gue jagain belakang. Itu bantuin cowok si Cem, cowok. Dia udah cupu. Nih gue tutupin dah dua-duanya tuh anjing.
Anjing. Gue kira nyangkut di atas, gue malah terjun ke bawah, kontol.
Timing. Tadi nggak gue liatin dia kagak ini. Walah sia. Lurus parah cowok dia, cowok nembaknya cowok. Rena GG. Lagi performa terbaik cowok dia, cowok. Ayo mau ngapain kamu?
Orangnya gila as fuck.
Kam.
No one.
Dapat cowok, santai banget anjing.
Last player standing.
Debate.
One enemy
Last
remaining.
dari itu kesel.
Found one. Hawk out. Blinded.
Ya.
Kontol.
Dari lo, cowok. Dia nok lu.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Wah, gokil bro. Gokil aja. Bisa Blackpink. Ya bener, orang-orang lagi performa terbaik ini. Orang-orang lagi performa terbaik, cok.
Match point.
Weapon choice. It is so personal, no? You pick a gun and it tells me who you are. Reloaded.
Udahlah. Gue tidak melihat adanya harapan.
Embarrass them.
Temen-temen gue bottom prack juga.
Lagi buruk, cok. Tadi udah bilang ya.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Gak tubet bocah.
Blinded.
Gosi 3.
I have the spike.
Ente lah.
Cover
No,
going out.
si biadab masuk situ tuh tadi juga, cok. Cuma nanti TP nih anjing.
Jet.
Masukin lah.
Bener tuh kan. Semua kontol.
Itu buat gak ngumpet nanti kalau udah masak, cok.
Ulti lah.
Ngapain, cok? Ulti buat apa?
Shadows
Itu
traveling.
gunanya berapa, bro?
Ya maksudnya belum.
Ulti main sih.
Dia nggak lihat gua.
Last
Wah.
player standing.
Jago nih. Dari mana yang nembak gua? Oh dari garage, cok.
One enemy remaining.
Let's go, Cem.
Davis, stick.
Run, bro, run.
Hilang.
Playtime.
Did you see their faces? Sorry.
You know, bro, we're hopeless, but you give us
For my
hope.
shadows, they will hide you.
Lucu banget aja, let's go.
Hopeless parah anjing gua.
Apa cok, gue juga udah pusing banget anjing mainnya. Gue nembak dari tadi gak kena, cok, 120 doang anjay. Males pusing. Gua tutup dah sininya deh.
Cower, run.
Jangan sayang. Dia shortnya selalu dimasukin kal, careful kal. Liatin short ya, Jul.
Hawk out. Reloading.
Low, fucking low.
Awas
Go back. Si.
I have the spike.
Si Cem.
si Cem.
Jul.
Bocah udah di situ bae ya. Ya Allah.
Ding.
Reload.
Wallah, smokeku sangat bagus.
Reloading.
Cutting their
Oh my lord.
Enemy spotted.
Nowhere to run!
Kontol.
Anjing.
One enemy remaining.
Di side di apa di situ. Dapat gua.
Vision gua ketutupan sama ini aja, ketutupan si ultinya si Sofa. Contoh.
Their backs will be towards at least one of us.
Ih, najis. Minta kafetam.
Ada yang belum double digit guys ya.
Kita di bawah semua, Cok. Emang lagi tidak baik ini main.
Tidak
Tidak baik ini.
Baru 2 hari kagak main ya.
Iya, Cok. Pusing banget nih. Ini tangan udah nggak tahu ngapain. Udah nggak familiar sama mouse-nya.
Hawk out.
Kurang anjing.
Hawk out.
I have the spike.
Gue males di sini nih anjing kalau ada, Cok. Double pick sini, jagain gue satu. Jul sini Jul sama gue Jul. Gokil si Chamber langsung jadi bagus, Cok. Gue pura-pura nge-smoke, nah lu nge-pick ya. Dia biasanya muncul di pas gue nge-smoke.
Go. Backshot clear.
Masuk Jul. Alah, jebakannya yang
Marking flank.
Satu.
Enemy spotted A.
Cover going out.
Kontol.
Shadows traveling.
What the fuck? Even.
Reload.
Wah, Allah, reload juga gue.
Enemy remaining.
Nice. Reload juga gua. Aduh, pak habis ngitin smoke. Bocah masuk aja. Bisa
Come
Blackpink.
in. Let's go. I got things to do.
Ini kita di pur
Go
emang
see from
dia-
garage. Go see from garage. I have flash.
No, I can cut. Go somewhere.
Oke.
Okay, start fresh.
Roll. Bawa spike roll.
Hawk out.
Lu mau masuk?
Ya,
Shadows
gue
traveling.
dogin dulu.
Enemy spotted. C.
Cover going out.
Hey, come.
Spike down. C.
Oh, gua baksan.
Anjing.
Spike roll, di roll.
Gua ngetek dulu.
Blocking sight.
Protokol.
You will not kill my allies.
City. Smoke in roll. 2 tik.
No charges.
Lu punya flash.
Going out.
Intinya bro.
Lu punya flash, Cuk. City.
Ya Allah, kenapa itu?
Anjing kelihatan lagi barusan.
Kontol. Anjing.
Playtime.
Ada fuck anjing, ditinggal gua bangsat.
One enemy remaining.
Tiba-tiba tinggal sendiri anjing di side.
Smoke tuh hancur banget terus sumpah bro. Bolong anjing.
I got your back.
Gua mau pakai brim anjing.
You know.
Udah lama cok gua nggak pakai ini nih, nggak pakai si ini.
Mending gua jadi smoker anjing.
Mesdames, the spike.
Nggak punya duit si Renat.
Renat, please. Drop.
Focus now.
Fokus now.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Spikes, what? Spikes? Ya nggak kena anjing, what the fuck.
Knock lu. Dia nggak taruh jebakan, Cok.
Shadows traveling.
Alah, si awas tuh dari kanannya bisa dipik ya, anjing.
Go back.
Karena bingung gue.
Mau go back.
I have the spike.
Ayo dogi garage.
Cover going
Heal up,
out.
squad. Time to hunt.
Drop the spike.
Aduh, nggak bisa dikasih ya.
Sisi kam.
I got scout destroyed. Hawk out. Hawk
Cover
out.
going out.
Blinding.
Backset.
Ah,
Heal
fuck.
up, squad.
Timing banget.
On my way.
Defenders win.
Dia kok marah? Dia menang, dia marah. Push the fuck. Harusnya bilang EZ atau apa gitu. Push, malah dia marah anjing. Udah guys, kita live streamingnya dah. Gue nggak bener nih, kurang berapa nih gue nih. Ya Allah, 6/100, Cok. Balik lagi ke silver gue.
Anjing 26 bangsat. It hurts.
Gue malah di atas kalian semua, Cok. Gold yang malu-maluin anjing. Performa god kayak performa bronze anjing. Dadah. Lagi bukan harinya. Lah, udah, Cok. Udah menang ini, menang NIP. Ntar kita lihat ini, guys. Yang lain deh. Bentar, kita ganti dulu, be right back dulu ya. Oke. Ntar kita mundurin dulu tadi gimana menangnya gitu ya. Nih 10. Ayo nobar.
It needed to be on a round like this.
Absolutely. A round like this, both in context of where it is in the game, the fiscal importance of it, but also in the context of how they won it. Flawlessly.
Udah menang, Cok. Ini gue mundurin lagi tuh.
These duels, it's systematic, and that's what we
Alah,
want.
sih kok kesini munculnya.
Clean executions, but getting that done again and again will be difficult. A lot of the time, NIP are going to have 3 players towards this B side of the map. They're not going to have somebody aggressively up in B main to be picked off or anything like that. If they play the same defaults that we've seen from them.
Nah, tadi kan, nah ini benar di sini nih tadi sisa 2 ya guys ya, kita nontonnya guys.
No, of course not. And yeah, as I said, one of the better rounds that we've seen from them
Mau
so
nyoba
far.
nih?
I'll be interested. So the economy on the other side, obviously they do save a couple of extra guns, but it's not a spot where realistically
Ini, Cok, nih
can
kejunya.
invest. Although I'm saying that I'm currently looking on a secret little bot error. I'm seeing Judge bought up for John.
Mantap ya.
So, John's
So guys,
seen it at home now.
ambil bangku. Ambil bangku Jul.
By a judge,
Lu mau nonton di mana?
I'm very scared.
Barang sama Jekyll apa begini?
It's feasible in so many positions. Not even as a jet. The dash sure does help, but playing up above it,
Astagfirullah.
for example, I'll go back to Angel. We saw that guy play that
Mm.
position. What felt like 10 rounds in a row, or sorting in on the back.
Honestly, guessing.
Habis ini babang scream sama babang scary.
A little bit more. In fact, it looks like they're gambling them over onto that A side, which again, Fnatic have sort of had a heavier lean in towards B over the last couple of rounds, so I don't really mind sticking the weapons there just as a bit of a guess. And in the early stages, at least, Fnatic are going to try and basically fight back into B.
Nah banget setupnya.
Quick shout out to Lothar at home. He was just hitting me up there.
Enaknya buat nutupin
apparently,
dari backshot sama
BNJ wants to be called BNJ, right? We get this little document from the players, and they say like, hey, you know, the coaches or whatever will let us know. But apparently on the NIP website it says Banjo, so I think that must be what it stands for.
Agresif juga masukin majuin. Bola 4-3 kecil.
He's a Banjo boy. Fnatic moving in towards the B side. We got some aggression out of NIP. Banjo's leading the charge. He's inside of B main, and I mean, this is going to be a double push into a Vandal that Magnum is more than ready for. John, though, still manages to find one peeking into the B site. That's all that he gets done, though. Well handled. Fnatic get the site. They get the plant. Now those two rifles on NIP again kind of start thinking, I like the A site this time of year. This is pretty nice. Let's go hang out for a bit.
That doesn't seem like they're giving it up just yet, though. Both players within heaven
have money.
Maybe hoping that there's going to be an angle to face back into Beerov. Looking a little different to normal, but he's going to try and sneak his way back from behind. Already one ended and knows the second is there and not over-facing, but he will eventually get the final kill.
You know what I love about that? You see the way he doesn't actually peek the corner?
Nih, Fnatic tadi menang terus di sini nih.
At the corner, and that gets the
Gua kira bakal ini.
Pre-fire from his opponent. So he's like, all right, guys, yeah, he's up there. You don't need this, because there was a gray area. He wasn't 100% sure where that guy is, and he doesn't take the risk. I like it. I like seeing those little calculated plays. That's 7 rounds for Fnatic, an important one for sure. But even with those weapons removed, it's important to say that NIP, the reason that they did not run away and try to save those weapons in a 2v4 is because they wanted to do damage. They wanted to maybe try to clutch it out, and they knew that even if they didn't, they'll come into this round in a comfortable spot.
Already again. Patient start for Fnatic. They've done very well at just dismantling any level of aggression. We're starting to see John have to play much more passive positions and not be so aggressively taking the fight as he was. I saw him deep in B main not too long ago, and with the wall currently there again. This is something that basically Fnatic just have to continue to break, but they have to be careful because if Kawazin's on top of it, then it's much more of a problem.
So Rez is online for Fnatic. You've got a Rez and a Blade Storm for NIP that can come through, but it's Shanji, man. He's who I'm worried about. If this guy manages to find a kill in orb, well, not a plant, but I'd be pretty worried if he found a plant. Let's go with a defuse on that one.
So just defuse it. Like, yeah, with the round.
That'd be cool, yeah, if you could just take the spike, just hide it somewhere. That would be terrible. Please don't ever add that. 35 seconds left. Fnatic are trying to blitz in through the A side, or at least trying to fake it out. They're making some noise. They're taking down Shanji and hoping that John's going to come pushing on through and try to take that space. But John, I love this guy, man. He makes the... So, a lot of players are too aggressive, right? They can't stop WP, but John makes good decisions. And when he does get stupidly aggressive, he wins.
Oh, it could be a free kill, but it's only going to be the one. Not anything more. Again, they managed to bait away the rotation, and it was Leslie moving his way back. What a swing, though, from Boaster. Gives up the kill. And now that they've got the res, they've managed to bring things back into a winnable position for NIP. Hyper spot, though, could be everything. They need to make sure they clear him. Fake the footsteps, though. It's so smart. They used the run to leave one player behind, and now it's all on to Mystic. Attempting to clutch, but he's stuck in the corner of the net. Has done so much. There's no chance for him here. An oversight from Fnatic, but more importantly, a fantastic retake from NIP.
Man, the words that we heard from everyone essentially, Puggy. That was the key term for NIP. And I'm not even going to disagree with that coming into the tournament. I'm with you. This is some of the cleanest Valorant. It's like Crew tournament to tournament. The way they just turned around and went from not playing good Valorant at all to playing some of the best we've seen. This NIP is fresh-faced.
The steps in mid was so nice.
It's so smart. It really is. Everything about this is just so nice to look at. You can see all the work that's gone in, all the thought that's gone into a lot of these plays, but it's the reactive play. It's when things are now going wrong, we're seeing them recover it. We're seeing those protocols be fell back onto, and that's all I need to say that NIP is a good team. This is a serious contender.
Berarti grup A ya? Berarti ketemu Zeta nih.
Again.
Ketemu Zeta berarti kalian.
Default from Fnatic, just waiting to see what sort of play NIP are going to look to try and make into this round. They've been able to capture priority so far and just make sure that they're not going to really fall apart. The problem is with this early lockdown of the A site, you can almost gamble those extra players in towards mid and have that site anchor firmly.
Berarti Fnatic masih bisa menang coy round selanjutnya.
Fnatic aren't really gaining much from this sort of position.
Gak maksudnya langsung pulang.
Cypher at least in a 1v1 trade.
Ketemu Zeta, punya Zeta.
Looks like the same sort of pressure.
Kalau ketemunya
they
Optic
did
udah.
fake it the last time they did this, so I'll be
Optic
curious to see if there's a rotation.
Oh, he's gone over the trap, but they noticed
Ketemunya Crew berarti.
it's all good. Ready for that. Here comes the showstopper.
Ini si optik.
Hyber has to wait a moment. Actually sets off his blast pack at the wrong time. It left the site, but at the end of the day, it's done its job. It took space, it got them on the site, but Mystic with a double is absolutely insane.
Nah benar nih,
Into the Viper's pit, BNJ goes down.
Nih, optik lawan kru, wah, udah cek-cek dah. Tapi nggak tahu sih. Tapi kru juga bagus sih, juga dah.
But Fnatic have dealt with it. Left Shanji to clutch it.
Yeah, maybe one of the most
Ninja lah ketemu DRX jam 10. Wah, masih langsung main lagi dia.
Most of the time everyone goes, he's there.
Ketemu Babang Scary, Babang Scream.
Basically dismantles the entire retake, and that's what NIP have been working on this defensive side is, okay, we're not going to overcommit, we're not going to overface when it comes to the initial fight. We'll fall back and play the retake. Well, if you have someone in behind you taking down 2 players, that retake falls
Mystic tuh
apart.
kayak familiar gitu namanya. Kayak pernah denger di mana gitu.
When you jump onto a game
Ini
with
Mystic.
some of your friends who like play Apex or CS or whatever it is, and you're just like, well, how is this guy in our spawn?
Gue udah lama nggak ngikutin
You'll love it,
CS.
man. I remember those days. 11-8.
Dar.
NIP are in the lead, but they've struggled to get some rounds to the board. Fnatic are starting to really build up some momentum. And this split, although will prejudice it as a defensive-sided map,
Oh, ini udah mulai persiapan, guys.
right here,
Lagi
these teams
ngomong-ngomong.
are picking up attack-sided rounds a lot easier by the looks of things. NIP have been left down to practically nothing. John, though, oh, if he gets
Anjing,
Mystic,
bisa
I'm
tinggal
so
2.
worried, but he's missed the first few
Ayo.
shots. 2 knives left to work with. They're starting to realize this is a B play.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even though he hasn't got a kill, he's taken away that control.
Yeah,
so there can't be anybody in this direction. I'm sure they can look to split back. This has me on edge. This sort of bait and switch setup. I think they're just going to wait. No reason for Fnatic to try and make a play through this spot, especially without any utility as well. And, they're almost trying to set this up so that Jandy can nade them back as BNJ goes for his initial.
Granat tuh dari
It isn't
tepuk-tepuk
just
tuh.
a straight up swing and trade. Time though, Mitch starting to tick down. 35 seconds left.
Bikin
on the clock,
overthinking.
and I
Wala.
think the B-side play looks fairly obvious.
Ah!
He's got one, and now it's up close. Swap
Ah, dah gila. Awas, wah!
He's definitely the Bucky's come through for ball.
Kena Bucky.
And he's got a double with a Bucky and bolsters 1 HP.
Ini Ninja. Aneh, pantesan kalah. Kena Bucky, kena sorti, anjing.
And they've won it. That's unreal. That's actually unreal. And what a setup too.
It was
the fact
gorgeous.
that you've got the smoke. How well does BNJ play around his smokes, dude? He's all the time backside on
Bisa
A
kena
on
Covid
the set
segala
right
yang
here up in heaven.
ini ya.
God, NIP are good at this game.
Nggak
Like,
apa,
it's
nggak
just the way
beruntung
that he
banget.
manages to consistently isolate Jules, and then you just got this. Like, that Bucky within the cage, especially because he's played on almost like
Ada suaranya juga kenceng, Cok.
It's the same way that he's been sat at the back of the site almost every single round.
Makanya
And
suka
this
dimainin
time,
terus
he's
keluar
just there
masuk
with a
keluar
Bucky,
masuk.
like,
Biar
not gonna
nyangkanya
be expecting
ada
it
banyak
on the
dalam
side.
smoke.
4 rounds in a row needed for Fnatic, otherwise they are going to be heading into that lower bracket match. I believe, versus
Ayo,
Satan, who
Phantom,
had a
glitch
real
pop.
struggles in their first game versus DRX, but I think it's safe to say that Fnatic's form right now is nowhere near the level
Ah, nanti masuk nggak? Walah, dapat
to
2.
do so far this game with how many B takes we've had,
Default
but
bet anjir di
the first
situ.
time he's asked,
Ngepick di situ.
he's going to find a couple.
This is going to be tough already with the man disadvantage.
Udah. Kalau udah 12 udah males betul ya.
Now, NIP don't have them, but
Let's go.
from the shadows, maybe that'll have huge impact based on what Mystic was doing earlier. The thing is, though, NIP can just sit down now. They've got beat control passively. There's still a wall up in mid, so they know no push is coming through, but I mean, that's going to disappear in a moment. There it is gone. And with that, you see the rotation coming over, because now there's that extra angle to watch, so Shanji's got to come over and make sure nobody crosses through. They'll even use the From the Shadows as a recon dart, confirming that no one's in mid, allowing Shanji to go back to A. Fnatic need to move, because they are running into a stack now.
Kena ya.
Yeah, this is a,
Oh, yang belakangnya yang kena, yang
trap,
depannya kagak.
basically.
Ya Allah.
The
Ya
flash
itu dilihat dari
literally
kamera.
gonna do is catch the cannon, but they have the information. The swing is there from Zanchi, but he actually goes down. An opportunity, but still 2 players within that site. It's going to make things incredibly difficult. The timing of the peak's good for Bezany, but he gets nothing done. John, though, he's that knife in the back. They didn't know he was here. Swings out already. And it's done.
Teman belakangnya
to send
kayak
into that lower bracket. And they will go through to face off against DRX, a team that definitely definitely came into this as one of the underdogs.
Slow bro, bulas ya, wah, melorot melorot.
There's no sleeping on NIP after this. I mean, Fnatic
Vulgar banget
the
anjing.
best game we've ever seen, but NIP
Wow,
is playing some
baik.
beautiful Valorant right here and now. That's the kind of gameplay that will stand up against the best teams in the world.
Oh, Mystic.
And Fnatic have got to go back to the drawing board now.
Anjay bergaya bet lu.
Gotta hope that maybe they can warm
Baru
up
menang
coming
sekali
later on
doang
in the
nih.
event. Every single day that they get is like gold dust at this point because they've only added
Ini
9 days
yang-
to prep together.
Yang di master sebelumnya
Let's
ya?
hope the 10th is going to be
Yang
the
blunder
charm.
tuh siapa? Kan
NIP
terakhir
is
kan
certainly a team to keep an eye on now moving through the upper bracket.
Ada yang blunder tuh
that's
siapa?
for
Gue
sure.
lupa
I
namanya.
get that they've already proven it versus Fnatic. Now they're going to go up against DRX. I definitely think it's a different beast, but the fact is, I think we underrated them coming into this, even though Fnatic were vulnerable or weak with the players missing. It's one of those stories where we kind of still expected them to win. I think the majority of people would have done because the caliber of not only the players they had, but the players that they brought with them.
Ya,
So
karena
now it gets to the point of not only
Fanatiknya ini coba berdua karena dia siap trade kan.
make it through, they're either going to have to eliminate DRX or face off against NIP again. So for Fnatic, it's an incredibly tough road. If anything, on the other side of things, you've got 2 chances to try and make it to the playoffs for NIP, which that's a huge advantage.
Absolutely massive, and with what they've shown here today, I mean, DRX doesn't even look like a safe bet coming into that upper bracket match. Granted, they have played some beautiful Valorant, but NIP on a good day, some of these plays from BNJ coming through, get John out there with some blade
You
storms.
tried to do it with judges, they did it with a shorty and a bucky.
Yeah, that's something else.
That's alpha
something else
gameplay
entirely. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. And we saw
Absolutely
so many
ridiculous,
low-buy rounds
ridiculous.
have success, right? Going back to Ascent, we had the Eco coming through, but here on Split, the consistency was something else. This is a
Oke,
team
kita lanjut ke live lagi guys. Kita lihat.
And Bren,
Udah pada duduk. Agak cok, gue mau lihat ini kan biasa bergaya dulu lah, bergaya dulu. Mapnya apa?
Just throw it out and ooh.
Alasia, TL milih split. Ulah siapa
We've seen
kecil.
some nasty things with Team Liquid. Remember they've been trying to flesh out how the
Sersia
neon
milih
splits
naon
split
nih?
for them. Well, how does it
Icebox
work?
pasti.
And that's great, but okay.
I'm having flashbacks for I think that this are the same 2 maps that they played against you 2. I think in different order. That time that they actually got knocked out.
Dapat ya?
Are you surprised?
Kalau Breeze berarti Sersia lagi ya.
It's Liquid. Am I surprised? I'm always surprised.
Yang kecil ditutup.
Out of all of the maps that Liquid could have picked, they went for Split first.
Hapen malah.
So surprising. Yes. It was 2-4-13 in a way. They literally were like responsive. I don't usually.
Mamang Susi sama Mamang Surf. Enggak, Mama Foxy juga
When
kena
we
nih.
saw yesterday them running the neon soul cast as well, we wanted
Iya,
to see
Cok, ya.
whether or not he was flexible.
Tambah
This
satu,
is why I spoke
SS.
about Split and him.
Es Lorem.
We criticized him.
Slorem.
Rightfully so.
Es Ipsum.
Poor with the way he
Es
implemented.
sandwich
We could
aja.
see the
Sandwich.
ideas, but it wasn't coming to fruition. Now that he played yesterday and what we saw on Thrasher, my God, things that we've seen from Team Liquid, maybe they've worked it out. Maybe they're giving the nod to themselves, the respect and the confidence to say, we did it yesterday, we can do it again today. We never showed you Fracture. We've given you a really crappy, split so far. Let us remedy the situation for you.
2 things that I really want to see from this first map is Surf playing on the race and actually seeing as comfortable as he was yesterday. And I actually expect some changes on the side of Liquid. First because it's Liquid, and second because they were running that Omen Brimstone, and I don't see it working that well anymore. And I think they saw themselves that it didn't work. So I want to see those changes.
Yeah, I want to see those.
Yeah, I want
we
to
love
see.
a surprise here on the desk.
Yeah.
We can count on Liquid to bring us those, but now it's time for Liquid and Xerxes to take the stage. Remember, guys,
Sahur,
a
guys.
big qualification match.
Ini gayanya, kita lihat tuh gayanya. Anjay, Babang Scary masuk duluan. Babang Susi, anjay. Aduh, kelipet. Lucu banget. Gayanya. Wih, Bang Koji. Anjay, ini bareng sama Scream, Cok. Let's go. Anjay, kru. Aneh Babang Sup, anjing masih bocah bet ya, pendek cuy, Cok. Itu seukuran mana, Cok? Ini tanggal berapa dah? Ini masih kecil ya? Atau enggak tahu. Ini pelatihnya coachnya nih. Anjay, apa kalau namanya?
Well, a first for both teams. They have never faced each other before, but they have been in this situation before where they need to fight for their lives to get out of groups. Liquid versus Zersha. I don't think many people, at least to Kukuka, expected this to be the first. These
Astagfirullah.
Team Liquid always manages to get to this point somehow. Yeah, somehow. But I honestly voted for Optic to win the entire thing, so I was, you know, kind
ini baru mulai ya. 2-0 siapa 2? Anjay sih ya udah mulai, let's go. Kagak tadi gua mundurin, gua pengen lihat entrance-nya masuk dia. Gayanya. Ini pertama yang nge-pick
Sosial playing their Haven comp.
Yeah, so they've kind of switched it up.
Yeah. It's really not that different though to what they normally play on split. Here comes Liquid up to mid, serve. He was so confident taking these re-challenges, swinging, destroying the Optic players.
Spectre and Hando, bit of a gun dip, sets up the one way, and they've got this paranoia.
Harusnya ya.
It's got a setup. That's what's so
Tapi
good
nggak tahu,
about
Cok.
Sosha. It doesn't matter where you push them. They're
Nggak
not
balik
thoroughly
lagi.
rigid team, but
Mundur.
fluid enough to be able
Anjing
to
udah 2,
transfer
Cok.
from one setup into the next.
Lah, Screamy
So
pakai.
he's gonna take a bit of pressure there.
Fuck, Screamy pakai
Scary,
sage
but
anjing.
back with the paranoia.
Tukang nge-heal.
Now Liquid just freezing around, cooling stuff down, and they have ropes control. At what point does Zersha look for information somewhere else? They've got Fox rotating back away from A Heaven as Liquid take B main.
Time
Wala,
is
scary
really
isang.
low here. We've got 25 seconds left, and it looks
Scream,
like it's going to
scream.
be.
Ayo Scream, ngapain Scream?
Set up ready for paranoia and handy. Here's the sage will come through. That was a bit skew, but he wants to run in front of it instead. Maybe intentional.
Tapi aneh.
Quickly, Surf run around the corner. You got to be kidding me! All right. Quick little kills going their way, and Fox is going to be cleared up as well, just waiting at the bottom. Cruz, Bucky, in hand. You got to be choking. Running through it, and they force him into the line of sight, but Sushi Boys got the Spectre. Tap chase. The footsteps, not enough though. Liquid.
Satu guys,
Walk away
seru
with the
nih.
round, but it was an expensive one.
It was expensive, but it's those two players that really stepped up for Liquid that do it again here in round 3. Yampi played fantastically on Fletcher yesterday when they took down Crew. And then Link was just playing some solid gameplay the entire time. And he's one of the players that really stepped up.
Senjatanya juga belum Vandal, tadi udah Vandal.
Always outperforms.
Tadi cuma scary doang tau gue Vandal.
Looks nasty doing it. But yeah, Zersha had some good
Yeah,
setups.
sama,
We saw a TikTok
Kita ada
from
Rifle
Scream
gitu.
as well.
Bocah
Some of them
Rifle.
already knows rear their head. Surf's gonna take a peek with the
Baru kali
opponent,
ini ngeliat
but he
Rifle
loves
semua
pulling this
guys.
out.
I love this as
Jarang
well.
ya?
Team of the kind.
Vandal.
A team that might want to take that ego duel. You can see Scream is really just playing with fire there.
But he knows he has that opportunity. Now that Surf's off the angle, he goes and takes B main control. That level of aggression to push Surf off the angle and take all the space immediately. I really felt like that was missing from Optic's game.
The confidence.
The confidence to just, there's a small window of opportunity there where Surf takes a shot.
Kedengeran.
Still, reset.
Ayo, pulang.
Scream's taking all of that space for free.
Now a bit of time as we're waiting it out. See the spikes just drop there and mark it as well. So Liquid obviously leaning towards the B area, and with Scream just being able to hold on to that B main control that we were talking about, vitally important. Spike gets picked up, yeah, by Yampi, and he's kind of rotating around, probably trying to set up the perfect lineup here for the fault line to set up the combo.
I'm thinking there goes the flash. It is perfect. Catches Surf utterly. Paranoia to stop the people in B Heaven from getting in there. And Scream is boosting himself up again. Takes down Cruz.
And the utility is so good right now, but still Surf left standing. Little flash around the corner. To try and get any sort of damage done.
30 seconds left.
Surf was the last man standing there on that site. Just up to Sushi Boys to try and work around so you can get any sort of damage done. But a 1v4 for him. It's been light work in the past, the Sushi Boys. He's a bit of a animal, at least he showcased it at Champions.
He is. He was playing with Jet for them last time as well. Some of the match. But this seems like a pretty unwinnable situation.
Wow.
No idea if Link is there. And it's going to be 2-2. Liquid playing a great game so far, actually. Responding well after the pistol round loss. I really like the utility that Yampi threw out on Breach. Yampi's agent pool appears to be whatever, coach.
No, whatever you want me to play, man.
Sliggy, yeah, I'll do whatever you like. And he's able to find crucial kills for them, but also has really stepped up in terms of, I mean, obviously the guy is doing most of the right yelling too. He's got such a pivotal place on his team. And Scream's calm there for him to pick up the spike, move towards B main and hit the flash onto Surf. Exactly what you need to stop Surf from getting value. And that's such a big economical investment. Now they're reset. He, of course, though,
still has those jet knives after having large performances on the pistol in round 2. There's still some damage that could be done.
Yeah, it looks like they're just poking and prodding, looking for a bit of the setups.
Ini mapa yang milih Liquid, Cok.
The deep dog. Gets yoinked backwards. And while all that was going on, it looks like there was an attempt at a bit of deep progression, but Yampy shuts it down with the operator in hand.
Yampy's perfectly happy taking the op. Obviously, opping breach is not. Nevera has got so much info in this round. He saw them with the cam, he saw them with the P.
Now the wall comes up here. Spike dropped off to the side as well. Looks like they just want to try and commit into this one. The players with the crossfires from Xerxia. That's an aftershock to push away the plan. 45 seconds remaining. Drop down from Sushi Boys, but
Sushi.
Not great weaponry in hand. Surf dealt with. The blade storm out of the picture. One of the big tools they were hoping for, I think, to try and win out on this light. What a shocking scream. You can tell he's feeling himself.
That's what you need.
Lompat langsung di dirt anjing.
It's absolutely imperative when you play against
Babang
a team
scream
like
lawan
Xerxia.
Babang
Afraid to take those kills against you. You've got to step up. You've got to be willing to put your round on the line and beat them head to head. Like I said, Yampy is just so comfortable hopping. It's a weird thing to have in your toolkit as a breach player to be going for the attack off. But he really is just very comfortable doing it. And with Liquid's pace, with this composition at least, it's going to be a little slower. I think he's probably going to find pretty decent value here. He's going up against Surf, and they've immediately found that information again on where he's playing.
I love this discipline from Liquid as well. Always making sure that they spot out where that operator player might be playing. Surf's such a danger for them, but this re-swing cruise. Oh, he's not going to hunt for the kill here, but he is. He's pushing up right with Surf, watching the cross for him.
And they're using the flashes to post Surf up on the angles and challenge and push away Yampy.
Is Lynch not going to expect this, is he?
He surely does.
Chico peeking for it, but a little bit too wide, Surf.
Bocah itu mulu ya.
Beautiful pick on for them.
Balas dendam, Cok.
This looks like a breach kill fake here, Brent. We've got Yampy with his rolling thunder here in B main, and the spike is making its way towards A ramp.
Kalau misalkan dia bikin ult,
Liquid
bisa
have what it takes to be able to go for a gamble like this. This is such a massive ult to invest when you're down a player.
Yeah, the spike was leaning towards A, but they we've got a bit of time to work with, so they have to res as well.
Yeah, they move back. I think that's a good decision here. But now that you've got the res, it makes a lot of sense to try and invest the next ultimate too. Liquid were phenomenal in terms of getting value out of their ults yesterday.
The res online as well. Paranoia to try and disrupt this, but it's all a fake showstopper in hand. Solkas, if he gets one kill, that's going to be valuable for them. And look at this, all the way through the Seekers though.
They give them
false
bad
information. Yeah, it's actually moving into market and on towards B, so they don't even suspect that this is the fake coming through. Liquid, they get the site for free.
Look at that treacherous Seeker in spawn. What's it doing? Giving them the terrible
actually
info.
Just been hard trolled. They have been hard trolled by that one.
They really have. That's so unfortunate from Fox, and now Scream's in position.
Lovely little play there still. Ends up making it happen. Fox needs to create some magic here now on the flank in the extremity, but he is being sandwiched. Solgas from the back of the spawn, just trying to dodge the timing here, the boombot. Need to cross it up. What's the play here? Do they still want to commit into this one? Fox is in so much danger, but on the ropes. Who are we watching here? Flick round the side. He's definitely looking for it now, has to try and get it done, and while all this is happening, the refusal. Such is inside of his own spike, he pumps it down again. I'm not sure if he got half in the way, but with the ticker. Oh. Way too much time burnt off the clock. Link in prime position to try and save it, but again, not enough time for them. So Liquid clutching out around. Very expensive, very close though, right down to the wire.
And they're 4-2 up in the attack, Brent. All of these rounds since the pistol and the follow-up have been pretty gorgeous from Liquid. That was a 4v5 round. And Brent, that is such a great round from them. Not only do they mitigate the player disadvantage, but they end up using a huge amount of ultimates, setting up a really elaborate fake. That is gorgeous gameplay, and something that I was not really seeing from Liquid in their online games. They were really struggling with that.
Now that it seems like they've settled, you know, the back to the basics with the compositions, having a bit more success with it. Pull through the choke point actually does disrupt that setup as well, because Acacia Tower was just pulled right into line of sight of it. Still, Xerxia on that half by round, looking to do some damage once more, maybe get a bit of weapon their way. Are they set up for a pop flash in mid here with Fox? It seems like maybe.
I don't think so. I'm not sure they actually have a good setup here, Zertia. This is much more of a on-the-fly looking round.
Yeah.
Not choosing to dig into the playbook for such a low buy. Just setting up another one of those one-ways over by A-Ram. That could end up being pretty useful here, actually. Well, they break the trip, but there's no chance that Liquid think that's really a push. Scary still has another smoke here that goes one way.
I think they have to be worried as well, though. They hear the judges in play, potentially.
Yeah.
Mau ngerasain enggak tuh?
Leap over the one way. Nevera does still have both of his cyber cages that could be used to cross that safely, but they go for the more bold approach.
And now here it goes. Ooh, the satchel actually missing. He doesn't land up top like he was hoping for. Soulcast's going to be glued to the ground still with the judge in hand. Not enough to try and win that one.
Sabar, itu tadi harusnya
Liquid. They've got the rifles. It's enough.
Masih jauh, Cok.
All of these moments where it feels like maybe Zertia will get an opportunity here, maybe Liquid will make a mistake there. Their plays are so sharp today. Yampy just swings around, deletes that with the opener, making sure there's no chance for anybody to get value out of a judge.
Minima.
Felt like such a cold
sebenarnya Minima itu ada cheat engine-nya nih.
from time to time where things don't go their way. If the tournament doesn't start out right, it can be sometimes dire for them. I think that win yesterday has really got them on the right track. It's a big proving ground for them because they've always won against screwed historically. There was no exception.
Jangan nanya sayang.
Scream just warming up his aim.
But it's huge for Liquid. I think you can see they've already come into this one with a bit of a renewed mindset, you know.
Yeah.
Good ideas overall.
This is of course their map pick.
Oh nggak sinkron ya tadi apa si
definitely get a lot messier from
darah sama ininya enggak.
Iya dari tadi Cok, dari yang itu.
One of the things actually that Liquid have been amazing at.
Nah yang Just tuh kenapa nembak mulu padahal sabar.
Actually scratch that point. Look at the setup here in B main from Zertia. This looks. Oh, sorry. We're taking a look at Yampy just dominating right now. Once we get back into the mini-map.
My man's staring right at the mini-map.
Sorry,
you're getting so into the analytics.
I'm locked in because Zertia have got some cute setups, right, on these rounds.
Yeah.
And here's another one of them. The fault line comes through, they've got the one-way, and they're actually fighting it here. Oh. And Nevera's fallen. So Fox, if he goes into sewers right now, might be able to get the spike because the player in spawn. This is getting really messy for Liquid.
It's gone a little bit all over the place. Scary A worked his way deep into B main. It's a great kill for him. Yampy down. It's a
Babang Yampy-nya udah
Liquid's initiation's gone. Don't have access to the stuns and the aftershock. They've had to slow it all the way down after losing those two players. I can't believe the aggression of Fox earlier in that round as well.
Yeah, he's got to read that Nevera's playing the same kind of setups on Cypher every time. And this time just abuses it. While everybody on Liquid is focused on that B main fight. And you can see here that the protocol for Liquid when they lose B main is to have Soulcast really quickly take ropes control. It's an area for that Now Fox loops around behind. What is this timing?
What is this timing? Fox tries to reset the aim, but traded out. It looks like it is the pivot though. Liquid want to try and hit onto B, but the players are still remaining. Cruise Flash is good. It's going to be that Omen ult. Scary wants to just try and rejoin the rest of his team into the back of the side, and this committal by Liquid, well, it's all gone wrong for them. Screen capable of turning that one around. It's on the board here.
Let's go.
And that's the aggression. That's the absence of fear to go for the wilder play. For Fox to decide to make this play. Oh, I didn't realize that was how funky it got. Nearly whiffed that one while Nevera was just stuck in his camp. But the important takeaway there, I think, is not the aim, it's the decision making.
Sure.
That he realized that Nevera was in an exploitable
minerals to do it alone.
Exactly.
It's a bit mad, but listen, that's what we like about these things.
Yampy's
Tadi OP cuma kena ini doang kan.
Wild peek in B main this time. Nevera with a very similar setup actually again. Fox breaks the cam as Surf walks down mid.
Oh, he's so close to getting that shot off. Just the back away for now. Spam from Liquid.
I've actually used that information. The Surf is not posted up B main to walk Yampy onto the sideline and it pays off. There goes Scaring.
No way! Okay, jumping into Cruise, judge in hand. The gun secured if he wants it. Wants to try and clear this one, but Liquid plays quite intelligently. He can't be punished.
Meanwhile, Scream is just on the escort duty for Yampy, which is now starting to take a walk into mid. Nice to have a flash to push the other Opera off the angle. An underrated component of the breach.
Sure, yeah. Unconventional, but it works, I guess.
It really does. That is Liquid to a T, really, isn't it? Unconventional, but it works. At least...
Sometimes.
Yeah, it works
yeah.
sometimes.
Sometimes.
But they're looking good here today, and they did yesterday as well. Here come the
Set
secret
up.
once more from Xerxes. Grabbing them that information as you're about the 42nd mark.
The mid-round information, with two of the Seekers going towards sewers. There's no help sewers in the chat. They know exactly what's going on. The ultimate's pointing towards it. Still, Scream finds that opening for
Timing,
pressure on Cruz to come up. Tries to reset the aim up there as well. 13 seconds remaining. Now the spike has to go down.
What a
Link
shot.
was holding it down in the mid-ropes
Timing
area.
banget.
Surf in the 1v3.
Surf doang.
With the operating hand is way too expensive.
Go Poji, depak.
And Brent, Surf has just not been able to get into this game.
Yeah.
He was amazing when they played against Optic. They couldn't push him off angles effectively. They couldn't punish him. He was running around with the operator just taking names. This map, he's been pushed out of position by utility, flashed off, counter-off. There's been a lot of different things for Surf to navigate. And that's tough. A reminder that he is one of the youngest players at this event. One of the least experienced players in the tournament. And that's why Xerxes came in saying stuff like, he's a young gun, he's just going to learn and grow from these games. But he still went crazy in the game against Optic. And I think Liquid really seemed like they put a serious focus on maneuvering around his operator.
Oh yeah, discipline, trying to find out where he's off hitting
Yeah.
the jump peaks as well.
Because this round, I mean, in a lot of the rounds, they have both found... Hey, I'll tell you what, that kill from Scream 2, there were so many times when Xerxes got amazing kills through smoke and Vandals.
Yeah, just spam with the Vandals.
Exactly, and where you can counter spam.
Yeah.
There's
Dia tuh mantap. Headshot mesin, wah, ditampar tuh.
Not a great beginning for him.
Yeah, well, what do you want to
Mana?
this as well? Because you're working with a ton of these flashes on this.
Dia nge-whip
defensive
Jones dapat juga tadi. Set sama.
For them, I think,
Cyber ya.
obviously a lot of their plays are revolving around enabling Surf as an individual, when Liquid have been so consistently spotting him out.
Timet lah,
Yeah,
aneh
honestly,
tuh
Brent,
main
I think back to the round that was going the best for them, and it was when Fox got that aggressive play out into A main. So I'd be tempted to go for a paranoia, a flash play, something like that.
Tadi aja nggak save no.
Get rid of Surf's operator. Well, I mean, he's saved it into this round, so maybe this is a plan for the future, but or maybe you give it to somebody else, you know.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
my point being that aggression seems to be the name of the game here, because especially with Liquid playing with that operator, if you can get the paranoia onto Yampi, or if you can get the sky flashes onto it, and you can put a lot of pressure on Liquid, you're going to really change the tempo of this game up a lot.
For now, they're kind of handcuffed to this operator. Surf obviously still holding on to this one. Might choose to, offload it onto a different player on his team.
And listen, honestly, Bren, he could just be playing solo with that at A ramp, and I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah.
Because Navera has not been frequently aggressive on A ramp control, and so if you just post Surf up on A ramp, which it looks like they're going to do actually, then he's just going to get you good information for the entirety of the round, and your team can focus on actually suppressing B main and mid. And so I like this adaptation. I think this is the best they could come up with an operator.
This fight that might be about to occur here. Yampi's holding down the op angle to make sure he has coverage for his team.
Torrent to take contact here too.
Flash comes through. It's a power flash. Right down the corner. An explosion of utility. Slow aftershock, everything exchanged, but no bullets.
What prescient IGLing from Yampi here. Every piece of his utility just seems to disrupt the Xerxes setups. This is not based on VOD analysis. There's no way that they specifically prepped against this coming out from Xerxes, but they're still finding intuitive breaking points to how Xerxes is setting up.
That familiar setting on Split where these teams, they poke and prod initially, they wait it out, cut a bit of noise, just trying to force the utility out. They don't get information off that flash.
All of these players, despite the fact that they're stacked up towards B, and that's the right lead, are in a susceptible range for Yampi's ult. And like I said earlier, Liquid have been very good at translating ults into round wins. Let's see what they've got cooked up here.
That was a bit of a deeper Sky flash there.
Tukar sekarang. Tadi tuh red kan, sekarang orangnya langsung di sini.
I've got to have a feeling with how deep Surf is pushed up in A main as well that this is going to be the B hit coming through. Here we go, Rolling Thunder. Bit of a whiff though on the satchel. Sushi Boy's off in the corner. And there is the follow-up Aftershock. The rest of his team just trying to support him up. And it's a quick little spray down. Fox taking down two of them. Cruz is trying to find that pixel angle, but with only 9 seconds left. Link in the 1v3 has to deal with Cruz, not enough. Just a quick little jump around the corner.
Kena hakim, kena penghakiman. Judge.
Crucially, get that round now, bringing up to 4.
Karena
Still,
dihakimi.
if we look at this in the grand scheme of things, split attack side, 6 rounds have been gained so far by Liquid.
Yeah,
not bad at all.
But this is the value of
Geding dong ya?
minimap and
Geding,
how
enggak dia
push
gedingnya
up
kena
the Jets is getting
tembok,
information
makanya
for them.
enggak
They just know it's
enggak
on
mati.
A. So they can stack all of these players around here. And frankly, the final kill in that round as well, I've just got to say,
juga udah mulai
by
bangun.
the judge, you dive out the
dong.
judge. If you're gonna, you know, to take a quote from Jet, perhaps if you use cringe weapons, then expect them to be cringe back to you.
Surf ini belum bangun, Surf. Bangun Surf.
I'm paraphrasing, of course.
Tahu,
Yeah, of course.
I'm taking the spirit of
Let's
this.
go. Dia sendiri yang kena. Timing pas smoke-nya tutup.
Early on.
But this is aggression once more from Xerxu, actually. They're not just content with holding in B. They're actually using Surf's domination of the B main angle to push Cruz up aggressively.
Tapi sekarang nggak terlalu jauh kayak DRX sama Zeta.
Could actually move Surf away.
Masih bisa
start exploring it.
ibaratnya
They did this in fire rounds, scary holding a slight off angle.
Cruz has the judge now.
Exactly, and he's much closer, so it is a death trap if they went that way, but it doesn't look like Liquid. Instead they are heavily grouped up. They're out of utility. Still have just under a minute left to work with in this round, and this slow, cautious play by Liquid paying dividends for them.
Oh, ada indikator.
Ramp didn't hear anything, but it
Satu
does know
alarm
the
bot
time.
ada obatnya di sini nih.
The
Kita
camera's been
tembak
set
baru
up.
nyala
So now with the camera being broken,
biar nggak masuk.
maybe they have a better idea that Nevera's not around here, and once again it's going to be a B split. B
This could be
main.
critical, man.
So many of these rounds have come down to the B main fights.
Cruz at the judge, I mean, so much pressure on him right now, just trying to jiggle Pete around the corner, but how do you even play around that? Up close and personal, Scream though takes matters into his own hands, he takes off Surf's head. Slow or close, he's favoured in this duel, yet Cruz, he wins it out. Soulcast forced to try and reclaim through this one, but it's a bit of a phantom moment as he just leaves him on 10 health, still the trade is there.
Ayo, mau ngapain kamu?
Minimum time.
Mau ngambil OP.
With it down, he just needs to try and save this weaponry and get the hell out of there.
Babang Scream.
And what an adaptation.
Babang
from
Scream
Xerxu.
kena
These last 2 rounds have been
yes.
all about them finding the information on where Team Liquid are going to end and having map control with which to fight them. These B hits have just been destroyed, and don't get me wrong, this is still an amazing attack house for
Terus
Liquid.
lagi naik terus
This
nih
is
dia kayaknya
still going to look strong heading into the
masuk
second.
terus dia di
But it's
dia
not
nih. Sini
dormant.
ada bunuh dia.
They had an opportunity to
Babang Scream.
really try and set a scoreline that couldn't be adjusted.
I know that Cruz has got his normal precise crosshair for the judge.
So
he's overridden the judge crosshair with the normal one. Very precise.
2 Guardians brought in here by Liquid.
Belinya Guardian.
And Surf once more with the operator. Going to be playing around a smoke that's in mid right now. They have great ults to retake. Both of these players in B heaven, Sushi Boys, Cruz, have some fantastic ults.
Well, flash comes through to give them information, but now the hit from Liquid. Final round of the half for them. They want to try and put it into a unique fashion, but this one still Fox is anchoring it. He's just going to be weaving in and out behind this map. The flash is good. Now rolling thunder to try and punish it. Cleaves his way across the side and Scary with the swing. That's 4. What a way to cap things off. Here, split.
Amazing play. I mean, Xerxu just making all the adjustments, looking phenomenal. Fast retake. Sageri coming in and getting the kills at the end too. This team is looking good. I was worried for them at the beginning with how good Team Liquid's attack half was, but Xerxu overall responded nicely.
Absolutely, yeah. And we're going to take a short little break as well.
Ini ngapain coba?
Break down what we've witnessed thus far.
Dapat situ nih kemana sana?
Thank you very much, guys. We've had 2-0s all round so far in this
Masang mie lah.
tournament. I feel like this might be the first one, Jess, that goes
Masang mie dulu guys,
especially
tinggal
with
ya.
how the scoreline sort of ended there. I mean, it looked like Team Liquid were taking off, and I was like, wow, what a good attacking side from them. This is looking nice, and nice just sort of statistical anomaly. That's a mouthful there, but it goes to show that since, I think, January the 1st, I had in my stats, they had won 36 attacking rounds, lost 36 attacking rounds. What do they do here? Win 6 attacking rounds, lose 6 attacking rounds. It's almost like they can't break it.
And we're taking a look here at Scream, and there is a problem. When you give Scream space, even though he's playing on the Sage, we've heard him before. Oh, I love playing Sage because I can play Battle Sage because I love it. And the problem is, you give him that space, and even though he has Soulcast, he's going to go up in front. He doesn't care. He's just going to go for the kills. But Xerxia actually found, you know, after that timeout, especially, you know, the key that they don't have to give them all that space. Liquid fighting for mid, and they being like, okay, maybe with the util, maybe how do we push this? And they actually was just eating the space, making Liquid not feel comfortable and actually knowing where the round was going to end.
Yeah, Scream was looking great, but we also have to mention some of the individuals on the side of Xerxia, which is why Jess makes them such a formidable opponent, because again, so many of them have the ability to just turn things around.
I mean, we spoke about Scary, so we spoke about the rookie Surf. We've spoken about so many players on the roster. Something I want to highlight, that maybe people are wondering why we're sort of seeing Team Liquid have a really good attacking half here against them on Split. Okay, is it a map diff? Who cares? No one cares. Compared to Optic, though, they are taking the space, Liquid, and they're not relinquishing it. That's the big point here, is that Optic didn't do that. They took the space, oh, we question ourselves, oh, do we rotate? Time's out of our hands. Xerxia's not used to this. That's why it took them about half of that, you know, half to sort of get into the groove and go, Team Liquid, they push the go button, they go, and now they're working back into that, and now it's the second half for them.
I really want to see, actually, the Sky, how it was working in defense, you know, gave a lot of information. I feel like the KO might have been more disruptive, so I really want to see how that works in attack, because maybe that is giving Team Liquid an advantage, but of course, Xerxia has points.
Yeah, well, it's a 6-6 at the half. I can't wait to get back into the second half with Sideshow and Brent.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. This 4 out of 5 of these players from Xerxia, they made the quarterfinals of Champions last year. And I think I know what Fox spent all of his prize money on.
I believe he had that keyboard ahead of time. I believe it was Fox who spent it. I mean, the guy's an enthusiast. What can you say?
It's got a lot of bright colours.
It looks like, okay. The slow orb sent in just to give them a bit of space here. Scream wants to get that wall down in mid. But it is broken initially.
It's very deep though. And especially on a pistol round, that commits a lot of bullets, time out of Xerxia for them
and they
to
have
just
to use a flash there to clear close.
Yeah,
just
they
in
have
case there's a player around the corner.
Yeah, they just need to be worried about any aggression that's happened up there. They don't throw a smoke in either to try and fake like they've gone up mid to take some area of the map. But there is really no presence whatsoever in A heaven from Liquid. They are bunkered down on A.
It looks like Yampy's in a situation where he could pop off the stun here off the contact of this cam, but the cam goes down. There's the fault line to try and slow them down. Still, Surf dashes in. They need to deal with these players. They're right behind map and they're anchoring it well, but not enough. Xerxia exploding into the side as well, taking complete control of that elbow. Now the spike's going to start to get down here. Plenty of time on the clock, right in the corner here for them. And I'm paying attention now, Josh, to these post-plant positionings.
Yeah, they're looking fairly decent, but they don't have very much utility. They can certainly play off each other, but of course, with it being a pistol round, you don't mind full util. Soulcast, he's got his boom bot there, sent in. The nade, you're right, Brent, could be used to clear elbow or to clear hell.
He can't get past him, man.
No.
He commits the nade anyway just to try and clear them out of hell. That one way was excellency. It's deadly.
Udah main lagi.
Yeah, the players from Liquid are just desperation. Swinging from up top, it's Link left alone. It's a 1v3 for him. He has been popping off thus far in the tournament. He finds the one, blocks down the second one. You've got to be joking, but initially now shut down. Woo, boys, I mean, getting a little bit sweaty. And even if Link won that one, I don't think he would have had enough time then.
No, I don't think so, but, you know, it...
Get the confidence going.
Yeah, and it's certainly... I think the Xerxia guys got a little bit squeaky there, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
Overall, though, Brent, I have real questions about Liquid's retakes. It's been a clear weak point for me throughout 2022. Something they used to look really good at, but now they don't seem to have the same gusto behind them. I mean, even if you just look at their statistics, they have not been very good at it. They win under a quarter of their retakes when they play on defense. And they allow their opponents to get the spike down 2/3 of the time. So that is just straight up half of their defense rounds. They just lose by failing on retakes. So I've definitely got my eye on that. Of course, pistol round plays very differently. But I'd like to see Team Liquid play a little more to go for those fast retakes or try and put pressure on as the spike goes down in that kind of situation. This, though, should just be Xerxia taking an 8-6 lead. Unless they run into the A stack, where they've got shorties aplenty. We'll see if they can sniff this out.
Well, I mean, respect was being shown early on here by Xerxia, just making sure that they obviously didn't stumble into this eco from Team Liquid, because again, these guys are deadly, especially Scream. He's got that sheriff once more in hand, and the shorties up close. Cam spots it though. They are going to be running straight into this gamble stack for Team Liquid. Just Link, who's not really on the side, but they're using the aftershock just to at least push Navira down. The flashes are excellent. Once more, pushing around the corner, a bit of run and gun occurring. They are getting a decent amount of value out of it. The kills flooding in right now for Team Liquid. Link rejoining them, and they've got a nasty crossfire set up here. The question is for Xerxia, do they want to continue to just run into this one with 20 seconds left? They have to make a decision. They are pivoting straight into B, but Team Liquid just trying to get one step ahead.
Link does not have any stars to be able to put down to deny this. Just recalled his final one, but he's in position. He's got the Sheriff.
Sheriff in hand. He needs to find at least one of them. Still 6 seconds remaining. The plan, it has to be stuck. It's going to isolate the 1v1 for them. Scream, desperately searching for the head. It's going to be that double swing, but the stun comes a little bit late. Despite that, it's a 1v2. Scream up top. He is low. Only one shot will do it. That is disgusting.
That's why he's got the reputation for it. Oh, that is a bit of a backbreaker for Xerxia too. We posed the question earlier on whether they could sniff it out, but Liquid didn't give them any indication. It was silent all across the map, like a grave, and then they just lowered Xerxia down into it. It was, yeah, some great shots. I mean, I want to give particular credit to Yampy there, I think, as well. But take a look at this replay. Look at Yampy's POV. He gets inside the jet smoke, kills Serve, and then makes out like a thief in the night with the Spectre. He's like, aha,
that was so
thank you.
fast. That was so fast in terms of picking that up. What a shot from Scream to finish it up.
But I love to see it going. Hey, honestly, right? There's been a lot of talk about Liquid, you know, having nothing to lose. It's a free roll tournament. These guys must have been having it rough when they got eliminated, when there's such high expectations. They did well at the end of last year. They didn't have a good run in EMEA. So if they have any level of success in this tournament, it's going to fire them up to find the good things about their roster, to believe in their players that they have on the squad, and realize that success is possible despite their bad beginning.
Halo guys, di sini Jul sedang membajak live streaming Arul. Sekarang gua akan nge-casting pertandingan antara Shersia melawan tim Liquid. Di sini skor sementara adalah 7-7 dan di sini Shersia jadi attacker. Sedangkan Liquid menjadi
defender. But not for much longer. This looks like a quick retake. Screen scoring.
Link mendapatkan
in hand.
Link dapat satu.
Link able to cover for the rest of his team. Jumping around the corner.
Scream dengan judge-nya menghakimi Steady. Sekarang Link defuse. Disengahin ada anjing sih. Ada babi di situ dua. Sekarang jumping
Think about
defuse.
expectations after Xerxia wins. You think, alright, it's going to be 7 the other way around. With Liquid in the lead on the faded side of Split, with ults to play with. It's something that happens when you win the bonus.
Scream masih pakai judge.
These funky rounds as
Di
well.
sini Jumpy udah pakai.
You're able to get into a good economical position and a good ult economy position too.
Mereka
They
masih
have
bonus
ults to
round.
be able to contend with Xerxia here and make this the round 16 bonus essentially.
Bonus
Pretty
round.
expensive.
Yang lain udah mulai
Yampy's able to even afford an operator,
Link masih
and if he loses it, it really doesn't make too much difference. He can still buy it again.
Interesting ya guys ya.
He's still got the pocket change.
I do think though, I think the breach gives up more upping on defense. Because I think you're going to want to use your flashes a lot of the time to support your team. Yeah, to support your team or go aggressive somewhere else, you know. But Yampy's really going to be playing for himself here. You'll see him do stuff like if he gets pushed off this angle, he'll flash and take another peek, using the flash to try and set himself back up on the line.
Lihat. Tembakan maut, mantap jiwa mengenai Sur.
It's a slight jiggle peek. Not enough to try and spot that the operator was in play. Yampy is rewarded for the kill.
Kembali ke Heaven.
He's very consistent.
Boy, mereka rotate ke mid.
Super consistent.
Dia bakal ke
connector. So I might even see double operator play.
Ini mid to A tuh, mid to B.
Keep that bankroll moving.
Heaven-nya udah ditunggu sama Scream dengan judge-nya.
One thing that's not consistent though is the roles that they end up playing. So these players have certainly spread themselves thin in recent times. The composition and Xerxia's honestly are kind of more back to basics, back to all stuff that they remember how to play, or stuff that they've taken from other maps. Here we see Xerxia taking B-main control. This looks like a pop. Yeah, okay. They've got the lockdown, they have the rolling thunder as well.
Of course, only 20 seconds remaining, so what's going to do is scream, and finally the trade comes through. Lockdown's still active and space has been gained for them, but the Liquid want to try and go for the fast retake. Yappy's holding on to his own ult. Ready in hand, ready and waiting. The rolling thunder rips across, crosses into spawn, but he's Lunas, he still gets it. He's stunned up the flash. It's going to be a miss, but Navira luckily able to get that one still. The spike will go down. Only 2 players left standing. Xerxia, they've already lost Cruz. It's all up to Scary in the backside, and he's alone. The 1v3 scenario to cause
mantap jiwa mati. Okay guys, gue mau makan dulu.
Yampy, he just predicts exactly where Scary's going to be playing from and takes him out instantly. Good response from Liquid. I said I had questions about the retakes, but they've now pulled off a couple in a row that look really clean. They're getting there with a lot of pace. They're in, they're using utility well, covering for each other. They're doing it with an AWP as well.
Absolutely. You can see the idea in Xerxia's head a lot ago. Also trying to flash into this wall to disrupt the fast retake of the rolling thunder. They wanted to essentially throw a wrench into their plans. Not that they're set up like this, but it was just a little bit off in terms of that coordination.
I mean, there was still a bit of chaos happening, wasn't there?
Of course.
Fox full blinded a couple of people and some weirdness, certainly. Xerxia, they've forced up a Vandal here on Fox, but the rest of their players are half-fight. They've taken early B-main control here. Scream's wall just uncontested in mid.
No one can break this down. Obviously, Fox doesn't want to span it in case there's a player holding on top.
Yeah, it's normally only safe to do that at the pro level when there's a couple of players with you, or at least
just so that they can cover that one angle.
Scream has been boosting himself up a lot, and he's the kind of sage that really does enjoy taking fights, right? There's some sages that you just know they're not going to be playing on top of their wall.
No, he's playing for himself with the wall.
He sometimes is, yeah. And he mixes it in enough that you get scared.
Dog for information. You can see Scream just wanted to spam that one out so nothing was revealed of their setup. Still got away with it. He's just wide swinging that. I mean, confidence. The man playing like he's online right now. Not online, but you know what I mean.
He just exudes it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's not afraid to take the fights, and I think that's so important playing against Xerxia. They put it up the way, and then the trip catches Sushi Boys, sets up Yampy for the easiest kill of his life.
You don't anticipate the back-to-back trips.
And Yampy with the shorty again, just playing inside the smoke, expecting somebody, but Scream was not.
There's a bit of chaos maybe injected into this round here. Yeah, Scream was unaware that they had already worked their way up into heaven.
Okay, Scary goes for the wild play.
Okay.
From the shadows just straight into the attacker spawn.
Bit of run and gun cruise. Okay, I mean that is cheeky. Putting the Spectre to work now, and it is left up to him. The 1v2, he tries to swing out for it. He does bring down Soulcast, but not before the trade is once again there. Link's a player who typically falls to the wayside in discussions about Team Liquid, but I think he's been having a fantastic tournament in terms of the value he's able to bring so far.
Yes, he completely is. If you look at Champions, he was the only player, in my opinion, that overperformed how he'd been doing online when it came to the LAN event. That was a situation where Liquid outpaced X10, this Xerxia roster.
Yeah.
They were able to take one step further into that playoffs, and part of that was Link. He's just rock solid for the team.
Trying to hold these crossfires. I mean, it got a little bit chaotic in the moment there, obviously, with Scream not realizing that heaven control was lost to them.
But I think one of the problems here for Xerxia, and something they may be discussing in this timeout, they're running a double flash composition, right? They've got the breach, they've got the sky. I mean, you could call it triple with the paranoia if you like. But this composition should thrive on chaining the flashes together, really putting Surf in a position to frag out and have him be the centerpiece of your comp. And they've instead taken a much slower pace to this map. It feels like they're cautiously taking areas, worried about where Liquid could be, and trying to methodically take map control. I would really like to see Xerxia, now that that plan isn't really working, to just send it. Just balls to the wall aggression. That's what I'm looking for from Xerxia after this timeout.
It's something that I was very critical of, actually, watching some of their VODs coming into this. The Split is a map that they're not as comfortable on in comparison. Obviously, Liquid have come into this with a lot of preparation. And, still a best of 3, remember?
A couple of weeks of preparation.
Yeah, they've had a bit of time.
Just looking at the
setup right now. You've got Cruz with the spike, looking like he wants to stun a ramp as Team Liquid set themselves up for B main control. So big fight happening around B main, but the spike, I mean, this isn't going to be an all-in push for Xerxia. They're battling for map control.
That's the important factor for them. You can see an explosive attempt. Those Astra Stars are scary to look at as well. As soon as the barriers go down, you just see them revealed. You're left wondering, oh god, how do we want to play into this one? You have to respect it as well. What is going on though? Gets a bit of information. That's the cam going to be cleared. And that was being used, honestly, to spot out a lot of these hits ahead of time when Xerxia were leaning towards that A side.
All of that B main control from Liquid was to set Yampy up on the angle with his operator, and that got broken in an instant by this smoke from Scary. Yampy doesn't feel confident being able to hold such a close angle with the off, so he moves back around to the default position. Once again though, Brent, this wall in mid is not being broken, and it's just giving Liquid too much safety, too much security. Xerxia are going to explode here onto B. Can Yampy take one with him?
A lot of pressure on Yampy to try and deal with this one, because you can see it on the minimap. It's all lining up right now for the Xerxia initiation in a quick dash into the smoke, but luckily Yampy, well, he's holding the one side of it.
Okay,
Surf
I'm
removed.
back.
The impetus of a lot of these pushes has gone from it now with the aftershock off to the side. Will the swing be good enough? Still, they try and make it happen, but Team Liquid again with the crossfire.
Yang belum sahur, sahur dulu.
And he shuts it down before it even gets started.
They ruined them in the choke. Amazing play from Yampy though too. He had
7-11.
three separate angles in that round with his operator. Started
What's
really
wrong,
push up in
Nick?
B main, falls back to default, then he falls back to CT. Look at him here pathing around. He just knows what Surf is going to do. Remember, Yampy plays Jet himself. And Yampy, hey, I've seen him a lot of times dashing in like that and dying to operators too. He knows what goes wrong for Jet players, and he can do it back to them.
Saw it happen yesterday. Except it actually went well.
It did occasionally.
He landed outside of the smoke.
Yeah, but yeah, Liquid have got command and control of this map right now. And this wall has been such a problem and something that Xerxia have not been dealing with. They're only doing it now on the eco round though, Brent, when it takes them 1,000 bullets from their pistols to even contend with.
And Scream is just willing to take the fight. I mean, this guy, the rifle in hand, the coverage is there as well from Soulcast. He's able to just spam so the Scream can escape. A bit of a getaway there, but a risky play nevertheless. I mean, you end up going down there to maybe a sheriff shot or something. You're handing them a weapon. Still, it showcases these guys are playing with immense amounts of confidence now.
I mean, even from the Xerxia side, they're walking through a slow wall, but immediately after breaking the wall. I'm talking about breaking the wall to deny information to Liquid, not to run down Scream on the other side.
Over, yeah.
A little bit of patience here from Xerxia. The re-clear, but Soulcast is too sharp with it. Better weapon as well. The Scream mops up the last. That's Liquid. They're on map point.
Yeah. Really setting the groundwork, I think, as well in that first half. Such a dominant attack side for Liquid. You can see it really paying off now in the second half. It's a prime game and flawless for you as well.
Last player standing. Spike
Really
down.
clean play from Team Liquid here.
Yeah, it's been good. Their team play has taken a serious step up, I think. That was one of the things I really wanted to see from Liquid, actually, is to take that comp back to more basic stuff and focus on the fundamentals, because I think that's when Liquid have looked at their best.
Sure.
Here we go, Xerxia, looking like they're going for a much more of an all-in hit here on B. They're worried about the operator early on, decide to just walk into it, take the gamble, pays off. Here's a rolling thunder.
Seekers as well. Lynx has the star set up for it. It seems like it's a bit of a read forward, and the slow warp is there. Forward into his own smokes, just trying to gain control of the site, but there's a showstopper in hand of Soulcast with the nade as well. It combos up with the slow, and Sushi Boys is no more, and this is the pivotal round. One more, and Liquid are going to be ahead in this series. Seeker's going to be used now about the minute mark, but the spike is nowhere near getting planted. They've only just started to attempt it. Soulcast still holding on, the showstopper, waiting for the rest of his team to get into position, and the coverage is there. Link just tucked into the corner, rocking across the map. Soulcast takes him out, and with that, Liquid going to be taking away map number 1 in this series.
And keeping that momentum absolutely flowing. Look at them, they're not ecstatic, they know there's more of the job left to be done, but it's a quiet confidence they seem to be exuding ever since they've taken the stage at Masters. I don't know where they've necessarily got it from, because their online results didn't read it, but it's there. You can see it in the way that they play, the way that they move, interact with each other. And Zertia,
Ini ya kena.
it's not your map pick. They can reset.
Tapi kita tahu nih, ini kan map
The next two.
pikannya Liquid ya. Dimas nih kalau yang pick di map pikan Sersia. Icebox berarti kan?
That's cheeky. That's cheeky. And yeah, it's that quiet confidence, Josh, you're talking about from Liquid. Something that they need. I think it's at least how I felt watching their online performances. Sometimes they do just end up crumbling, losing many rounds in a row. Sometimes they don't even get rounds on the board. Sometimes what it ends up happening. And let's just take a little look as well at some of the highlights from that map that we just witnessed. Definitely some close attempts from Xerxia, I think, on this map to try and at least wrangle back control at various moments. But Liquid showcasing that they have come into this one with a very good idea. Back to the basics of the competition they were playing at the initial start of the 2022 season.
Yeah, they were looking clean here. There were certainly their moments from Xerxia. They kept the first half really close, but overall weren't able to keep pace. We'll see whether that's possible on maps 2 and 3. We're going to get into more comfortable territory there for Xerxia, where the APAC team can really show us what they're made of.
Absolutely. And you can hear how hyped they are. Coming up after the break, ladies and gentlemen, obviously the analyst desk going to be breaking down a lot of what we've just witnessed. You can see how much it means to all of these guys. Yeah, what a way to start it all off, as I just said. We're going to be going to a short break, the analyst desk breaking it all down, and then map 2 following up right after that.
Anjir ada 2 batunya bangsat. Apa? Anjay Yasuo. Mirip Yasuo.
Verizon is going ultra with 5G ultra wideband in many more cities, so you can do more. Mindy, with up to 10 times faster speeds, she can download a movie in minutes or a song in seconds.
Yep.
Okay, now let's work off-site. Public Wi-Fi? No thanks. 5G ultra wideband is faster and safer, and so powerful that it's not just for phones. Hello 5G home and business internet. It's time to go ultra with Verizon, America's most reliable 5G network, so you can do more.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press
Wah, kampus juga ada nih. Kampus Valorant. Turni iya. Hah? Ya ini ada nih Agustus, mulai Agustus. Red Bull Kampus Clutch. Masih 1 menit lagi guys ya. Map 2 ya, nggak tahu nih. Soalnya map 2 itu kan pikannya Sersia kan. Nggak tahu kayak kemarin atau gimana sih itu kan, nggak ada yang tahu. Kita tunggu aja nih, gue juga penasaran. Menurut gue pada belum bangun sih. Kayak tadi aja Bang Pauji pas ini miss YouTube yang ada si screen sama siapa tadi tuh yang pakai sniper yang dari smoke itu ngemis tuh 2 tuh, mungkin masih belum bangun sih. Kita tunggu bye di map 2.
Well, EMEA fans, you might have been disappointed in the first map, the first match even, but don't worry, Team Liquid, they've got you. The Hopian, the Copian is back for EMEA, and if Liquid keep playing like that, Jess and Kukuka, they might not just make it out of this qualification match, but maybe a little bit further than that. Yeah, exactly.
Yang pas dia lawan Boom ya, yang di split itu emang kalah kan sih ya. Cuma keduanya baru tuh comeback. Cuma kita lihat aja nih kalau sekarang gimana sih, atau emang Sersia itu lemah di split atau gimana gitu kan. Nggak ada yang tahu juga nih.
Very strong players on the operator, you need to something
No,
to disrupt that kind of even possibility.
Keadaan cuma 0,8.
When it came to their attack, they only got that one round, the first one, the pistol round, and then after Liquid, which
Combat score cuma 139. Yang sering berantem malah Foxy-nya ngemis mulu. Yang ngemis
Am I convinced by the Astra? I don't know. I just think that Link is such an amazing player that I just want to see him be free, you know. I mean, a great
Oh, pengen Bang Yampik udah ada yang bisa counter ya, itu juga tuh. Dia tadi Scream keculik mulu. Siapa yang keculik tadi ya? Scream lagi siapa? Scary, sorry. Scary lagi. Scary. Lupa siapa lagi tuh. Nah, yang OP-nya si Surf nggak kena dari tadi. Banyak missnya. Nih ya Bang Yampi nih. Dilurus begitu tuh. Nggak kena, Surf yang keculik. Berhentinya pas banget lagi di crosshairnya. Nah, beruntung banget.
Surf is dashing in, but he's going to be on his own. Yes, and he knew that, he read it, he backed up, and I think this is why Yampi has so
kita tunggu nih di icebox ya. Bang Scary pakai Viper berarti kan? Nggak tahu pakai apa nih bocah. Ntar guys, naruh piring dulu guys, gue mau minum juga.
There's so much smarts that goes into that play. We've really got to give him props for that.
It feels like it's just comfort picks, right? You have Link on the Astra, he loves that Agent Scream on the Sage, Yumpy gets the op. Maybe this is the winning recipe for Liquid, not to do something crazy, but just the comfort pick. Also, Soulcast on the Raze. I feel like I'm watching like 2020 Liquid. They're all just playing agents they love. And speaking of something that they love, and what we love, of course, is Scream. He absolutely popped off again today. We were going to show you a different aim lab shoot around, but I thought it would be a little bit pointless, because who else would you want to see shooting heads and shooting balls than Scream? Kukuka.
Okay, exactly. And talking about balls, we can also talk about orbs. He is the one, you know, that gives a different meaning on how to play that battle stage. Even on that play that we were looking at with Yampe, it was crazy. It was like, yeah, I'll fill the orb. No, actually, I'm just gonna go and support you from the kill, just in case anybody's gonna push the smoke. But yeah, it's crazy to see. You know, it's a skill from Scream. We know exactly. We've seen it before. We see it on the server every single time that Liquid is playing.
round 14 rings in my mind for a man that's a one-tap god. I mean, it was a 2v1 situation. Let's say Scream goes down in heaven, he's got a sheriff in his hand, and it comes a 1v1. Very possible for Xerxia to get that second round, but the man says, I'm up in heaven, I'm a deity, I'm a god, bang, from across the site, good night.
And that's why you need those warm-ups.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. They do talk about his one taps. I'm sorry, I need to squeeze it in just at least once every time we talk about Scream. But map 1, that was all Team Liquid. They had a super dominant second half, but Icebox is where I feel like maybe the narrative changes a little bit, considering the form that we saw Liquid on this map at EMEA as well.
Yeah, because we've seen many faces of Liquid in the MEA. We saw them actually the first time that they played it this year, playing without a Jet and with the Reyna. The last time that we saw them, they were playing the double controller, something that we've actually seen in an A, but it actually didn't work for them. They haven't won a single one this year. But we still have to see, what they have prepared. If they're going to make those changes, we want to see, is Nivera going to be back on that chamber, maybe jumping, going in there. There's so many possibilities on the side of Liquid. And for Xerxia, we saw it yesterday. It was clinical against Optic. They were learning so much from every single round, just pushing and eating them up all the time.
And I mean, I was the biggest critic of Xerxia when they picked Icebox because I had no idea why. I was sitting on the desk and I was like, this makes no sense. It's not one of their top 2, not even top 3
Let's go,
maps.
let's see.
They bring it up against Optic and my god, Scary went nuclear. They had set plays left, right and center. You couldn't go to one side because Surf was there. You couldn't go to the other because Scary was there. It's a nightmare, ladies and gentlemen. And it's
Bentar ya guys, gua pindahin ininya dulu deh. Gua mau lihat siapa aja sini yang nonton.
Yeah, completely.
I'm back.
To just live and breathe, flexing onto whatever agent you want. This is the team to possibly do it.
Yeah, but what I wanted, I love Scream playing on the Jet. I want to, maybe see Scream going on the Sage.
Yeah. Really?
That battle Sage.
Yeah.
And then Jumpy moving onto that Jet and just remove the Omen completely. I think it suits
He's
us
been
better.
open well. It's Icebox. Why not?
Exactly. We need that strength.
Exactly.
You get two faces of Jumpy. Either he shows up on the first map and he's just disgusting the rest of the match. He's going to be destroying everyone, or he's like Lester being like, oh, maybe this is not my game, and he shows up on the second one. I think we got the first option here.
Let's not forget how predictable his Omen became. Like
totally.
The way that he absolutely got red every single time they use this agent. I feel like you're right. I think you might be onto something, that if they're going to change something, it's here, because Xerxia, they're going to do their preparations the way the G2 did and the other opponents back in EMEA as well. We are into the Prime Gaming Agent Select, as you guys can see. The last comp they ran on your screen, Xerxia, we saw them already yesterday. Unlikely they would make any changes in a comp. Oh, okay. The Sage is
Wait. I need
Kayak kemarin nih ya.
The Sage is back and there's no Sova. There is Sova. The Sage is back. The Killjoy is back.
You didn't want him on the Omen.
So si Boy and Cruz is back, bro.
So
Kita lihat
surprising to me,
apakah
'cause I was
skillnya
just
masih sama
mentioning
kayak
how
kemarin,
Team Liquid
apakah
has
performance-nya
such
masih merah.
operators.
Mereka mau pemain bola
So when they decide
di PS ya dulu ya, Winning Eleven atau
not even
PES.
have a chamber on their
Kan bisa ada
conversation.
performance
Is it
ini ya,
Jumpy?
kondisi si pemainnya.
Himself and therefore
Apakah
one
merah atau
maybe
apa
more
gitu.
forward standing position, like, you know what I mean? He's sitting there, he's like, yeah, I'm hitting my shots. So maybe this is one of those plays where I can still rock the operator should I want to, and then I can let, maybe Soka, who, let's say, unfortunately hasn't had the best of series, lost every opening engagement. Maybe he just needs to take a little bit of a backseat, let Jumpy rip run.
We need Nivera showing up as well.
Here's a fun fact: the last time Team Liquid was the time that they beat Fnatic in the grand finals, just before Iceland 2021. So let's see what they can do here, Sideshow and Bren.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, excited to bring you map 2 here in this series. And again, so much importance on the line for them, because Liquid are one map away from making their way into the playoffs. And the reason why that's so important, obviously, the elephant in the room, Josh, have to address it. Liquid weren't even supposed to really be here in this tournament.
No, they weren't.
This is their opportunity to prove that they belong with the top dogs in the playoff side of the bracket, and they are just one map away.
And I think that's going to be incredibly important to those players to have that lifeline, but also to capitalize on it.
And I think this match is about capitalizing on opportunities.
Sure.
You know, Xerxes are one away from being able to replicate their champions
Oh,
performance
udah mulai
as
nih.
well,
Yeah.
getting to the quarterfinals. They said that was their goal, to be able to be better than they were last year, to achieve more. Oh, a quarterfinals appearance here feels like a minimum then, but you can't allow yourself to lose a match like this, an opportunity like this. But you've got them on their comfort territory in a mirror match in terms of the compositions.
And Liquid again changing up this composition this time.
Wah, mamam langsung abis. Let's go.
The headshots are being fouled.
Walah, walah, walah.
Vera can't do much more but try and backpedal to safety, but he's taken care of. And oh, Yampi. Oh, Yampi.
Langsung kejar. Dapat.
Certainly give it a good go.
Gokil.
Take the ult.
Yeah, you know.
Langsung shock dart.
What an aggressive play from Xerxes as well. That's the confidence.
Walah, kakinya kelihatan. Mamam lah.
The kind of stuff they were doing. Oh.
Ya. Lah.
Scout out, get a bit of early information as well. Maybe
Let's
find
go.
out where Ye might be lurking to take care of him when they were playing.
Apakah bakal balik, guys?
Time
Tidak
around, obviously,
tahu.
aggressive plays. You need to be ready for it because Xerxes are not scared to support Surf in that capacity.
And this is what I wanted to see from them on Split as well. It
Yes.
it's so much more difficult on that map. Look at this, they just blitz down mid. Such speed and pace. Take this fight down, bring the fight to Liquid. Scream takes a Marshall into this round, 2 Sheriffs as well from Yampi and Nevera. But otherwise, you're expecting Xerxes to have the advantage. Didn't work for them in the second half of Split though. They did fumble.
Wah, Scream duelis nih di sini nih.
Gotta be a bit more cautious here.
Let's go. Nonton.
That's so deep. And look at how they're all grouped together as well. It's a quiet one, but a sneaky one. I mean, they don't want to take any risks as well. They don't want to hand over this weaponry. They're trying to play with that player advantage.
Nah.
Tie around the corner though. It's going to be cleared here. Fox just leading round.
Surf. Alah.
Needs to try and
Ngemis.
survive. Okay.
Ngemis.
Dashes away to the help of the rest of his team, but
Oh,
Scream's
lah.
holding it down. Not enough armor to survive the body shot.
Bangun dong, Surf.
Surf immediately returning fire. Where's the help from the rest of his team?
Buset.
Because the entirety of
Rame
Team Liquid
banget.
is coming to play here, just trying to clean them
Ah.
all up.
Udah tinggal sendiri Solkes.
They can be dangerous. You've got to respect them at the end of the day, but with Solkes left in a 1v3, it's going to require a little bit more.
2-0.
And it's fairly clean, honestly.
Oh, dia masih belum
Sure,
bersenjata
they lose
juga
2
ya?
players,
Kemarin
but
aja.
it's not that expensive. And Xerxes have already started conditioning Liquid.
Gas map
They
3
are
nggak
going to
sih?
start- they be
Let's
Liquid.
go.
Liquid are going to start being worried about mid pushes, even when Xerxes aren't doing them, because they've thrown one that was aggressive and loud, noisy, quick. And then in the second round, they've thrown one that was quiet, just off the back of a recon dart. So now it feels like Liquid either have to dedicate Nevera's turret to be watching that push constantly and worried about it all the time, or they need to go and start taking control for themselves or leaving at least a player there to watch for it.
Fighting over it. There was a little ping on the map there from one of the players on Team Liquid, but look at the disrespect from Xerxes. Dart's going to be sent across the wall, which does
timing
well,
us.
so they have to respect
Surf.
it. It's so pushed up.
But he's got a teammate looking for him as well. That was Yampi that took a little bit of contact up there by Bell. Forced away, the drone as well allows Xerxes to continue holding their aggressive positions on A.
All that early aggression that Xerxes was showcasing in the last 2 rounds. This is where it's
Alah, saya naik. Alah, let's go.
the amount of
Walah,
respect
turun.
that Liquid are showing them. They have to. Worried about these pushes coming through. Just trying to wait for them to try and play
Nah, kelihatan.
their hands. But
Surf
Surf
didn't
will
see
see
that.
if he can hit this shot when Scream maybe just wide swings out of it. The spam comes through. That's going to be the dash committed with the drone as well accompanying it. He has to respect it. Disengages now with the rest of his team, but look at Cruz in this
Ayo nggak dikasih masuk, ayo.
position, crouching behind 410.
And the slow ops, the wall, the recon dart, all of these things are breaking up the Team Liquid push and making it
Langsung
difficult for
dihancurin
them
lagi
to
temboknya.
actually take the space. There's a slow op from Soulcast as well that does the same kind of thing. And Liquid with 30 seconds left, they've
Kok
got to
fokusnya malah
commit to
pakai
A.
Zarif
At
doang?
this point, it's so obvious.
Yeah.
He's trying to, what
Nah,
side
on
they're
sih.
leaning towards.
Great first pick.
Take out Surf. He's been doing the damage for them. Scream up top. What a transfer. Bullet lands on the head. Does find the mark he was looking for, but now a quick engagement! That is filthy! Cruz is running amok above the high areas there of 410, and that's the 2v1. Link has managed to wrap his way around. He's lurked around the wall.
The wall!
It's impeding him. He has to find his way around the corner. It's already half. He's jumping around. They know his positioning. A bit of running gun.
Yeah.
Plays being made. And Sasha, the one, they're taking away the bonus.
It all looked so good for them. They managed to get the opening pick on the Surf. Scream barrels his way towards top 410, taking names, taking heads. But it wasn't enough. The play was outrageous, frankly. The jump
Anjay, ini ada
and
apa
just
nih?
start spraying people down with a Spectre. But that's what's amazing watching Xerxia. They are not afraid to make these kind of plays. This is Cruz. Who, by the way, had, the best performance out of anybody in Map 1, but it's not normally their big player. You're looking for the big plays to come out of Surf, to come out of Scary, to maybe be coming out of Sushi Boys as well. But this team is well-rounded, and none of them lack confidence.
There's little pockets of individuality that you see. There's explosions of play from a lot of these
Alasya beli Guardian
as well. In the past, some teams have lacked that confidence, but if you're able to pull it out at the right times, it's enough. You can throw off the balance of some of the juggernauts that you might be playing against, although they're trying to change the tone, I think, of that narrative as well. The minor region teams.
Solkes nggak tahu kalau ada itu
Apex
di dalam
got the
itu.
player base. Apex got the results.
Oh, timing.
If Xerxia
Scary.
is able to put another win on the board, you've got to start respecting, and that's before we've even seen a correct. All right, Sushi Boys deals with that one. Nivera walks into Scary as well, so this round's had a lot of the sting taken out of it.
Dibikin pusing. Awas Cruz.
This advanced position for Surf has not
Ya
yet
dapat
discounted.
anjing. Tappingan
I
bagus
want
ya.
to draw the
Solkes.
attention too to how well they play off each other, right? Cruz dies there, but he's holding belt for Surf and baiting them in as well. I don't think they're going to expect Surf to be this pushed up. It's an area that they haven't cleared. 40 seconds left.
Oh, dapat dua, Cok.
Right,
And now
Liquid.
the pressure's on Surf. They're spamming it. They have to be aware of it. Still, he finds the pick off.
30 seconds left.
Quick little dash across. He's right on top of the head of Scream. You know what's going on. Bring around the roses into the open smoke. Luckily,
Aneh
Sushi
Surf lagi
Boys
main aneh,
didn't make
aneh.
a mess.
Aneh,
What a mess
aneh.
it was. But that's fun. That's fun. Round 5 though, and this is where it starts to get crunch time for Liquid, I think, because the pressure is seriously on. You lost the pistol, you lost the bonus round. You need to make sure that that doesn't happen. What a lovely little flick.
It was beautiful as well. Just holding it so that Scary can push up deep like that.
Sushi Boys is at home on Icebox.
Oh, ada belai.
He's had consistent
Lang leuy.
historically as well online. This guy popped off on
Yeah.
Icebox.
Was this not the map where he used to play Jet for them?
Yeah, I believe so, and he
Pilot
swapped
Plant?
around the roles.
Yeah.
Asia ganti pakai OP
It just
nya.
feels like he's comfortable whenever he plays. He's just got the angles, gets the impact. He's got the ultimate now as well.
All that early aggression again. Liquid conditioned to just kind of wait it out a bit. Here's a bit of pace though. They've injected straight into it. Scream with the knives in hand. He's going to get the Blade Storm renewed.
But do they expect Cruz? Again, another situation where they're playing somebody long, somebody short. And the players at the back, they're willing to take the fights early. Surf with a pick onto Scream, and once more Cruz.
Nggak ada yang tahu, nggak ada yang tahu.
How do you expect this?
There's no way in hell they expect this. But still, the timing might be there. The wall. Yeah, he might be making a tremendous play, and he spotted him. There's the pick. The res is coming through. They don't expect it. He's right
Aduh,
on the
emang
side.
nggak ngomong apa ya?
A spray control.
What a
Beautiful
play.
pick, and yeah, instantly the res comes through. Yampy has completely opened this up for his team.
What a round from Yampy. That
Nggak
is what
ngomong
Liquid
apa ya,
needed to get
bocah?
onto the board there.
The
What
fuck?
a gorgeous decision.
Gue mati gitu kan dari yellow. Kira bocah bisa ngepick ke sana.
The sideline that Surf is playing from. And if Surf was the player that's actually supposed to be locking that down, he would have a teammate watching his back. But because their setup is actually Surf baiting you
Oh,
into
dia ke
moves,
distrik sama
there is a
Solkes.
little opening there, and Yampy finds it.
Yeah.
Just delicately threads the needle through that defense.
So there's Icebox reworks as well. And obviously, widening a lot of those.
Aneh nih. Tapi Strupnya nggak ngomong apa ya?
Be able to
The
spot
fuck?
that lurk before it comes through, but a different round ahead of us now. Again, knives in hand here, Surf. And it's a deep push down at mid. This time we'll see.
Bocah pada masih
Liquid
ngeliatin
ready
main
to
anjing.
absorb a lot of this aggression that's been coming their way. They were conditioned for it early on.
There comes the drone. They're always using good utilities.
Nice, hidup dong, nah.
Okay, quick little updraft, has to dash to the side.
Coba pulang.
It's a discipline that they were talking about in a press conference where Surf's just a part of these set plays.
It definitely feels like they've let him off the leash a little bit though in some of these rounds. He's had the freedom to be able to make the big plays when he wants, but they always set him up with the utility. Xerxia's fundamentally a very good team. They have a loose play style, but they're always using their util to set each other up. Here comes the recon dart once more to stop the push from Liquid. Fox smart with
Kena.
darts there, always well
Kalau
timed.
kena lumayan buat ngancurin shield.
It might be nice actually to see Liquid add another contact round in. What I mean by that is the way that
Alah,
Yampy
di situ
didn't
Sushi
make
Boy
any noise
doang.
and just snuck his way into position behind Surf. If you have the if you have the guts to go for a play like that, especially when Surf doesn't have the operator, they might be able to find some big value out of it. But for the moment, it's some elephantine stomping into B green.
Voila, udah muncul nih.
Heard by Sushi Boys is just holding around the corner, which means they are fully aware. Lockdown in hand. Yappy does have the ultimate to try and disrupt this one, but he was busy just holding the top of that yellow control, swinging around the corner. It's a lockdown for a long time.
Yang masang mati, guys. Kena diten pisau gak sih?
Sushi Boys had a second nano swarm, and that round
Kena
descended
diten,
into
kena nano
chaos.
swarm.
Sushi Boys was able to pop the second nano swarm that they didn't see. Yampi was trying to destroy it, but it was just too little, too late.
Si PD tetap masang.
In the liquid camp. That's a timeout.
Ya Allah.
Watch this replay.
Gotarin.
Such good work. And look how Link has to dodge the first nano swarm, and then as the second comes through,
Kagak pas di atasnya nih.
assassinates him.
Udah campur debu Tangerang ini. Campur lagi remahan roti anjing.
Really doing the legwork ahead of time to clear that. I mean,
One shock dart, and that would all be gone.
Absolutely.
But Yampi is so required to be able to get those open.
Subuh nyapu, guys.
You know, Yampi's been the guy actually up front getting the eliminations for them. You can't have him at the back shooting his shock darts, being supported.
It's such a fun song as well to accompany this. I mean,
Liquid currently in existential crisis mode after that round.
We've been casting this as the most serious game in the world.
There's La Bamba playing in the background.
Exactly, I don't know, I find it comical. Sliggy's just, I mean, the man, you can tell he's been putting in the work, you know, he's a weapon veteran right now, sitting in this seat.
He does look worn heading into this tournament, Sliggy. I mean,
he's surprised, there's a lot of prep.
Yeah, it's been a rough year. They've had to retool a bunch of their compositions too. I mean, just to give you an idea, right, of how all over the place Liquid have been, they've been changing their composition after less than 2 maps average this year. So they don't even show you 2 full maps on a comp. They have played 16 agents so far this year. I mean, they go for it.
They love to experiment.
They certainly do, and they've been pulling out not necessarily new compositions, but different compositions. Yeah, you could say unexpected compositions. The same could be said for Xerxia though too. They weren't running this on Icebox until the game against Optic. And they went a bit more back to basics.
Tapi dia masih banyak kan.
The one at the moment, Xerxia is quite firmly in control.
That's a deep down again. Xerxia now mid, completely control. Gonna hear this one, but Team Liquid might be setting up for a bit of a faster engagement. Scary. Hit online, the spam coming through up there.
Knew where that was, but he dodges it all.
I think it might have been spamming as well, just for. He's done this prior, where he did a little bit further back, but this time just about ducked, so he saved his head.
Team Liquid are pushing themselves forwards, as is Cruz actually. This looks like Liquid are just going to be full committing to the A side. Yampi has his under point here, and it's actually Sokas that gets caught out first. Scream's taking a ton of damage too. The spike dropped. Doesn't look great for Liquid.
And again, the injection of chaos into this round right now. No one really knows what's going on. Scream just holding up top down, giving them again a bit of information, but the time on the clock slowly bleeding down. There's 40 seconds roughly left in this round.
Oh, they think they can go back? They think they can go back? Nevera picked one up on the flank position, but they have no idea where Cruz is. Look at this. And Cruz is going to hear them coming back over to him. There's 30 seconds left.
This one, slide off angle. It's beautiful. And now if he stays alive, he gets 2! Spike dropped down. A disaster right now for Liquid. Scream's got the operator in hand, but he's so weak.
The Op's got to be the worst weapon he could have here to try and punish Cruz too.
Nobody gets spotted across. Fox has the crossfire to support, and now no time whatsoever to make any sort of plays to win this one round.
I don't think that's what Sliggy had in mind when he called the timeout and the strat for this one. Round 7 firmly in control once again. Oh, and it's the same kind of things cropping up once again and again and again here, Brent. It's that duo play between Surf and somebody else on the team, where Surf is holding the long sideline with the operator, and then Cruz pushes up. And sure, Surf oversteps himself a little bit, goes into spawn, but Cruz just holds there. He knows that Liquid have got pressure applied to them. He knows there's a Viper's Pit from Scary that they're going to have to contend to.
Oh man, what the fuck, man.
That is such obvious frustration on the face of Soulcast.
Yeah.
Let's go.
What's he still holding there for?
Exactly. I mean, that is literally what he's saying, I think. It's around it again. I think I really read this one, but now we're seeing the pace. No slow play at the beginning of this one. The drone's going to be used to clear deep into B main to make sure that none of the players from Xerxes and set up in those deep angles.
You want to see a shock dart on the plant position here to try and remove this. There it is. And now Link, he has the Viper's Pit. They're going to want to escort that in safely so that they can get it off.
Question is, try and push them away. Fox is just spamming, I'm pretty sure, through the wall, all the way back from Snowman. He's found that one, but now the Hunter's Fury. Push them away. Flash right through. Yampy, what a connection, and now the counterplay from Fox, but it's just a little bit too late. He's just dragging on the heels of all the players from Team Liquid. They get away essentially scot-free.
And the turret's watching the flank, not just the turret, but Yampy. These two players as they push in. Guardian easily cleans those players out. And the Viper's Pit at the end of the day wasn't even particularly necessary. They throw it in there, it's always good to invest. I think it's a smart ultimate to use. But it didn't have the impact. What really did was Yampy being able to grab that picture of his Fury and how well they got into the site in the first place.
Pace was definitely needed from Liquid. Realizing as well, all those mid pushes from earlier, not really doing them any justice when they've been loitering around, making the clock really just burn down to a crisp.
Here's Fox's POV.
That was a nasty shot, so it was through the wall.
It is a really nice shot. But Yampy just got so much value out of that Hunter's Fury, which wasn't responded on the other side. Yampy was getting those kills with a Guardian. And Xerxes are up 6-2. And yet, Xerxes' economy is not in a good spot whatsoever. So,
I don't really know how we got here.
You know, you've got to give credit to Liquid for being able to keep them honest at least.
Sure.
Keep the economy down, not allow it to snowball out of control. Marshall will not win that one.
Yeah, not the fastest of the body shots. Unfortunately, should have aimed for the head.
Why don't the pros just always aim for the head?
They should, right? I mean, it's a full strategy.
Incredible analysis.
Dropped around the corner, that's a quick miss. Quite under as well. Sokash just holding, making sure that no player can swing at the top of those rafters.
Got to be honest, I was worried about that. That was Link's snakebite, actually. The nearly vulnerable Soulcast. Could have been a little wonky. This is going to be a difficult round for Xerxes to put any pressure on.
Just a half bite. They don't really have the weaponry, but does it matter? Fox is going to follow our advice and just look at the heads. Yampy, he pushes through the wall, he finds a crucial timing, but now time is running out for him, and it's up to Yampy to try and secure this one. The Vera is holding that long sight line all the way around 410. He's able to collect the one kill. Does he know he's there? Scary rifle picked up. Not enough time to try and get the defusal, but they definitely made it expensive.
And especially considering Liquid have not been able to get those rounds on the board, that's pretty bad. I mean, straight back into your initial loss bonus. And even though they have money to be able to buy it this time, it puts their economy in a precarious situation where the next round is a massive economical swing. These Xerxes players are so talented. They are genuinely skilled players. You can talk about their comps or their setups or whatever all you like, but these players are not weak aimers by any degree.
No.
We saw that yesterday. They were confident, swinging, hitting shots.
Yeah, forged in the fires of APAC, you know. Feels like that region, I mean that collection as well of countries, it just produces incredible mechanical talent.
It certainly has in the past, yeah. And, you know, surf the next crop. 18 years old, this guy. Had a rough performance in map 1, but he's still here, still fighting with the rest of his team, getting incorporated into these set plays. And Liquid, they take B green control.
There's so much aggressive space being gained here. Look at how deep Surf is pushed through A. It's going to give them so much information. But Hunter's Fury feels like, wow, okay, Yampy's got another one online. I'm pretty sure it's the exact same setup as well. He has a dart that lands onto the middle section there of B.
It was a really nice play. I mean, he gets another one. I'm surprised he got that level of value, but that's a phenomenal opening pick for Liquid to get.
I haven't revealed too much other than the fact that obviously Xerxes know what's about to be coming. They know this hit's coming through.
My question, Brent, is whether Sushi Boys invests his lockdown. He does not have nanoswarms on the spike plant, so they're not going for a big deny the plant kind of setup right now.
30 seconds left.
I mean, I guess they could with like snake bites and shock darts, but it feels more likely to me that they're just going to put time pressure with this lockdown. Yeah. There's 20 seconds left, nanoswarm out. What happens if Sushi Boys just invest this ult right now?
And the lockdown's down. Players from Liquid, they need to start to try and break this one. They do get a plan, but the spam comes through. Solcast dealt with. Locked down. Players are going to be able to survive and just avoid being detained as well as they just hug the exit areas of it. I'm scared as well of this now, but the most match being played from Liquid. Yappy. 11 seconds away from that recut dart. I don't think he cares. They're still taking the fight. Swinging out, takes off Fox's head. And takes off another one. 3 kills for him in this round. 4! You've got to be kidding me. Denied the ace. Surf will at least do that much, but he realizes I got to get out of here. I can't do that much.
And Surf was going for a flank down mid, wasn't really connected with the rest of his team, comes back in, operator in hand, and Yampy's already won it for him. There's a bit of objective to finish things off, but it's all about Yampy. He was amazing for them yesterday, had the most impact by far for the team, even if he didn't, top frag both of the maps. And then here again, he's finding opening picks for them. He's being able to use his Vandal to grab them crucial kills. These kills are so important because they halt Xerxia from going for that big retake when they're trying to all sync up together. Nice one, Dom. You're on camera, mate.
Listen, don't worry. Don't have to be PG-13.
I love it, man. These players are fired up.
Yeah, flex the person.
Jumping ke 18 anjay udah kasih more bangsat.
18 kills for him. And by the way, Team Liquid time are being taken off the back of winning that round, and they have been slowly clawing it back in this half.
Yeah, they really have. It's been an uphill battle, but it feels similar to map 1, Brett, except the roles being reversed somewhat.
Sure.
I mean, you had Liquid getting out to a really hot start and split, and then Xerxia really battled back and got into that first half. And now this time around, again, situation somewhat similar. You could see a 6-6 half once more here. Quite feasibly.
Very reasonable possibility of it as well.
And I feel like one of the big things is that Liquid have been able to find those opening picks. One of the things that was really snarling them up is that they struggled to figure out where Surf was playing, where these push-up players really were, and once they got to the site, they weren't able to commit to it fully. Had to go for those wild rotates that ended up punishing them. And Liquid, they really do struggle when they don't find the first pick. They have the worst 4v5 win rate across the tournament. And that's the stats from this year heading into this tournament.
Implying
yes, when one of Liquid's players dies,
18 udah kayak nge-smurf
they
anjing.
only win, less than a quarter of the time. So it really is imperative for Liquid to start these rounds out well. Now I do think though that they're playing in generally much better at this Masters tournament than they played online in EMEA. Something just seems to have clicked right beforehand.
Down at the back. Now Xerxia has been taking a lot of aggressive A control, and this time Liquid are playing right into it. It's going to be the 1-for-1.
You will not
Up close, but they do have the res available.
So does Cruz, but there's no way he's going to be able to get to that.
Yeah, I don't think so. Not pushing that deep. Now Surf has left one.
Iyalah minima.
His players, his teammates, a bit of a support line for him, I think, in covering a lot of those
Jangan anjing.
angles, alongside angles where take flight.
Yeah.
The otherwise might not have been able to watch.
He's pretty claustrophobic at the moment, just hiding from the drone.
Someone needs to break this. Cruz tried. You've got to break this drone, and now Surf is in trouble. It spotted him out, goes for the quick scope, and now you're seeing the slow orbs come through. Liquid are so aggressive, yet Cruz takes matters into his own hands.
Another mad play.
Pushes across, and yet that's a play being made from him, still making it happen, and that is scary, supporting him right from the side. Up top though, Link tries to make some magic happen. It is the 2v3. They're just watching with the op. The long sideline scary is in trouble if he peeks that one, and now it's the 2v2. Link moves forwards, a quick little flick of the wrist. Finds the header. Surf, Sushi Boys left alone, only the Spectre to work with. There's the spike being planted. No way does he but the swing was there. Vera luckily stops him in his tracks before he can get away with any more mischief, and that is another round on the board.
Another one. That round could have gone many different ways. I think Xerxia played it really nicely. I mean, Liquid managed to get themselves into a good position to start out 4v4. The drone not getting punished, but Cruz, Cruz and Scary were actually set up in a gorgeous crossfire that punished the way that Soulcast set up the wall. Scary was firing above it, Cruz at the side.
Scary
At the end of the day, it didn't really matter. Liquid able to claw things back into their control. All of these rounds have just been on a knife's edge.
So close, haven't they? This is a bit of a throwback, I think, to the beginning of the half. It looks like they wanted to get a bit aggressive. Now the drone's being pushed up, but it's so fast.
Brent, these mid pushes have not been working because Liquid are playing so much faster than they were before.
This Fury has to be used to commit. Check out that lockdown. One little tag finally will do a bit of damage there onto Yampy, but they're already deep. Walls not being taken down, and Scream, he's popped his own knives. Running over them right now, updraft in hand. Surf turns him back, but the knives just a slight whiff, and the weaponry is not ideal. Only a couple of Spectres to take these long-range fights.
Ambitious right clicks from distance with the classic, but only 3 Spectres here. 3v5 retake, so difficult for Xerxia.
Quick little flick there from him. Still Scream, he's working right up close into them. Surf now left alone. No health. 13 hit points just left remaining to him, and with the Spectre, Vera's holding this angle down. They'll potentially catch that time that he's looking for, but it will not be the case. And Liquid, they make it even on the half when it was looking dire for them.
What an incredible recovery of that half from Liquid. Xerxia were running away with it, setting the tempo early on, conditioning Liquid utterly. And thanks to heroics from Scream here, Yampy in many of the other rounds, and Sliggy actually taking, using those timeouts intelligently to be able to reset the momentum and give his team an idea of the adjustments he needs to make. And this is back to 6-6, very, very similar to map 1.
Absolutely. And we're going to take a short break as the analyst desk just really breaks down everything that we've witnessed thus far in this first half.
Thank you very much, guys. When that map started, I thought, we're going to see map 3. This is going to be the distance. We're going to get our first non-2-0, but Team Liquid, they don't want me to have that. And just what a response from them.
I mean, it was almost like a complete reverse, mirror reflection of what we saw in map 1. Of course, it's ended 6-6, but it's been done in the reverse fashion of we saw Team Liquid catching up on what was happening, what Xerxia was putting on the board. Conversely, it was the same thing that Xerxia did on Split on the first half as well. So these teams are growing into each other, working out what the set play is, and how to reverse and concur that.
To me, it was the same start but a different feeling. Xerxia getting that pistol round, and Liquid actually not finding a response. And we're highlighting Fox here because it's not only that he is the IGL. I think he has a lot to do with how the players are moving around the map. We see Surf just taking aggressive positions, but always giving the feeling that he could be anywhere. It's a lot of pressure to put onto him, but he was performing well, and he was making things difficult for Liquid all the time. And as I said, Liquid just comes here and he's like, oh, this is Split. They're gonna give us the space. We can literally just start and mid-execute onto A, then freeze, and we go back to B, and everything is going to be free. No.
Something to point out as well, we spoke about Yampy as to why he was, going on to the Sova. Fox obviously being the IGL and someone that we have seen play Sova time and time again.
He's very aggressive.
And he's very aggressive with it. Do you think Yampy's maybe taken a leaf out of his book and gone, I like the way Fox plays it. We're getting onto Icebox. Gives me an opportunity to really be a front runner as one of, the better Sova dips here.
He does it a little bit more from the back. It's more like Yampy's style. It's like, oh yeah, I got this corner, I got this flank. Oh yeah, a player that I still needed to step up for this one, and I really hope that he does on the defenses, Nivera. Especially on those last rounds, he was doing better, but I feel like he's having a rough start today.
I mean, you guys have wanted Yampy to be more aggressive. We're talking about the guy that bought a Judge and a Vandal when he first played Jet and dashed into you, like towards you with it. So maybe he can do that again here on Icebox. We'll see on the Sova, but let's see if Team Liquid have what it takes to close this one outside show. And Brent.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Yes, we're heading deeper into the second map here. And it's looking like a more realistic probability, I think, for them. They might be a bit deeper into the tournament, maybe making their mark in the playoffs.
I think this is such an important what a flick! That's from Soulcast!
And this is explosive. Wasn't expecting this kind of pace. Usually the rounds are quite slow from both of these teams, but
Xerxia's pistol was fast before on Icebox, and they're going with the same kind of momentum again. They need this. They need to be able to halt Liquid's momentum that they had in that first half. They really got things back in their favor. It was 6-1.
6-1. What is that? Just pre-fire in the common plant spot. Catches on the Sushi Boys. The Sheriff's doing work right now.
But with 2 ghosts, if Cruz and Scary are able to take long-range fights, they still have an opportunity to turn this round around.
They hit some shots, though, some nasty ones at that.
Oh, again.
Screen. It's so scary when you see it come through.
Shot dart, they're actually walling all the way up. This is the kind of ingenuity that you love to see. somebody to cross into their line of sight ankles. They
Link's gonna
expect
see
this.
him.
They drop down, planting inside the little cubby, and now the double swing comes through. Vulnerability on point for them. Link's able to close
Kenapa
out
dinaikin?
Great play by Link.
Dari berdua.
Swinging around, he is in a position where he's going to be able to spot them, but also the molly that he's able to throw out is just going to vulnerable the players.
Ini nih anjay. Pak.
Look at this!
Gokil.
How good is that from Soulcast? And if we want to frame things on the other side, right, from Xerxia, they are now at risk of having this great opportunity that was presented to them, that they earned. Right?
Absolutely.
They weren't given it, they earned this opportunity to go through to playoffs, and I feel like it's slowly slipping through their fingers.
You don't want to squander it. You don't want to be known as the team that collects the upset against North America.
Exactly. No one's going to remember.
Padahal tempat ngepick itu default ya. Kalau lo main kompe pasti ada di situ juga kan.
Make it through to the playoff stage. That's what Xerxia need to be doing here. And at the moment, Liquid just
Buset, udah gitu di
snacking on him.
udah mulai buka-buka skill langsung main.
Gaming flawless if I've ever seen one.
I've seen many. that was one of the best.
Surf and Sushi Boys, though, have stepped up in this map. It was mostly at the beginning of the first half, but they found those opportunities to really get on the board.
Yeah.
And once they get rifles in
Untung
their
jongkok, kalau boxing nggak jongkok kena juga nih.
body shot them all. But once
Nah
they
iya
do get
coy,
rifles
dia
in their
satu
hand, these
ngelempar
players,
nano ya.
between them, they bottom flagged on map
Masih
1.
nih. Baju yang
They were a combined 18 and 28. They were -10 between them. So now being up at the top of the scoreboard, that's what you need to see from Surf and Sushi Boys. The big players for this team.
Spearhead for a lot of the strategies, obviously revolving around Surf. And now a bit better weaponry in the hands of the Xerxia players. You can see rifles across the board. Liquid obviously would love to convert this bonus round.
You cannot lose this if you're Xerxia. The map would just spiral completely out of control. I mean, we've seen incredible comebacks from them before when they were X10.
I love that.
But getting the first pick just makes things that much more comfortable.
Bit of discipline there as well with the double swing, just making sure that I'm not going to be able to at least trade out the player if one of them went down there to the Marshall is being played, and they have spotted a bit of that utility as well. The Nano Swarms, well, at least one of them's taken out. Not going to start to come through, but respect being shown. That was a snake bite shot down combo, I'm pretty sure. Enough to do a bit of damage, and it has taken a chunk out of them. And Xerxia,
Wah langsung pada rotate juga, sama lagi rotate.
I think is already there. Look at the players on from Team Liquid. The minimap just scampering, making sure that they can put a stop to it.
It is 4v3, but it's going to be so tough to get this spike down. Yampi, of course, has already used his shock darts, but Link's in a great position.
Oh, dititikin.
That's so spammable.
This looks deadly.
Wall up. Try and swing across it. This time they're covering for it.
What a great play. Sushi Boy's so aware of that threat, and they get boosted up into the position. Here's the punish as well for Yampi. Spray the wall, will you?
Just pushing all the way around, man. Soulcast. Last player left standing. So Liquid, and it looks like this flank for Kitchen.
Bye-bye.
Last
Terdelet.
round from Xerxia, able to convert it, and
they can start to wipe some of
Masih lo tadi kan belum mati ya bocah.
It has been a
Itu masih
route without
ya loadout value.
for Xerxia. That was a must win. I know we're not quite at the end of the map just yet, but that really did feel like.
Abis ini kalah baru bisa beli.
If not for anything else, just for morale.
sure, sometimes you just need that one to get the ball rolling, you know?
Exactly.
Make sure that the momentum is back on your side, even just to a degree, because Liquid were running away with a series, and now they're set up once more with the rifles. Bit of half armor here for Surf. Surf is very alone right now, just watching this A main area for the push.
Di wall pintunya.
Denying so much mid-round information unless it gets broken, but it just looks like the Xerxia players just don't feel comfortable spamming it.
It actually got Soulcast's ult on.
Oh sengaja dia ngambil titik kecil tuh.
Potentially going to be able to get a res. Resing on defense icebooks though can be pretty difficult.
No way.
A lot of your players are going to die in pushed up position.
So deep here.
He's really
so deep. Tries to find a kill, quick dash away.
Supported by a slow off. Soulcast threw another one out there, so there was no swing that could be able to punish him. He gets away. Obviously, if Scream dies there, that is an unresable position. Here comes the drone. Yeah, you just got to think from Team Liquid's perspective. There is just so much information happening over towards B right now to deal with the Sage Wall. You've traded Sage Wall for tons of info in the first minute of the round. You know that they are still trying to take B. And meanwhile, Brent, throughout all of this, Navarro's just been
Baru dapat
locking
ide.
down A with a combination of his killjoy
Wah, ngeliatnya cuma turret doang anjing, info yang sangat bagus.
The deep drone, it does spot the target. The target's taken away.
30 seconds
But
left.
yeah, the players are starting to at least meander over towards that B side on the side of Liquid. Solcast wants to be ready. Look at the positioning he's playing here. He wants to try and disrupt and break this wall instantly. And he's done just that. It's no longer really safe for Cruz to try and plant. He is so low right now.
And he gets spammed down. 10 seconds left here.
They have to get the plant down, Josh.
Surf's gonna go for it.
They have to try and stick this one. They have to defend the plant. And notice spam around the corner. Scream straight through the smoke. He's got the Phantom in hand, of course. He can do a bit of running and gunning. The players from Xerxia have to try and lock this one down. It's a 2v4.
They've got 2 nanoswarms. They have 2 snake bites, but I don't think that's going to be enough.
He doesn't even have the nanoswarm set up right now. Sushi Bush is being so
Buset.
heavily pressured.
Nembak kaki, Cok.
They really will not let you set up like that. And again, it comes down to just the information. They knew that the B push was coming through. And they knew that that wall was a constant factor
Malah
in letting them set up for that post plant. This time, in position to try and disrupt it.
What I love about this too is it's something I was really missing from Liquid. The aggression, the denial of the plant, these effective retakes. I told you the stat earlier where they lose.
Kecilin guys, ajan ya.
Where they lose 50% of their defensive rounds this year just by failing retakes. That's an extraordinary amount, and it's just not present in their game at Masters Reykjavik. They look like a team that's clicking, and sometimes you just get a tournament run like this.
Absolutely. I think for Liquid as well, I mean, they were thinking a couple of weeks ago, you know, changes potentially on the horizon for them, but this tournament, if they would have clawed this one back. And
yeah, it's not just a win to prove that they belong with the best teams in the world. It's a win to prove that the
Scary udah masuk tengah situ, liatin, ngeribet.
That they have you know, an IGL system that functions, that he has faith in all of the players.
I can't believe this. He's looked all the way up, and look at the patience being showcased. He needs to take that kill though. As soon as Scream gets that pick onto Surf, he realizes this is a dangerous scenario to just be really dragging out. And so, the 1-for-1. And Scream is pushing so deep around this corner. It looks like it is being held though by Fox, but he only has the Sheriff in hand.
Is anyone going to clear
Try and
this?
punish this one? They actually do.
That's crazy. And Scary has his ult online.
Alah, tukang carry-nya dibangunin lagi, guys.
They can go in here. They can turn this around. They can turn their fortunes in favor of Xerxia.
And notice this, the change happening here as well. Previously, they've been putting that wall right across where it's spammable. This time, in a much safer position.
Yeah, very different setup. And their Viper's Pit extends just far enough to do damage to the players who are retaking.
Turret takes contact of one of the players playing inside of it. Link has to respect that and back away. Solkast's just trying to work around yellow now, and timing is critical for them. The Nano Swarm pushes them off of it. They know they're not going to be on the plant. Solkast has to make a play, pushes around the back. The weaponry, it's not fantastic, but now as they're sticking it Scary, finding all the kills.
Wah,
It's going to be
Scary
5.
S, bro.
The player rests up Navira. Left to his devices, not much more.
Mamang Scary S.
It will indeed. When have you seen that? Masters Reykjavik with the 6-person ace.
What a play by Scary, and of course, the Liquid players, they tried to sync someone up there.
But that wasn't just your basic round either. This was set up, this was the beginning for Scary. Finding that pick on Yampi, who just flops from the sky into his lap, punishing the swing on Scream. He was the only player with a rifle, and then he pops the Viper.
S.
Unbelievable.
Scary.
Gets everyone. Now, Brent, even
Serius,
if he
tuh S?
hadn't done that, Fox still had the soul.
Wah, pusing dah, pusing. Alah, sia S goblok.
The layers, the backup to it, just
exactly. They had
Ikut dia
we
mereka.
are right back into this round.
We are right back in.
It's the same Sage Wall that Solcast is dropping this time on their eco.
Hah? Depo sama di
Liquid,
snack bite.
They are at risk here of losing their grip on this map. Their grip on this series.
Solcast, he wants to go for it. He's right on top of it. They are so unaware of it, but luckily for Xerxia, the trade is there. Scream up in the air as well. Updraft in hand, but the knives don't really get too much done. The ultimates are still being committed.
That's a massive pick. Fox had his ultimate. That's the perfect player to remove there. And the attacker lockdown coming in now.
Lockdown for a lockdown. They want to try and push the players away. Only the difference is the defenders one doesn't really stretch all the way to the back. So finds the correct timing, just whipping around the corner, but the players of Xerxia, they need to be careful here. Back around the corner. The rifles are more than enough as well just to spam that common angle all the way deep into Snowman. With time ticking down, running low. Xerxia just consistently setting up these post-plant scenarios for them.
And Link here, all he can do is economic damage, just hoping he can delay long enough for those Xerxia players to die to the spike, and they won't. Xerxia managed to get away, and they've tied this one up, 9-9. I am so surprised that they invested.
Sungguh menebarkan guys ya.
They went for it when all they had, I mean, it wasn't even like they had a huge array of weaponry or some kind of quasi-buy. That was looking weak for them. I mean, I suppose they still had Scream popping his knives and really going and trying to make that work.
But the updraft play just didn't work for them, did it?
It just didn't find that level of success.
Liquid kind of setup that they were doing here, where they go for this deep wall. Last round.
Ini kalau Sia kalah, Apak udah tinggal Peprex doang guys.
So the wall will go up, and in fact they've got that Viper's Pit as well. That's going to be cutting across the A side. So this is a really nice defensive setup.
It's an early investment though as well from Link here. You know, you'd often want to do that if you hear stuff, but I think honestly, I think what it's based off is them not breaking the Sage Wall. Because Xerxia don't break the Sage Wall early, you're assuming they're leaning towards A, and you're worried about them contacting in, so pop the Viper's Pit.
Kayak itu diletakin dulu tuh biar kan kalau wall assets kan kalau udah retak tuh cepet hancur gitu. Jadi daripada nunggu lama kan dihancurin tak tak tak, tapi jangan sampai hancur. Jangan sampai pengen hancur juga. Wah, ini 5 lawan 5 nih.
Taking that control now. 40 seconds remaining. Dart at the
Wah,
back.
kena ada 3
I
low.
think a little bit too deep there. The screen drops down. Both
Wah.
the smokes runs forwards. Cloudburst giving him a bit of coverage here, and he still wants to take control of this area. Still wants to hold it down. The snake bite. Make sure that neither player can really push too far, and he has the dash to disengage.
A rare example of pretty inefficient utility usage
20 seconds
there.
left.
And time management as well, yeah, is a massive problem.
Hunter's Fury popped off by Fox, and he needs to find at least a pick-up.
No time.
Remaining this plant, it has to be committed. And Team Liquid, they're still got the players. Still, the plant, it will eventually fall. The post plant's coming online. Sushi Boy's mid, he's found 2.
And he's running into their spawn as well. He's going for the longest flank imaginable on this lurk.
Trying to clutch it up right
Gokil
now.
aimnya,
That's going to be
buset.
taken out, and Link does not know where Sushi Boys is playing this flank. All the way through.
If Link had stuck, he could have won this round. And yet Sushi Boys has just got the read.
No!
Ah!
Resets the aim and he
Whoa!
finds the pick.
Whoa!
3 kills
Nge-review!
for him. Middle of the round. Just throwing Team Liquid
Membuat
on balance.
bergetar guys.
And they've taken the lead in a series in what feels like the first
Udah
time.
diem lagi.
Quite some time in this.
Yeah, that's an absurd play by Sushi Boys. I mean, what a ridiculous play. Look at this one from mid. Just finds a perfect timing. And it's the timing that's the most difficult thing to get right when you're playing those lurk plays. Look at him slamming the desk there.
Aduh.
Dom can't believe that they lost that. Can't believe that he went for it. Surf going crazy. This is his first big event, by the way, Brent.
Nice aim bro, nih timeout kan goblok.
First major event.
There was a little bit of
Mana naon gitu. Ntar guys, kan ini timeout, gue sholat dulu ya. Sholat dulu gue, bentar. Be right back.
spring seed.
Guys, ganti joki, guys.
But Scream's not holding close. He's decided to give that up. Not a fan of holding the judge there. What would be a very long sideline. Look at that recon dart. All the way, checks out some of the areas towards B green as the Sage Wall drops. They could have got their timings down well here, but Xerxia is still reading it nicely. They've pivoted away from the stack, and they're going to reset here, try and freeze the tempo, and return to cruise.
The deep smoke, it does get pinged out there, but the alarm bot in kitchen is going to give them all the information that this is still going to be an A hit. Not enough has been done to try and fake this push that's now coming through, and they just about deal with Scream, but not before he does the damage. Still, Surf active and available. Sushi Boy's a quick swing as well for 10 to try and support his team, and in the midst of all of it, that was a turret kill.
Of course it was.
One enemy remains.
Spike down, just Yampy left alive. He has been doing some work for them so far in this map, but the gun it's a tall order for him.
It certainly is. This was not the round that Liquid were hoping to win with that tag timeout.
Sure. Yeah.
They're focusing towards the rifle round that comes next, trying to deny Xerxia that map point. We've been talking about grabbing opportunities when they are presented to you. Liquid would love to seal this one up 2-0. Xerxia are such a dangerous team, you can't let them into a series. And overall this round, they dealt with it fairly nicely. There's a nice balance to Xerxia's tempo actually. They will throw some really fast hits at you early on in the half. Yeah. And they'll slow the tempo down quite a lot.
Just enough. I mean, that's what you see from the very best teams.
Absolutely.
That ability to alter the tempo and throw your opponents off balance.
Hari-hari ngewall. Bangun-bangun es batu.
Drone. Scream does not want to get spotted here.
Has to give up his power position on top of yellow. And now this B site is looking fairly open. They've got a Nano Swarm to try and deny the plant, but even if this is just fake presence from Xerxia, Liquid aren't really going to know. And Scream will take some serious risks trying to just push himself into that area and gather information with his face. Yeah. So Xerxia really highlight the map rotation.
Anjay, hari-hari nembok.
An opening.
Hari terwif momen bang. Bulu-buluku merinding anjay. Aduh, Blade bukannya apak bang. Ah emang ya? Kencok, apak. Apak cuma 2, PRX sama ini. Xerxia.
Just trying to make sure the drone can see that sight line for as long as possible.
Oh itu, Sosial Boy anjing. Coba lucu tuh. Sosial Boy maling. Jadi gini, nggak dikena kan, bocah. Terus si Sosial Boy diem dulu.
Fox is able to flip that kill onto Yampy, but he is the last player left alive. It's a 1v2 for him. Gets the one out of res on the line.
Didopin jagoannya Jampinya.
Huge numbers advantage, and it's up to some absolute heroics from Fox to try and win this one. And they are swarming him every single possible angle, but he needs a respective 3 bullets left. Goes for the quick taps.
Ente dah.
They stay
Depus ambil manjat ya guys.
The timeout once again paying dividends. But I like the idea as well from
gitu
I
bisa.
think they played that contact idea pretty nicely.
Boleh.
And Liquid were put in some sticky spots where Nivera had to find the information. Link had to hit the shot.
Ah, tadi udah hampir banget tuh.
These are such important kills. If Nivera goes down right there
Tunggu
before
lah.
taking somebody with him,
Gue udah berapa lama nih?
the other player
Hampir
that's
3
anchoring
jam,
that
4 jam
side,
cok.
I think it was
Live stream,
Link, is
gokil.
just in a horrendous position.
Masih Sahur Valorant? Kan masih Valorant juga.
I think somebody
Masih
about
Valorant
starting
juga.
A, not exactly sure.
Trying to be nosy.
Yeah. Maybe talking to Scream. If you look at where Scream is positioned right now, he's got the knives, and he's all the way back in spawn. I think they're just trying to figure out the rotates, honestly.
Anjay, yang bisa naik sini ya?
I mean, might be trying to set up some sort of play as well.
Just a double updraft.
Oh iya. Dia kirain gue gak bisa dinaikin cok kayak ini yang speknya jatuh. Wah dapet.
AC 130.
Yeah, Cruz just taking straight out. Plant's still going to go down without too much to dissuade it. In fact,
ya, sing ulti.
Just to supplement it.
Vera has a lockdown that they could try and put in.
They organize him!
Oh, let's go!
That is a rapid takeover. And it's all up to Scream now with the lockdown in the mid. Fox has to remove that one, has to commit the ult. Link, he's found it, pushed back from the final burst of his ultimate. He catches it still. The post plant is being played, and it is that 2v2. One more snake bite in hand for Scary. Now holding it, different elevation for them. Link just having to spam
Ah.
every single angle. No more knives available. It's a from Scream, and he knew exactly where Link was.
And that could be the round, Brent.
Let's go 12-10. Apakah 13-10?
Round, the pivotal round that stops Liquid from being able to get back into
Dia
this
nggak ada
map
duit lagi
and
ya?
seal things
Ah,
out
ada, ada.
2-0. Scream
Oh,
did
force
an
buy,
amazing
force
job with the
buy.
opening kill, but that ended in a messy
Aduh,
manner.
ini kecuali
But
deh.
it's all down to Surf.
Tak, kena juga tuh.
Look at how unaware Liquid are, and he picks up the 3K. Who expects the Jet to be playing outside in front of the Viper's pit? Maybe they should have done, but he just has such a great read. Look at bouncing in his
Let's go,
Jet.
guys. Halo, Mbak, ada Burhan.
Youthful exuberance.
I love to see it, honestly. I love to see it.
With youth comes talent,
Anjay.
fearlessness.
And he's up against one of the oldest Jet players in the entire tournament in the form of Scream.
Oh, nih Vera nggak
Really
beli,
is.
Cok.
It's
Nggak beli duit
veteran
ya.
experience
Masih maksa.
against just
Oh
rookie
iya, beli
talent.
hotel doang deh. Mahal nih.
And hey, both have found their moments. But that was a hell of a round from Surf.
Quick little spam here. And all the pressure now for Liquid. That is a deep ball. Cruz just getting so spammed. He's tagged up as well. He needs support from the rest of his team. No one's dealing with Scream though. Quick little jiggles. A tap, a little peek. It's enough for him to secure two. Dashes away just to be sure as well that he's safe, but eventually detains and Fox is able to swing and actually collect it.
Wah, dapet.
Link. Enough of a reset there with the Sheriff to be able to find that one. Spray is not good
Ah.
for Fox and the run and gun in play.
Bola lari lu.
Liquid. Plenty of players healthy, and with Scary just left
Bilang
alone.
Kumaha Bang Scary.
40 seconds remaining, but very difficult ask.
Alas ya ada turret lagi.
For the map, if Scary's able to pull this one off, it would be absurd. He can't go back over to A either.
Walah, ya bokur banget anjing. Nunggunya di situ. Ascen Lego nggak sih?
Delivered.
Tapi kayaknya nggak bakal pasti susah sih. Maksudnya sekarang aja kayak gini nih guys.
The gun situation
Oh,
for
this
Liquid in
saving
this
ya?
round was awful. It's potentially the final round of the map. They had to buy up whatever they had available, but there were sheriffs, there were shoddy buys all over the place. Spectres, and they're still able to make that one work. Scream with a Vandal, instantly responding in the Jet v Jet battle. Surf has a round, Scream has a round. The little jiggle taps that he was doing were
It was beautiful. I mean, it was not opening yourself up too much. Hunter's Fury comes in from the back as well to support him, and he's just able to patiently play for it.
The players are tagged up. He's winning isolated 1v1s. Yeah, I mean, he does get.
Nih one tap nih, one tap.
Going for slightly too much.
Let's talk about my one
At
tap.
the end of the day, the damage has already been done. And now the shoe is firmly on the other foot when it comes
Iya,
to
dia udah mirip-mirip sama
Cruz
Aka.
has a frenzy, and
Randall
we're
kan
heading
mirip
into
tuh.
the final round of
Buat tappingnya,
regulation.
Love to bring it into overtime.
Ya, ketahuan anjing.
Here, the deep dart straight down at Yampi. He wants to try and punish it. That's a shot. Counter spam in play.
Sama-sama low. Wow.
Back just for the heal.
Something that both players have an opportunity to get from their respective stages.
Kalau OT seru
Take
sih.
a deep breath as they prepare. This Sage Wall has been getting a lot of good information. I quite like it from Soulcast. It feels like you should be able to break it just early on in the round, but
Itu ganggu banget
it's
sih.
really putting a difficult Xerxer in a difficult situation.
Bariernya kebuka dia lompat langsung.
How deep though the Fox has got right now.
Ganggu anjing.
Standing ahead.
Nice. Managed to contact far in. This drone?
I feel like this recon dart and stomping in is definitely going to pull attention. There's 3 Liquid players around here.
It's cleared a bit of it as well.
They might be starting to smell a rat though.
Yalah, pakai begini lagi.
Now, all the players grouped up. Scream will see what he can do. Dash in hand!
Dibales loh.
Counter-spam!
Dibales.
And this could be
Map
it.
3 nggak sih
Two
guys?
massive picks for them.
Jumpy juga udah armornya
Xerxer
hancur
would
nih.
love to try and reclaim that weaponry, but I think the bodies were a little bit too deep
Enggak,
for
dia
him.
tuh pakai phantom tuh ini.
Surf managed to get the
Jadi
knives
habis
online, so he swapped the gun
dari
over, I think, into
smoke,
Cruz's hands.
udah
Sushi
gitu,
Boys tries
didorong.
to play close. He's removed. Taken out of the fight.
Buat run and gun.
Eliminated. Pressure is mounting. They have to perform right here, right now. A golden opportunity to bring it to that map 3 for Xerxer. The swing comes through, the snake bite is impeccable. It sets him up.
Wah, map 3 guys. Aceh, let's go.
Xerxer going to be bringing it to that 3rd map in the series.
Woi.
Incredible stuff. You see Sub going around, giving fist bumps to all the rest of his teammates. He's hyped up. He played a good game. 10 and 14 from Surf on map 1. And he ends map 2, 21 and 20. Top fragging for his team. Sure, it's not like he dominated the field.
Gak jadi menang guys ya.
And they really pushed Liquid to the limits and beyond. And if we're going to talk a little bit about map expectations, people might be looking at this and thinking, all right, Liquid, they're like 0 and 3 on ice. But they were losing to teams like G2. They were losing to teams like Mech. So this is a bit different. This is Xerxia really showing that they have the player caliber and quality to be able to push these top teams. I think Liquid are playing like a solid team right now.
Absolutely. I mean, Liquid have had this tremendous step up in performance. You can see just from these highlights that we're witnessing. So
Yampy
many moments.
In particular.
Yampy just shutting it down consistently.
Especially in the first half.
But not enough for them to try and close out the series in 2. And I am so happy we are going to be going to that third map.
It's going to be a good one. We've seen so many good moments from both of these teams. And we've had a flavor of Ascent before. That's where we're going to be for map 3. I don't know what the expectations are really going to be here. What is even counted as an upset anymore? I don't know with these two teams. I don't know.
The series really living up to these expectations. Finally getting that map 3 online. My word, what a way to end the day.
It's just infectious from these two. It's infectious from these two teams, but especially Xerxia. It's hard not to root for them.
How can you not be happy for these guys as well, bringing it all the way? And of
Adik,
course, Liquid not looking to miss a step, I think, as we head into that map 3. We're going to go to a short break. On the other side of it, our analyst desk is going to break down what we just witnessed and set us up for that third and final map, so don't go anywhere.
Duluan bang, pamit. Yo. Kalem. Hah? Nada siapa? Win for Asia, let's go Xerxia, anjay. Kayak pantun. Ding. Kita lihat di map ketiga, Ascen hasil ban ya, jadi ya sisanya Ascen doang gitu. Jadi, kemarin Ascen Xerxia lawan Optik sama sih ininya, sama kayak kan hasil akhirnya 10-13, 13-10. Tapi kita lihat sekarang kita gaskan ya guys. Ini live stream jadi 4 jaman, gokil. Baru kali ini gue dapat selama ini. Baru live stream 4 jam gitu maksudnya. Dan juga nanti itu sore kali ya. Sore gue pagi ada kuliah, sore jam apa ya, jam 2 kali. Enaknya jam berapa ya? Jam 2 gue mau live streaming game dari Dark Picture ini, sama kayak kemarin tuh gue main itu yang apa ya, kemarin tuh gue main apa sih gue lupa, yang terakhirnya ternyata tuh orang halu gitu kan, jadi kita mainin orang halu gitu. The Dark Picture kan yang Man of Medan, Little Hope ya, yang gue mainin itu kan Little Hope. Nah itu kan series kedua. Nah series ketiga keluar House of Aces, nah nanti gue mainin. Nah nanti setelah yang House of Aces selesai, gue mau mainin Man of Medan. Kalau yang House of Aces katanya bisa co-op, cuma gue nggak tahu co-opnya itu harus online atau satu PC aja gitu, maksudnya main bareng berdua. Nanti kalau bisa co-op main berdua satu PC, nanti gue coba ajak lah buat mabar kita ya, gue biar nggak horor sendirian. Ini lebih seru co-op juga nggak sih, lebih greget gitu kan kalau misalkan nggak co-op tuh kan kita fokus sendiri gitu, jadi kita nggak cuma fokus ke sana sendiri. Mungkin nanti bisa greget, bisa apa gitu. Jadi pokoknya udah mulai rajin live streaming lagi guys, pokoknya kalem be. BTW yang kalau misalkan kalian mau donate, kalian bisa langsung cek link di deskripsi bae ya. Nah, nanti kalian langsung masukin aja. Kalian mau donate berapa gitu ya. Buat beli skin guys ya. Soalnya gue daripada pakai ini kayaknya jadi uang dari live stream dipakai buat bahan live stream lagi gitu. Diputer terus duitnya.
The moments where Scary had his ultimate was around
Udah scary.
100% secured for them. Didn't matter who he was popping it, he knew that he had control over everything. They knew the
Masalahnya kalau Ascen lagi, kalau misalkan biasanya ya, yang gua tonton itu, kalau e-sport mau main kan dia belajar pertandingan sebelumnya dari lawannya kan. Masalahnya kemarin tuh Ascen si Sersia, jadi mau nggak mau kebaca nggak sih? Kalau misalkan Ascen dibaca lagi gitu, ngeri juga nih. Semoga ya bisa nih Sersia nih, biar apak nggak cuma PRX doang gitu ya, 2 paling gak ya. Cuma kalau misalkan di sini kalah juga, bisa kemungkinan antara ketemu kru atau ketemu optik. Tapi nggak tahu sih, kita lihat aja nih ketemunya siapa.
I don't know why Team Liquid didn't try and dismantle them on the retakes by doing more flanks. They knew they had post-plant lineups. Yeah. Where else are they going to be except for B long? And I'm like, just go flank. Why is it just Link solo every time? I mean, Surf had an absolute field day because he knew that his teammates were safe back there. All he had to do was look forward. And when you only have to look 180 degrees, Kakuga, I mean, at that point, it's a freebie.
It's because you get a little bit of both, right? You get the Surf that is playing with the rest of his teammates when he's on the defense and someone is always, there for the refrag or setting him up for something. But then on the attack, he just has to go forward. And the comparison here between Stream and Surf is, pretty close.
Headshotnya lebih tinggi Surf ya, gokil.
I think first kills by a lot. I think that Team Liquid actually started with a lot of more first kills, and even though
cuma kemarin kan Susiboy sama Foxy naik ya, maksudnya bagus deh. Sekarang kayaknya rada ketahan sama apa nggak tahu gue. Nggak seini kemarin, atau emang lawannya susah sih menurut gue. GG. Gamenya kuat. Yang pas Solcase yang pas di first round jadi defender. Pas bocah masuk lewat B-main itu kan yang jalan ini langsung di flick, gokil anjing. Kacau. Kalau misalnya tadi OT gila itu lebih seru sih, bener. Merinding anjing, jadi deg-degan.
Is how they've been able to win some of those rounds on Icebox despite losing out on those first engagements.
Nah di sini kalau misalkan ini dia bisa ngikutin terus sampai masuk ke dalam, cuma resikonya tinggi gitu kan daripada nggak dapat si jumpy-nya. Mas jumpy-nya gila.
Gets a kill and then just
swaps
up
nih.
to the gun and he's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna keep killing you.
Babang Scary S.
It's an ace as well. It's not just a high speed moment because things are just going in a blink of an eye. Yeah, and it's like
Pistolnya digeber.
And then I use the user because I cannot still be sure, and I know that if you're in my ultimate, you're gonna die instantly. It's just win condition for Scary. Give him an ultimate. Give him a mouse and a keyboard. At that point, everything's all said and done. I would love a keyboard, mouse and keyboard cam for Scary because the amount of buttons. He has to press QE, ultimate, change to gun. Whatever his change weapon keybind is. My god, Scary on Icebox. This is why I really feel like you shouldn't take Xerxia to Icebox anymore. I think we've seen too many now.
Yeah, I think it's no longer a pocket pick now, right? It's just that they are super good on Icebox. And speaking of maps, I am so glad we get Ascent as a decider because
the first decider?
Yes, the first decider. Because if you look at the forms of these teams, out of the last 10 games they both played, both teams have won 9 out of 10. Yeah. So this is like, we're on a pretty nice competitive playing field.
We say this do you think, Kuga and Yinsu, do you think the Ascent against Crew was anywhat convincing, as we saw the Ascent from Xerxia. Now, if we had to rank these in a power ranking, you had to put your entire savings on it.
Yeah.
Could you confidently say?
My 50 pounds of savings. No, but I'm going to give you a response to that. I think that Liquid always tries to do a good job trying to get into your head. They want to actually become the nightmare for you. And I think that they did that. They accomplished that with Crew yesterday. And actually, I talked to the Crew guys when we were done with the day, and they told me, we just cannot win against them because they start doing crazy things and we just literally have a mental block. And on that icebox, Liquid tried to do the same thing with Xerxia, and they were not able to. They stayed calm and they were like, you know, we have a plan. We just execute it. It doesn't matter what they want to do with us. That is a win condition for Liquid. Both of these teams had a very close matchup yesterday, but Xerxia looked the more steady out of the two.
Probably because for those who don't know Xerxia very well, maybe you don't, you're not awake at, the butt crack of the hour in the morning to watch APAC. Unfortunately, that's what it is. I come from Australia. Shout out to you, so I can't do it. Unfortunately, the time zones are bad. But if you don't know, Ascent is the stomping ground for Xerxia. If you saw Icebox and you're like, that's pretty convincing 2 times now. Back it up, put it in reverse in 360. This is Xerxia's absolute territory. And if Team Liquid want to take that from them, they are going to have to fight.
Let's go, mulai lagi guys.
I think the major difference when it comes to this, right, is the fact that we're going to get that KO on screen, Yumpy on Jet. It's pretty much a mirror matchup with the exception of the KO versus Sage. Kukuka, is that one that you prefer? And also, how do you think they'll play into each other? I like the fact that we have the Sage here. I think that in EMEA we're starting to see it, and I think in every region more and more on this map. I like it. I think it's going back to basics, and it stops a lot of what, for example, what we were seeing on Split coming in from Liquid. They wanted to stop those executes. What do? We just throw the utility in. You cannot come in. The KO, I just think it's too strong right now. I think it goes both ways. I think both of them can work. My problem with the Sage is Cruz. Okay, we've seen it on Icebox. We saw him yesterday. We talk about those first kills, first deaths, 5 first deaths, 1 first kill for him on this map yesterday. The risks need to be measured on the side of Xerxia because we know that Liquid is just going to be hunting for the deals. We know that the operators and the pressure is going to be put onto them. They cannot isolate those duels.
I'm still concerned about this storyline that we're trying to throw out here. We're trying to paint a picture that this is a close series, and it is a close series.
Tangannya dingin ya guys ya.
We're jumping into Ascent here, and people who have watched Xerxia's Ascent,
Dipelotot ini kamera. Awkward banget ya.
Oh, it's so scary. I do truly think
kalau misalkan gamer kan ya.
This is the
Kalau misalkan disorot itu ya malu banget.
Because had it been any other map, I could see Team Liquid walking away with this, but this is their one tiny little kryptonite, I feel.
Again, this is going to be a fight for space all the time.
Mau ngapain lagi gitu? Sampai disorot plototin.
Find that space to actually make pressure when they have to do. We want to see, a little bit of what we saw earlier today between Fnatic and NIP, where NIP was just like fighting against them so hardly on the positions that they were taking. You cannot give Liquid the space. It was a mistake on the first map. You cannot do it again. You know how you've done it on Icebox. They did a beautiful job against Optic. I think it's actually quite poetic that Liquid could potentially qualify through a map which was literally their map, right? They were known to be. They actually started playing the double up. This was the first map that they did it. Exactly. And if Naviro doesn't get an ace here, I don't want to watch him play this map ever again because he always gets an ace here every single time. You guys, I can see here into the Prime Gaming agent to select. We saw both of these teams play Ascent already in this tournament, and as expected, Jess, they're not going to want to make any changes because why would you?
If it ain't broke, don't change it. I don't need to see maybe you wanted to change things up map 1, maybe you wanted to differentiate. Not now. Totally. You both won this map. You know what you need to do here. Big thing for me yesterday game for Team Liquid. Soulcast and Yumpy had a bit of a quiet one. Yumpy is on something today. This man is hitting shots. Imagine that. That will be the win condition, I feel, partially to giving them that extra leg up.
Yeah, but Nivera is not actually here today. I think it's going to be a really tough one. Both teams need to play what Jess was saying. Of course, everybody wants to make it and to play, especially these two teams. But who's going to be eager to actually take those fields and be a little bit more reckless, being like, we're going to play my game on this last map. Well, this is it. The winner of this map will be advancing to the playoff stage. Brand and Saisha.
Kan yang mana nanti jadi playoff. Ih, gokil. Cepatlah siapa yang menang.
Thank you so much, Desk Crew.
Si Siling kok di sini?
Team Liquid versus Sersha. And so much is on the line here today because you win this, you are going to be making your way into the playoffs. One of our first teams from the group stages to do it. Yeah, I'm excited for this one. Sersha is a team that really, this is their opportunity right now, Josh. In my mind, to do away with the narratives that they are just that upset team. This is how you carry it forward. Your region.
Yang kemarin mungkin bingung sama
stratnya. I completely agree with that. And I mirror the thoughts of Jess on the desk actually. I think they're favored here. So it becomes a difficult conversation about whether or not this would be an upset at all. You know, Sersha have just been looking phenomenal. Cruz and Fox taking a lot of damage early on there in A main.
Wah, darahnya langsung habis.
Of course, with both teams playing their
Solkes juga darahnya habis 17 doang. Yang ada heal. Walau.
Teams have had an opportunity to prep. Maybe they weren't sure that this was going to be in the map pool because it was neither team's pick, but they must have had some decent idea with both teams being very comfortable on this map.
Did like the way that
sabar.
Turret to take contact here with Yampi, push up close, frenzy in hand.
I mean, this could be critical though. I mean, I've seen numerous times this Jet player and Yampi's dashes.
Jangan Jet yang keculik dong.
Been great in past times. He's going to try and
digeber loh.
Do it.
Mamam.
No
cabut.
Maybe just anticipating that it was just a single player lurking.
Yeah, it's good awareness from Sersha. I mean, they run the same kind of trap play themselves. They know if there's a turret on that angle, there's a possibility of somebody holding close with a frenzy or a short. And here's a flash re-clear, grabbing that information in A. They don't know where they are right now. I mean, if B main is clear with a recon dart, now they've got a decent idea that this is a catwalk push, but Sersha, they're really ticking the time down right now.
Truly are. Link, the pressure's on. Paranoia has to play up close around this corner. He still gets the one, but the trade eventually there. Now Scream back in the site, trying to anchor with the support of his team. A quick little tap of the heads, and he's finding it. Spamming them through the walls. Left down to the 1v1. He is weak. The time running low, but what a shot. Shuts it down. Not pushed out of that little corner. He ran away with 4.
What a nasty round to start things out. 4K from Scream. Under so much pressure. Linked as well to even grab 1 as well, but I mean, what are these shots? So precise, gorgeous crosshair placement as well.
Yeah.
And there's nothing they can do to punish him. They need to be pushing deep into Generator, but they're scared. And of course they are. The man staring you down is none other than
He goes the fist bump. He goes the fist bump to stand up and scream at the opposition.
Hey!
Double Marshall here. It's not quite the double op.
Yo,
it'll do for round 2.
Alah, sia mati semua ya.
Both of these teams are incredibly comfortable on this map.
Yeah,
you really, though, you are looking for Sersha to be able to back up those on their defense side. So I think Team Liquid have some level of psychological advantage, you could argue, by starting out here on forcing Sersha onto your attack. It's not that they look bad there, it's just that the composition trends itself more defensively focused.
Compounds strengths a bit more. Dash across, that's going to be the dart also to try and supplement it. Shock darts in play, and that is
wow.
Push. Shut down before it can even get started. That's a Prime Gaming flawless. Great start for Team Liquid. Not losing a single soul.
Even
ngeri juga nih dibaca nih
statnya for a bunch of their players. So this is going to be a very minimal level of investment into the next.
Kenapa Aston lagi gitu
pretty
ya?
much just a dismantling, but it's going to give you some idea of the kind of pace that Sersha can play with.
Mungkin dia mikirnya udahlah ya sekalian kali ya. Mungkin udah Aston juga gitu. Kita tinggal ngadu aim gitu.
We saw both of those B-anchors drop really deep back into the site. And so Sersha were able to
kalau misalkan aware gitu sih. Enggak tahu juga sih paham ya sistem bandnya gimana. Kalau dia emang udah waspada gitu, ini bakal di-pick jadi decider ya. Seharusnya yang di-ban sama versi awal-awal sih ini Aston ini. Nggak tahu deh, gue gak ngerti deh. Udah bukan ranahnya gue lagi. Set.
Playing on a different elevation, and for Sersha, bit of spam into mid.
I think they'll have a pretty good idea of whereabouts Yampi is playing, just because that recon dart was able to have the full 3 pulses in mid. They smoked it off. Cruz is kind of holding a position right now where his job is just to wait for the rest of his team. This looks like it's going to be a prod into catwalk, and then maybe a return back to a B split.
It seems that way, yeah.
Maybe they're just going to commit to the cat push now, actually.
Well, I think they want to clear utility and pull rotations, right?
Sebentar.
Yeah, but they're
Ini
still
kan
kind of going
scan-nya
for
ini ya.
1-3-1 default, and there's only 40 seconds left.
Scan-nya
Either side they hit, there's going to be a player miles away that has to find volume on the
siapa
floor.
namanya? Keio.
And here we go. They're going for a B split, which leaves Fox miles away from the action.
Wall in mid. Door's going to get bursted down, and B main is in control right now. What a lovely nade. Disrupts the push. The play's still coming through. Nana Swarm, 20 seconds remaining, and it is critical that you win out these fights.
Wow, Nivera.
Zooms across from the corner, and Nivera's still able to get the two, and what a flash. Disruption, not even letting them get down onto the site, desertion players. It is so scrappy, but they are just barely clawing it out.
These are the swings from Sushi Boys, though, that are making the difference. He's driving a Ferrari out there. Just, whoom, he's around the corner.
My Vandal doesn't do that.
I mean,
orang-orang ini tuh udah ini ya.
When I take these fights, and I'm playing against
Udah
bad
biasa.
players in ranked. He's playing
Dia
against
orang
some
CS ya.
real elite
Udah biasa
players from EMEA
ketemu
right now.
yang kayak
And there
gini
is
juga gitu. Jadi
disrespect coming out from
mungkin mental
Sushi.
lebih kuat.
They
kali
know
ya.
they're good enough
Dia tuh
to get away
bikin
with
sih.
stuff like
Nggak
that.
ngerti juga gue gini-gini nih.
Looking to prove it here.
Gokil.
1v2 here for Link, but time was running far too low. Sushi Boys.
Si ini TL.
Away with 3 kills there.
And it's a great start, and it's a good indication of how Xerxia can play these slower rounds.
Si Jumpy dari
They didn't commit to a site
NC.
at all until the final 40 seconds. That's going to be dangerous, honestly. It really is.
Sure, I mean,
but their execution of it was good.
And Nivera gets 2 picks as well, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean,
Terus
it's
si
absolutely
Scream
going
juga
to
dari
turn
CS juga.
slightly in the favor of Team Liquid.
Nivera gue nggak tahu deh.
Doing it. They're bringing out the double op setup.
Kalau ada di CS juga gokil.
They are well known for this. Liquid are the team that runs double ops, but they haven't done a ton of it this year. It feels like that hasn't really been a big meta-relying thing that they've been leaning on.
Got to be the jiggle pick, right? You got to be aware.
Nivera saudaranya.
The turret though is so good because if you swing to break this turret, which you have to at some point, Nivera's on it. It's going to block bullets.
Honestly, yeah, it's a bit of a bodyguard in a weird sense. Door gets shut.
And Yampy in the meantime is in wine. But it certainly looks like Nivera's operator is going to be the one doing the business.
Doesn't, I believe, tag too much. Was the scream sent out from across the map looking for information? And yep, Surf tries to take
Nivera
the
nih,
duel.
lumayan juga nih. Adanya
Scream
Scream.
is currently coming in through catwalk.
Brothers,
and Fox doesn't see anything. So they're expecting with
Nivera
that
adanya
pickup
Mas
towards
Scream
B, they
lah,
can maneuver
bener
and manipulate.
Go for the hard isn't it? I mean, 50 seconds remaining. Of Cat, they have not cleared through main.
They're not even going to send anybody through main. And honestly, it's a bit of an awkward position for Yampy to play with an op. If he just gets smoked off there, he would much rather have a rifle. But they still are just controlling a good amount of the map.
Tonton yang pistol bang.
Alamak. Right into the corner. Link
Tar
just needs to
dulu bro,
try
ini
and
nggak
survive
dimundurin nih,
here. Down
Twitch.
against the back. Does get taken out.
Ulang ya. Ya.
The spray. Oh, it's good.
Ya.
The damage is done. Another round on the board for them, and Josh is exactly what you were talking about. When you let the time tick down in that fashion, that's when it gets most dangerous.
It is, especially when they don't have that extremity control. I mean, Yampy just, he's able to just hold his position. This double operator setup, I thought it would be a potential meta-defining thing at Champions. Like, we were talking at Champions, like maybe the double op is what could win Liquid the trophy. This team made the semi-finals.
Valorant.
Roster ended in the quarters. But they're bringing it out here.
Gangguan tenggorokan, Strepsils, bantu legakan tenggorokan.
Ya Allah, ada ikannya,
Legakan
guys.
Ramadan bersama Strepsils.
Ada iklan sih kan?
Win here, the more you're going to be able to.
Oh, terlewat jauh ya. Ada pistol ron ya.
I mean, they run the same kind of trap play themselves. They know if there's a turret on that angle, there's a possibility of somebody holding close with a frenzy or a short thing. And his
actually there now. Paranoia has to play up close around this corner. He still gets the one, but the
Voila.
trade eventually there now. Scream back to the side, trying to
Anjay,
anchor
mantap.
with the support of his team.
Mantap,
A quick
mantap.
little tap of their heads, and he's finding it, spamming them through the walls. Left down to the 1v1. He is weak. The time running low.
Oh ini anjay, udah. Udah fuck, cuma mantap gitu doang kan gua. Apa gitu kan?
Soulcast came over to actually help Nivera, and that opened Scary up to punish him.
Alas sih juga satu baik. Alah susah nih.
It's looking a little bit iffy against the half by here. Smoke. Okay, Nano Swarm. TP off to the side.
Oh, he spotted him.
To the back of the site. Nivera forced to try and lock this one down. Not really favored here against the
Wala pala
Spectre.
geber.
Perfect movement though. Quick little tap
Ah.
on the corner. The reloads in play.
Apa sih Scary? Kamu kenapa?
That's really good by Yampi. He
Tiba-tiba
goes,
udah rata, udah tinggal
grabs the
dua.
rifle to go and help Navera, and then goes back to the op.
Ya ini
Sure,
susah.
that was just a
Buset,
3v5 in
pantesan.
fact, that-
Kena
and it maybe
sate.
gets a little closer than you'd even
Walah.
expect, but Team Liquid continue to find success on the defense. And another thing they're doing is continuing their success with first kills. I mean, Navera gets 2 for 1 there, but in the previous map, even though they lost, they had 15 first kills.
Kok nggak
to
timeout sih?
9.
Timeout dong.
I mean, doesn't really say too much about them being able to convert 5v4, but they were at least getting those opening kills with a lot of success.
I believe the desk was talking about that as well.
Yeah.
Scream had 9 first bloods.
He had as many first bloods as the whole of Xerxia did.
Lama.
And Xerxia still won.
Ya.
And this is the problem.
But they can't be losing Surf at the beginning of these rounds so early.
How do you deal with these setups, man?
I mean,
Keculik mulu
smokes,
kerjanya.
you know, that's where playing Cypher is really useful because you're able to use the cages to take B main control. Sober utility, but I mean,
That's
a good one
way to
too.
do it. Sure. Bit of disrespect being shown there. Sushi Boy's just right around the corner. Now the lockdown being used in a very deep angle.
Trying to get it in a position where it's much more difficult to wall bang.
The nade's going to be able to find it there.
Just on the edge as well. That frag grenade does less damage the further away it is from the center, but just manages to take out the lockdown here.
Yeah, it's just been kind of staggered out, and now it looks like
Mamam.
looking for that retake. No command online.
Wah, Jumpy yang pakai duel sih.
Flank from
Pulses
Cruz.
here of that suppression, and this flank is critical.
And the alarm bot is not active because Navera is down.
Cruz moving around the corner. This could be massive. The spray down. He quickly resets it. Needs to find a second, but Scream will shut it down anyway. The right click of the knives. Yampy's in backside operator. Not enough to try and bring him down, but luckily the teammates are supporting him.
Gokil. Aduh, si Cruz.
Tight round for them, man. A tight
The
round.
fuck, Rip
The
M.
time was so low as well. You're really wanting more from Cruz in that position. He's in the perfect spot to be able to close that round out. And he gets the first kill, which is
Udah
delivered to
gua
him on a platter.
ngerti,
But he just
mungkin
can't
karena
get that
mikirnya
second.
gua lawan Scream nih
Chooses
gitu
to
kan.
swing instead of staying alive.
Lawan pas sebenarnya udah terkenal deh.
He's absolutely farming.
Kenapa nggak dapet coba dari
He
bocah
did
ya?
get the 4K on the pistol.
Of course, yeah.
But yeah, he
A
has
bit
still been
inflated.
having a ton of impact elsewhere.
Si Cruz.
And the confidence is through the roof. Xerxia with a timeout here as we head into our
Aneh.
7th round. And they are going to be trying to figure out how to deal with this double operator setup. I mean, they could force into this next round. If you take a look at their economy, they do have enough. But heading into here, I think this is where Xerxia... Let's have this conversation.
Sure, go on.
How many rounds does Xerxia really need on their attack side? Because I do think their comp is very defense-focused, but I'd be looking for them to put up 4 here to feel
4,
comfortable.
5, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, 5 would be amazing, I think.
Sure.
But I really think you're looking for 4 to be able to get them on the board, get the momentum going,
Yeah, I
and
mean,
not put
that's-
such an impetus on the second round pistol.
Absolutely. I mean, what I loved about Xerxia's composition, I think in the way that they played it on their defense side, was how they used the Sage Wall to deny a lot of those kind of mid-round, you've lacked a lot of information, but they use the Sage Wall on like the door, for example.
Sure.
And then it denies the ability to go for those big B splits.
Yeah.
So if they can get into that situation, if they're in a solid position when it comes to the rounds, heading into that second half, that could be the difference maker they need.
But again, you've got to convert on your attack side, and you're pushing
First
into
starts.
double off. Surf is currently 1-6. The player that's been having fantastic performances when crazy against Optic had a good map 2. Currently 1-6 and has been the recipient of many a first death.
Sungguh mendebarkan, yes.
Navarian Yampi's ops. So this is currently a puzzle that Xerxia have not figured out the answer to.
Again, Navera holding it this time, jumping right round the corner.
That's the confidence.
Malah belum lihat tuh.
Had to respect it, and they're already in, dashing over the top. So
Mama, langsung dapat
pulling
dua,
out his
let's
utility, did not
go.
expect that kind of speed, that
Apakah
kind of
ini
aggression.
saatnya?
Quick little res off the back of it. 2 players left standing for Liquid, and this was against the half buy.
It's all about the pace for Xerxia. What an amazing performance by Surf. Immediately turning his KD around as well. And not just that, but winning his team around. What a decision
Gokil,
from the coaching staff
tapping-tappingannya
by Xerxia
Scream.
there.
I mean, what they were planning They might not have even seen. They may have just gone into that with the half by saying, okay, we'll go for a quick hit. We'll just disrespect the op on this angle. We'll see what we can get done.
But I definitely think the timing there that Surf is going for is based on what they're reading. Because Liquid fall back into the protocol of Solkas is going to throw Sober utility when Navera drops back. And that means that there is a timing where Navera's running away with an op in his hands, so he's not a threat.
Let's go.
And Solkas has utility in his hands. I think that's a really smart read. Great play by Sosial. It won't work too many times because Surf kind of needs the knife.
Langsung dibeli lagi apanya, guys.
It's at least got a bit of fear. Scary was also Omen ulting into the site there.
It's a double threat.
So really nicely cooked up, fast executed for Xerxia to get on the board, get some momentum back. And Team Liquid, look at this buy. They've got double op with Link only on a Sheriff and a Bulldog in there too. This is where you can really apply the hurt. This is an expensive defensive
If you take a couple of these guns out of hands of Liquid, now you're seeing the double-edged sword of this double operator strategy. It really does hurt the bank when things go a bit wrong.
But Surf has actually saved the knock from the prior round. And that kind of naturally slows things down.
Look at this. Back to back.
Gue udah bingung. Saking cepetnya terjadi, guys. Mau ngomong apa bingung banget.
He is essentially isolated. He's on an island around this corner.
Can't really go for a flash peek either because he's worried.
Wah, yang ini kena tag ya.
He really is here just watching
sama Jumpy.
overstep.
Hoping he doesn't get clear.
Kena.
They know that Jumpy's pushed up thanks to the alarm board. They get good information here for Scream. Now he can go for a flash peek.
Yeah, flash comes through. The coverage is almost there. Not too many players playing that anti-flash situation. Shock dart sent in.
How did he not die to the shot?
I don't know. He is so low.
They get away with murder a little bit there. And Scream uses his knife actually in B main, and so that's going to give a timing for Sushi Boys to start taking space. There is only 30 seconds left right now.
30 seconds left.
It could not be a more different tempo compared to round 7.
What do they go for here? It's got to be the B-split. Players are set up for it, not really in position to do much else. Running all the way through. That's Link taking out Fox. Two of the players in the back of the site. Scream just needs to try and stay alive. Not much time at all available to them, but again, Sushi Boys is good for it. Surf covers the back of it. And the
Wah, naik ke situ dia.
Down.
Si bisa.
These picks are extraordinary. Navera trying to retake
bisa.
Oh iya, bisa dari lockdown too, but do you really want to invest this?
I don't know,
Is there a rifle for him to take? And look at the aggressive position. I love this post plant. Really smart play by Xerxia. If you go for the lockdown right now, they're going to push you. And instead, it's Navera that goes aggressive, and they trade it out. It's a 1v1.
It's the 1v1. Paranoia. He still expects it to be
Wah,
a perfect swing and reposition from Cruz. The round win for Xerxia. What a critical timing for it as well, because look at the money of Team Liquid. Investing into the double operators. Yeah, it's powerful. If your opponents find an edge.
And they've actually been able to avoid losing these first picks.
Palanya udah bercahaya tuh.
And then they take forward, really aggressive at taking all of that space as soon as the op misses a shot. Even though the round was slow, once they commit, they commit. And this would have to be some kind of thrifty round coming out from Liquid here.
Oh, Jumpy has been spotted
Whoa,
already.
mau ngapain Jumpy?
Spammed out, has to commit. Cloud burst just to try and hide.
And all of a sudden,
Langsung ada kalau tim ITL nggak ada healnya nih.
On this map has shrunk away.
How many rounds did we say, Josh? 4? Is that what we agreed on?
Exactly, that's what I'm thinking. Xerxia are very likely to get up to 4 rounds right now. And Team Liquid, are they going to have the economy to be able to reinvest back into the double operator? Can they even get back into the swing of things like that?
Bokur banget, shotgun.
This is why it didn't end up being a meta-defining strat, is that you only make a couple mistakes and suddenly you're being punished economically for it. We've seen the Bucky have success today already, Brent. Surely not once more.
Tries the timing, the drone! The coverage not there. Still, the trade. Want to make it that much more precarious. What a shot! Flick from Jumpy, and now a half buy that we otherwise would have been ignoring is just a bit much more dangerous, I think. Liquid have showcased.
Dia bakal nembak sendiri,
You can't really underestimate them.
They have a player advantage. They have a lockdown they could use. Bad weaponry, of course, but I think that was Navera actually jumping to get into position for the lockdown.
And look at this aggressive reposition from Xerxia. They don't want to let them set up and get comfortable.
They've been playing aggressive post plants. Navera has lockdown.
And it's great. Playing aggressive post plants is not just good against the lockdown, but it's also good against the operator too, I think. There aren't many positions on Ascent B where you can really help influence the retake with the op unless you've already taken front side control. So.
Sure.
Big fan of this. Really smart adjustment from Xerxia on this map. Yeah. And they've already got up to that critical point that we were talking about, Brent, at least. But, I mean, at the end of the day, what do we know? This map, it really feels like it could still pivot in completely different directions.
And both of these teams want it so bad. Nevera and Yampi, they get that double operator back online.
This time swapping up the positions of the players and their setup, so Yampi is deep in B main. Now, sometimes on Ascent, with pairing so popular, the risk is obviously your jet player pushed up
gue lagi nggak bisa open nih anjing.
knifed and suppressed, they can't dash out to safety.
Not my day, not my day.
Obviously not a problem for him. Xerxia's confident doesn't really contain that. So he's got a bit more freedom, I think, at the back of his mind when he's playing. That deep angle, he gets a lot of information forward him. Soulcast just with a bit of a jiggle peek. He, I believe, spots the head of one of the players, so he knows that they're just trying to work their way down mid now.
Smoke coming down towards Cat. Fox has been doing this a couple of times. Yeah, some chunky damage from that. But look at how Xerxia are throwing misdirections in. They put the Omen smoke down, they put the drone out through Cat, and Fox is going to try and clear all of this Killjoy utility, but Fox is not actually leading the play. So many teams follow their recon darts, their drones. That's not the case for Xerxia. You have to be much more intelligent making reads on them.
Man.
They're actually going to be backing away. It's almost like they've got the read on this B main hold.
They do. That's so smart. Because Liquid didn't take the bait either. But now they're set up. It's another late round hit.
I know. 20 seconds left. Nevera has lockdown. If Nevera survives this, are we going to see again an aggressive post plan if they can even get in? A lot of pressure on Link, but the paranoia connects. Counter paranoia, Nevera is able to support. Straight from heaven. Doesn't really know which target to try and connect onto, but finds one anyway. The plant will come through. The players have already fallen, and now the wall across. No command. All the players suppressed now as they try and hold this one, the lockdown included, and Xerxia are not in situations, they're not in position to play aggressively. Cruz is going for an absolute Hail Mary, spamming through the smoke, he gets one of them.
What on earth am I watching? Yampy with one. What? Cruz gets two before he falls?
You gotta be joking. Scary just has to try and hold this one down, but it's still the 1v3. He's found two of the heads. Quick little shooting TPs. He opens himself up, it's the 1v1. Him versus Scream, and he's got the information. 8 bullets. The fuse now being stuck. Scream, he tries to not the case. That's your Red Bull clutch, and Scary, what a performance.
A 6k ace on map 2, and then pulling off a 1v3 here while top fragging for Xerxia. That's the reason why he had so much respect on him coming into this tournament. People were talking about Scary. Have you seen this guy? Have you seen the stats he's putting up? Look at the crosshair placement there. It is just perfect. And then again onto Nevera. And even though I was slightly concerned that his shrouded step might lead him out in the open, he just plays the timing on that beautifully. What a play by Xerxia. And here comes a little fast play shot now from Liquid. Yep. They're looking to counter-attack immediately.
Bit of a nice takut. The flash. The knife as well deep.
Gak berani dia. Masih ada ini.
Just absorb all that
Tapi bocah tahu kalau dibaca di situ.
They're used to playing against
Paranoia! It's a counter play towards it. The Yampi does get the one for it, but eventually traded.
It's a nice idea because Cruz already has the res online too. And you've taken down the biggest threat, Yampi with knives. What else does Team Liquid really have? I guess if you run the clock down massively, then the 100th Fury could be a problem. Don't necessarily want to underrate Scream with a Sheriff either. But
no, absolutely not.
But it is such a bad buy by Liquid.
Yeah. Not favoured in this situation. On top of the wall as well.
Yeah.
Lovely angle that it provides him, but still Nevera causing some havoc, looking for a couple of taps on the cranium. And he's finding them. And now this is quite dangerous for them still. It's a 1v2. They have the better guns unless Link can scrounge up a rifle somewhere.
The smoke player in a 1vx clutch.
There's Paranoia.
But he doesn't have a gun. He's going to be able to retrieve this rifle.
There's one.
Oh!
Oh, nggak diambil.
Doesn't want to open himself up to the angle, I think. That's why he didn't take it.
I mean, he would definitely...
nggak jadi. Nggak pede katanya.
I don't know what he's doing.
He's just waiting, setting himself up. He's got good information actually on where they're playing from. It's a headshot through the wall as well. Doesn't do too much damage to Scary though. That is a solid brick wall, and that's what the defense looks like right now from Xerxia in the post plan.
5 bullets. Link needs this to try and stop this momentum that Xerxia are accruing right now. Could get the one, but he has to reload, and now the timing is amazing. Fox just jiggling around the corner. Quick little tip-tap of his toes, and a round on the board once more.
Another round.
A dangerous one.
Both of these maps have started with first halves that you couldn't separate both teams at all. Xerxia now takes the lead, 6-5 on Bren, their weaker side on this map. This is dangerous, frighteningly awful territory for Liquid to be in.
They would have loved to take away that thrifty win. Got a half by, remember. Just a quick little moments of individualism with the Sheriffs.
Could have changed the entire tide of this map. Double operator once again, as Yampi and Navera set themselves up. Not in B main, they've shifted things around. One in mid, one playing catwalk. Now, the cat and tree area though has never been face checked. It's always Fox with a drone early. So I don't really know what kind of value Navera's going to get out of this. Yampi though has got players staring him down from all over the place, and he just doesn't see Scary. Who expects somebody on that angle? It's sick.
Yeah, disgusting stuff, man. Different elevation a little bit, and he can poke his head all the way up there. You can see so deep into the site.
Drone coming out into B main. As soon as they break this drone, tempo gonna be increased by Xerxia.
Yeah. That's going to be the knife. Screen. He tries to hold down the angle, I believe, with the operator.
Kena mantap, guys.
Just doesn't need the knives, and they've just baited them again. Yep. They've pulled all of those rotates over to B, activated the defensive protocols for Liquid as they sink back into more defensive positions.
They're running straight through.
And now it's all on Navera.
All the pressure on this guy. The Hunter's Fury to try and cut them up. It does actually connect onto Surf. Gets a run through the Nano Swarm. 20 seconds remaining, and it's bought time for Liquid to try and play this one still. Lockdown, drop down. They have to play aggressively here for Liquid. They have to regain that tree control, but they're swinging across Heaven, and Scary shuts down his counterpart. The control play not able to do it. Sokas not being watched. Let's remove it. The time is ticking, and the post plants are being set up right now from Xerxia to try and carry forwards that 7th round into the next half.
Yeah.
Was that underneath the wall as well? I don't know about that one, but the Xerxia players are just on fire right now. There is no opportunity for Liquid. A reminder, Bren, that this is the second seed coming out of APAC. Currently looking like they're in position. There it is. Yeah. Underneath the wall.
Ditembak kakinya, guys. Kakinya ditembak. Cantengan dah Killjoy.
Individual ability through the roof. We saw NIP, the second seed from a minor region, take down EMEA earlier on today. Are we about to see it again? It looks poised.
It really does look poised, doesn't it? We're going to go to a short break. The desk are going to break down what we've just witnessed on this map thus far, but obviously don't go anywhere. We'll be back after that with the continuation of this map.
Whoa, Mr. Sideshow. I'm not letting you call APAC a minor region. Come on, we're not doing any of that here. Xerxia, I thought for a second we were going to get the 6-6 again between these two because it feels like that's all it is, but what a performance, Jess.
Okay, it's not the 6-6, but it's even worse than a 6-6 by miles. You have to understand both of these teams are defensive-sided teams on a set. Go figure, huh? Not quite surprising for teams out there. But so much so that Liquid going into their attacking half are going to have to set a new precedence for the amount of rounds that they put on their attacking half against a team who might knock them down to the lower. I mean, this is just a complete. I don't even know what to call this. I mean, scary. It's probably a good word for it, but the man on your screen, my God.
And is this something else? You know, the Liquid start, you know, they get the pistol, then says your response, no bonus for them, and then Liquid starts getting around, and I just do not know what happens in that pause. I don't know what Zio told the boys, but it was insane. They actually learned how to counter that double operator that we were constantly seeing coming in from Liquid. They were like, this is the only way that we're going to be playing the defense, and there was no adaptation on their side. Our casters were saying, you know, a good result for the attack would be 4 rounds. I say that's 7. It's amazing. And the way that Xerxia just overcame that situation, being like, okay, we have the ult. Who's playing the operator? Oh.
Yeah, we got Yampi. But I think we're gonna point this out.
This is a big mistake by Liquid. You're in a
1v3, you gotta understand that this man's playing in such a power position as well. It's like, you know where he is. What utility do you have to play with? If you don't, then push him together. Hold hands, kumbaya together for all I care, and go take the man out and wine. Take him out for a pizza too, should you wish, but at least take him out. And that's all that mattered in that, and they didn't do it.
You don't lose a map after that round. I am telling you, I've been very scared. I was saying, you know, they wanted to go for Nivera because he's playing on the Killjoy. It's much easier to counter that than a Jet that's just going to dash away. And when the adaptation came for Liquid, it was just too late. I'm also really looking forward to see what that Sage does on defense.
Yeah, I gotta give a shout out to Fox as well. His calling has been absolutely impeccable
Yes.
on
The
that side.
rotates, the baits.
We need to talk about him more. We need to talk about him more. But for now, let's get back into game with Sideshow and Brennan. See how this is what this
Lagi
one
balik
is
lagi
there.
guys. Ah ya ya.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, this series is truly heating up, and it is something special, obviously. Now, you know, the stakes aren't tremendously high when it comes to, you know, teams being eliminated, but Xerxia look like they are primed currently to exit their group in that top position, right into the
First
playoffs,
place.
man.
I mean, that's astounding for a group that has Optic in it, Crew in it, Liquid in it, and it would be Xerxia taking the top seed. Of course, they haven't done it yet. This pistol round will give them potentially a big bonus or allow Liquid to tie things up. They're of course using this Sage on defense, and one of the things that they were allowed to get away with last time was that crews would get knifed and there was no follow-up. Well, Liquid are making sure that they don't make that same mistake. Knife comes through, they know that crews can't slow, can't wall, and they're into the site immediately.
Yeah, capitalizing off the fact that he couldn't use any of his abilities, any of his utility. And Scream has this flash set up as well. These post plants are quite difficult to break against the pistol.
It looks like they're going to flash for Yampi to take a peek. Up he goes, doesn't see anything. How good is Xerxia on the retake?
They have a dart. The cloudburst on Surf as well, and the dash. Here we go. Here comes the play setup. The paranoia as well, and it is orchestrated. Straight through, right round the corner. Surf's already found 2 for them, and they are down and out. What a retake. Rapid.
That's incredible by Xerxia. They all got set up, knew exactly which utility they were going to throw, and that is a beautiful exec. It almost looks like they're on the attack side, orchestrating some elaborate play. But that retake is beautiful. That's how you do it.
Anjay.
Xerxia taking it.
Dia udah dapat 8. Let's go. Takut.
Ian was talking on the desk actually about the idea of, you know, APAC being a minor region, and when you think about APAC, it does have a large player base, and they've had good, successful results before, making it to the quarterfinals at Champions. But when you talk to the players, to the coaching staff, they still feel like there's a way to go before they, you know, are able to win a tournament or get that like deep placement. And I think this tournament, maybe even this result, could be the kind of thing that significantly changes attitudes there. You've got to remember that Xerxia are not pulling talent from all of APAC. They're pulling talent just from Thailand. This is a just Thai team, and they are still being able to put up such incredible results. They don't have an enormous player base to pull from, and they're creating this level of team. It's spectacular.
I love it. Sets the stage, honestly, for the future as we head deeper into 2022, but enough about that in the here and now. Obviously, the eco round
Ketahuan, ada yang jaga mid berarti guys. Wah.
Well, this is why I don't. Wow. Listen, I'm telling you, against Liquid, you never know.
No, you never know.
Rip a couple of heads off.
Jangan
be careful of this.
Banyak tuh.
Crews had a bunch of first deaths when they played against Optic, yeah. I think he went 1 and 5 or something in first kills to first deaths. Wasn't looking great for him.
While all this is going on, Link was just trying to do a bit of damage, I think, on the other side of things, but they could have managed to get this spike down, and yeah, pushed forwards in this deep position round. Logs has got the crossfire set up. There is no trade available for him, and he's still there, ready and waiting. One player left standing, the Team Liquid eco round special man. And
Buset.
as well, as soon as the turret takes
3 orang anjing.
And you are right not to underrate him, Brent.
Ketat
It's
sih ini.
another
Wah.
round 2 quickly coming through.
Tolong.
We see one of those on the second half of the first map. It feels
Enggak kan
like
dia
an
baru ini
eternity
juga ya kalau misalkan
because this game has
kebacanya.
so close the entire
Ya nanti
time.
mungkin diceknya nih,
Liquid
nanti bakal
are
dicek.
dangerous in
Tak.
these situations. They won a bunch against Crew as well, but their players are so skilled with that first bullet accuracy, and also just nasty too if they ever get that in their hands.
That is a swinging momentum.
Swinging momentum.
For Liquid.
Bit of money in the back pocket. Feel a little bit safer now.
Oke, udah mulai scanning guys ya. Oke, di sini mid dikosongin. Dari siang ada yang jaga ya. Apa mundur tadi? B, stuck B, bocah ke A. Tapi yang megang bom ada. Wah, kagak mid ke A ya.
Well, I actually just wanted to talk a little bit about Cruz, right? Because the stats did look awful from their Ascent game when they played it last season. 1 of 5, you know, really dying first quite a lot. But he did spend a lot of the defensive half playing quite passive rotate positions. And he has a slow orb. You'll see it at some point here, I'm sure. That slows from spawn.
Cabut
katanya. And it was ruining Optic. And so that's just something. If you're watching this game to keep in mind, have a look at Cruz as he makes those.
Alah, bocah udah di atas itu gantian. Tadi kan si Crew yang di situ ya. Awas Fox.
And Liquid have found themselves a completely free A site here. This should just be them farming up their ultimates. Nevera already with a lockdown.
Yeah. Sosha not going to be blessed with the gamble stack. Hunting for a couple of picks, maybe just losing damage.
Wow. Enggak, karena nggak ada senjata juga. Kalah senjata.
Prime gaming.
7-8.
Quite simple rebuttal.
I got your back.
15, so now we're heading into our bonus round.
Hampir 5 jam guys ya. Udah pengen jalan ke 6 jam nih. Berarti tadi pas mulai awal Valorant tuh jam 1 berarti.
They're able to convert this one very simply. That's not where the difficulty really begins.
Sure.
Buset, 4-3 ininya, Cok. Lebar gitu anjing. Kasihan.
Exactly.
Ready and waiting.
Might be a play going for it here, perhaps. Xerxia are taking aggressive A control. They're throwing this slow early on as well, which indicates where Cruz is playing, gives them the information. So if Scream comes back and gets his knife online, they've got a pretty good idea of how to tag Cruz. Cruz is probably going to throw a slow aim.
Kenapa ada nge-stuck di B dah? Buset, panik.
Swing actually as well as they tap the orb. Now the lockdown that I mentioned earlier is going to be used for Liquid to try and get.
I think all of this would have been better coordinated after they landed a knife on Cruz and had that back online.
One play detained.
Yappy is so deep.
He's not even going for it. Straight all the way into heaven.
Jumpy.
Just swinging straight into the player.
Really well executed. I mean, Yampy is just so confident getting into those positions. I was worried about them coming through all of that Sage utility. Slow, wall. Xerxia couldn't really do anything.
Tujuannya mati ya? Oh, tujuannya mati bagus. Gak ada yang trigger.
And now he has a teammate.
That's a lovely first pick though. Try and set things up.
Wah.
Tap on the head. Scream. He does put him down.
Si Surf naon sih?
Can't deal with two of the players. The Liquid.
Wah, ada 2-2 cos. Tadi dikit lagi mati ya. Aduh, keculik si Scary.
It is 8-8.
Yeah, that's a massive round. What an important swing that round 14 was. Yappy getting all the way deep here is such a great.
Bisa tadi Scary tuh, dikit lagi.
And they're pushing with each other, getting into the site.
Nah, tuh. Nah, 17 cuk darahnya. Wah, Allah. Nah, si Surf tuh kayak orang bingung.
Xerxia were defending a lot of A splits previously. That was just a straight up A main hit. And you know, that might be a read from Sliggy as well. I think a lot of the time Xerxia were putting heavy emphasis towards A main and then just dropping away, leaving the one way there, leaving the slow orb, and just assuming the attackers wouldn't take that area of the map. They're going to take an early timeout. This is pretty early on in the half. Only round 17.
Xerxia going to be wondering exactly what they can cook up in terms of their plans, how they can disrupt this. Because right now Team Liquid, I mean, afforded a lot of space, like you were saying, Josh. It's the slow orb and the one way. They feel like it's enough to try and hold down that A main control, but
what happens is Liquid just contact back into that area once they figure out you're away from it. And honestly, they didn't even have perfect information that Cruz or Scary had moved away.
Sure.
They just assumed that based on the timing in the round. So it looks like this is going to be a serious mind game, a battle of the IGLs here. Fox, of course, calling for Xerxia, and a collective effort, frankly, from Liquid between Yampy, Scream, Soulcast.
That's a half by now for Xerxia. trying to save the money online, see if they can get anything else going.
Surf is still pretty far away from his ultimate as well.
Yeah.
Not going to have access to any of those ultimates.
That's the big one, isn't it? The knives.
Here's an early knife.
Beautiful here, but
Catches on the cruise. No slow up, no wall.
just forced to hold close here. He has the Bucky in hand, but are they really going to disrespect this by just swinging into it? Look, the smoke plays inside of it. Cross being played, it doesn't actually walk in, so Yampi just goes and clears wine. Wants to hold that crossfire.
They're again grouping up in A main. Team Liquid putting heavy emphasis on A main control and then bursting out of it. It seems like a weird strategy with Navera opping, but he's still going to be able to get good value from A main, assuming the rest of his team can do well.
And they're just holding for it. They realised that there was a possibility of it. The quick swing through Yampi, just taking two of the heads off, and with the lighter by. Yeah, not enough in their hands really to be able to turn the tide of this one. So sure.
Spike planted.
Just left staring at the possibility here. I mean, Scary has not really been spotted.
Yeah, he's still just hanging out underneath there. He's got a stinger.
Oh, he could do some damage. Yeah, okay. Sometimes a bit of RNG, but the reload gets off, and they're just going to try and spam him out here.
So much pressure being
Itu teman lu ditembakin di bawah ya Allah, malah ngepick yang lain. Temannya ditembakin ya dari depan bawah. Dia malah ngepick. Itu coba bukan nembak.
He's got the updraft dash onto the Jenny. He's 20-11 right now after having a fabulous map 2 opening as well. Yampi is so important to this team's success. Sure, here he's just mopping up an eco round, but he gets over 30% of this team's first kills. And he doesn't play Jet all the time. He plays a variety of different roles. He's been playing the Breach on other maps, for goodness sake.
Let's go. 98, aduh makin menggeliat.
It's like
he's got that killer personality, man.
Sure.
So they've swapped up the defensive setup right now. The Sage goes over to B main, playing alongside Surf. And the
Surf dah jangan ngepick Surf ya Allah, itu udah di-pick aneh banget anjay. Udah kecil parah. Udah gitu aja benar.
Resting with Sushi Boys, assuming that the game plan would be the same from Liquid, but it does look a bit different right now. Looks like they're exploring mid, some kind of mid to B ideas.
Smoke cuts it up into mid. Yampi with the knives, just walking. Door not closed. Surf. Obviously, he's actually deep in B main there, so his back isn't exposed to market. Cruz gets spotted though. And now, oh, a bit of a whiff, I think, possibly. No, not quite. That was a slow walk coming through to try and push back this attempt. Still, Yampi is deep and in. It's up to Cruz. What is that? Deep into logs. He's going to be cleared out eventually by the utility. The Nanoswarm dropped down, and Yampi wants to try and find this player who is anchoring. But Scary has been able to do some significant damage in the past.
There's another flash.
Throughout this series, he has been fully supported, and with that flash, yeah, nothing he could really do.
Gorgeous play. They really just dismantled that by Xerxia, and they are taking this map. I mean, they're moving towards it at the very least. They're slowly pulling it out of control of Xerxia. I really like the Xerxia defense. Excellent yesterday. The way that they were moving around the map, their defensive setups, and Team Liquid are taking it apart brick by brick.
Look at this. One of the things I found, what a flick.
He gets past the Sage wall, which is just off by Cruz.
Teman-teman mati di mana dah gue dah.
And dominates. He's 23-11, finding the openers for Liquid again and again. Xerxia need to shut him down.
Surf jangan pakai OP dah.
Another half by
Sudah bagus.
Cruz tries to play inside at a smoke.
Enak loh.
Get the one, but
Ya Allah.
quick little spam through means that Liquid are secure, knowing that they have that big player advantage.
And Liquid have been pretty solid on these anti-ecos. It hasn't really
Buset,
felt
jauh
like
banget
the same punch, the same danger that Liquid have on the other side.
Spike planted.
Udah nyala nih.
One of the things that did set apart a lot of the minor region teams, the champs last year, was having those little plays cooked up when they're on an eco, the bonus, whatever the half by.
Sure. And honestly, I think that Xerxia have demonstrated those at Massive.
Wah, timing.
Really cool creative plays. It's just not been enough so
8-11
far in this
guys.
map on their defense side. They've won one round so far, and it was the pistol. That's an incredibly rare situation to find yourself in.
Man. Haven't won a round off the back of losing to that Thrifty round.
Yeah.
Babang Wauji udah pakai Odin. Gila kalau ini kalah.
So far, what we've seen, the
dia nggak ada duit lagi. Udah fix 12 dah langsung finish nih kalau misalkan masih kalah juga.
Which is strange.
Right. Normally you want to pull the utility out, wait a little bit, but
But it also means that they're avoiding Sushi Boys completely.
Yeah.
He's just 9 and 16, hasn't really been able to have any impact. They're not hitting his sight.
Now, you're looking at one of the most important rounds here for Xerxia. The weapons in their hands, they spend it all. They have to win out this round clean, otherwise their economy is not going to be looking good.
They've layered up the operator with the Sage. So now Cruz, they threw the same kind of utility in A main. And so Liquid might think, alright, let's return to A main, do a little A burst. But Surf is waiting there with the operator, so we'll see what Yampi's up to down mid. Jet down mid, such a classic combo for Yampi. Loves to go there, hasn't broken the alarm bot this time though, so really not threatening a mid to B push. And this round, this is on Surf's shoulders.
Surf is holding A main.
The young blood for Xerxia.
Up in hand, and that is the wall's going to get off without getting broken here, but they are all piling now, and they are surely going to clear this one. Really something, no. Just a quick little crouch
tukang carry-nya dihabisin.
Instantly.
It's a great adjustment by Surf. They were contact re-clearing A main, they weren't using utility. So that's the perfect place to put your op.
Kalau misalkan cabut.
Flash setup, he dodges it right around the corner. Needs to find a bit more value though right now. Lit up like a Christmas tree as that recon dart's going to be finding him. The knife. They do push back. That ult that came through as Link was just trying to, again, create a bit of chaos, but now we've got 20 seconds left standing in the round. And Liquid, well, deciding to just rotate all the way back around. I don't know if they're going to have time at all, by the way.
No.
Enggak ada. Nah, lu lihat dari situ nah, benar. Oh, saving.
This isn't really useful for them to be saving here, but they just had no opportunity to do any damage to Xerxia, so why bother building up their ults? Not that many of them really need it. They have lockdown, res, Hunter's Fury available.
I've got to say, what a massive win for Xerxia as well. Getting away with that one. Every single player surviving with their weapons.
Yeah.
Massive for them.
Extremely helpful for the economy. Extremely helpful. And now it's Team Liquid with the timeout. This feels like such a mental game, Brent. So much of this coming down to how they're pathing around the map, how they are punching and counter-punching each other.
Yeah. And I gotta say, I mean, the importance of this timeout, the timing of it, after Xerxia were unable to get around off the back of winning that pistol, they finally get around on the board. They finally disrupt this momentum instantly. Slicky calls the timeout. Instantly.
Yeah. He's icing them and also providing Liquid an opportunity to immediately respond to any adaptation which they've seen. And to me, watching from, you know, a mini-map position where I can see arguably a bit more than the players can, it really does feel like the big play there was Surf taking his operator into A main, knowing that Liquid like to contact clear that area. I think another play that you could go for if Xerxia want to mix things up a little bit is running some kind of trap play in mid, because you will often catch Yampi doing that kind of stuff. It'll probably still have his dash online, but it stops Liquid from being able to explore down mid completely for free. Another thing they could throw in as well, I mean, more ideas that are open to both of these teams. Whenever Yampi is execing into A, he's always dashing on top of Jenny, so we've seen some teams throw Nano Swarms on top of that.
Nano Swarm,
yeah,
sure.
and just play that kind of a position, but looks like Sushi Boys might be playing some kind of retake setup here, perhaps, with his lockdown. He's a little late to get his utility down, but no, it is just going to be a normal setup.
Surf is working his way into mid. The positioning he's got. Again, with the operator, the knife close.
Mencar bocahnya.
Targets he was looking for. Flash as well for them to be able to take A main. Look how deep Surf is. Cuts right across mid, and with the spike leaning over towards B as well.
The recon dart just landed on Fox. He was walking around carrying it within Sushi Boys. What is that peak?
What was the trigger for that? What if
Ah,
there was multiple
tukang
players?
habis
May have been
hilang.
off turret contact, but I don't think it was. He just went for it, and it has been working for Sushi Boys on this map.
Walas ya langsung
Nearly
di
died to the shock dart as well.
langsung di shock dart, cok.
Just got the heal off it.
Langsung keluar lagi.
All the way through their own spawns.
Cabut.
Just cutting up mid, making sure that
Lari guys, ada
trying
Ipin.
to rotate from mid, but he's not going to find any of these players.
And Brent, like I said before, Liquid coming into this tournament had the worst conversion when they lose a player first. They'd love to be able to get up to match point here. Playoff point, if you like.
Sage Wall was amazing as well, by the way. Cruz lays us down, about 40 seconds left into the round, and now they immediately know. There's not enough time for Team Liquid to try and do something else.
Fox would love to be in a position here to use his Hunter's Fury, but he's just hard anchoring with the Odin.
That's true. Right through, has to deal with that recon dart. Let's take out the Nano Swarm, but now needs to try and survive. The double swing is good, but Fox is better. Right around the corner, 3 kills. Dropping right down, Scream has to do a bit of damage. Surf, it's getting funny with
Ngapain
it.
sih Surf?
Scary just swinging.
Gue takut
knowing the
kira gue
Scream
tinggal di
has to
doang kan.
get off the
Ngapain aneh
plant.
anjing.
What is that play by Surf? He's going in there just to deny the plant coming through because there's so little time for Liquid, and it just looks amazing. I mean, bonus points for style there.
Show me it again.
That recon dart by Fox is missed, but it actually lands onto Nivera and gives him that kill and lets him know where Scream is too. But overall, that round is about just stopping them from even having access to A. Right? Sushi Boy's just swinging and getting the first pick. Sets up Liquid with fear in their hearts, unable to commit to the A push, and now they're turning the tempo.
Pakai ulti di
They want to get
12-in.
to 12 right here, right now.
And that, to give some complete information, there's a player at the back of Jenny. Team Liquid trying to at least grab this round by the horns, but
Kena
it's
lu,
not
kena.
enough.
Wah.
The crossfire just like that, Josh. It's shut down.
Sersia
10
kok.
seconds less. It's 11-11.
Iko ya, wah masih bisa deh.
They have their opportunities and it's slipping away like sand through their fingers. Xerxia are clawing themselves back into this game. They are demonstrating such immense composure to be able to deal with such a fast hit immediately after the slowest round you could possibly throw.
Ultinya udah kepake semua dia. Sushi Boy masih ada 1.
What a comeback! What an adjustment! These timeouts have been so effective from Xerxia.
It's actually Liquid.
I mean, they took one a little bit further.
Yeah.
Oh, biar nggak bisa mundur. Jadi, wah, scary. Kena lo tukang carry-nya, bro.
Sushi Boys just watching. He's back with the spam through tiles, getting that first pick. And again, Josh, just that stat that you were listing off, echoing in my mind. The conversion rate for Team Liquid when they lose that player initially, it's not good.
Think about how many first kills they got on map 2. Almost twice as many first kills as Xerxia, and they still lost the map. If you're not getting those first kills, is that the way that Liquid end up losing it? They're still at 11-11 right now.
Nah, yang ngebukainnya udah nggak ada
anybody's
guys ya.
slot in the playoffs. Those knockouts are calling. Both teams looking to replicate or even build on their success that they had at Champions.
Liquid look like they're getting prime now for a little pop play. Straight into it. The knife actually connects onto Sushi Boys. The setup though, pop the nano swarms in time. But
with Yampi down, there's nobody to actually go and make that space. It's up to Scream.
It's up to Scream. He has to run in. He's found the pick, but eventually traded. TP into the smoke. The crossfire is there. Link is in a ton of hurt right now with the players. What a swing from the Vera operator in hand. Aims for the head. It's the mark once more. Now the spam. Trying to punish these players around the Jenny area. 15 seconds left. Team Liquid. They got to get this spike down.
Sorkas is so weak, but he's not quite going to get punished for that. He had the spike down jumping into Odin wallbang spam. Rivera's operator takes a shot, misses one.
He's playing from Jenny with it.
Yeah, he was trying to place the nano swarm there to stop them coming through door. And now, I mean, they're scattering. They don't know where to hold. These defensive positions are all over the place, but it's another good nano swarm actually going. Nivera!
It's back through the wall. Nivera has to hold this down. The crossfire Sorkas is so
Wah!
The players cannot stand up to it.
Sirsia 12 duluan.
These retakes are really working by Xerxia. This is how they started things off with the pistol. And this is how they take it to match point as well.
This fashion. Like this.
Wah.
12-11. Xerxia
Let's go, gak sih?
one round away from being able to book their spot into the playoffs. Bren, it didn't happen like this at Champions. They didn't go through as the first seed from their group. In fact, they got rolled by Optic the first time and had to come back, and it was an incredible underdog story.
Yeah.
This doesn't feel like an underdog story anymore.
Oh. The consistency that we wanted to see. Some of these minor region teams carrying forward.
Masih punya dia.
Storylines, you know. They went to Champions
Lepas
last
nih
year.
dia.
They came there to play.
And again, like Yinsu's saying, at some point you have to start considering APAC a minor region.
Okay, let's go.
They made quarterfinals. 2 of their teams made quarterfinals and Champions. Now you've got another
It's
team on the precipice of repeating that performance at Masters
ganteng,
Repeated.
guys.
And this is only the second seeded team from that region.
Yeah, we haven't even seen paper ranks yet. Oh, the almighty. And Cruz has shifted the setup. Normally playing towards A, this time anticipates a bit of mid-aggression, and the pressure is on. The fear, the theme of this entire event that we keep showing you. All on the line.
Liquid can't let the pressure get to them. Yeah. Yampy with a bit of a tag. Looking to take some space in mid, and they've walled it off away from him. Looking to see if there's anybody posted up to punish him. And when he figures there isn't, going to try and break the safety wall perhaps.
Spamming it alone, but he is worried, I think. Still Surf tagged up. That is a slow orb as well. Paranoia.
Where's the
it's
punish?
comboed up. Where is the punish? He swings round.
Dapat nih Veranya.
Running and cutting right into him, but they do find the pickoffs. That's what they were finding, what they were hoping for. Scary TPs into the backside of Paranoia is good.
Scream dodges it.
The crossfire is there. Sidestep the dodge, as you were saying, Josh. Sushi Boy's left alive, and this is all on him to try and deny Team Liquid bringing it into that overtime scenario.
Well, we have seen some ridiculous clutches in this series so far, but it just feels like one too many here for Xerxia. Sushi Boys has the lockdown, but there's a player in B main. He'll never anticipate. And Team Liquid, they are not ready to give up just yet.
Oh my god.
We're going to overtime here. 12-12 on Ascent. Oh my word. Both teams putting up
siapa yang menang nih? Gokil nih. Aduh.
On their attack side.
Dapat satu nih Veranya yang lain ya. Ini lagi apa lagi?
Not common for Ascent at all, and especially not when you take into account their composition.
Oh, seru banget.
4 rounds.
Yeah.
Attack side, that's all it took.
I mean, it's a good job they got
Trim
7.
gua udah. OTW 5
Liquid are
jam.
out for blood. Both of these teams are so good on this map.
Here we go, heading into the first overtime of map 3. Winner moves on into the playoffs. They book their spot against the top teams at the event. Loser, obviously, not everything on the line. They still get more opportunities to compete.
They'll have a second chance.
Sure, yeah, if Liquid lose. But we'll see. Right now, they are using everything at their disposal to try and take away the map win here. Go out of their group in that top seed, in that top position.
One of the big strengths, I think, for how Liquid have been able to get themselves to this position is utilizing those ultimates, converting them into round wins.
Wow,
And the opening picks have been pretty good as well by Yampy. That's a fantastic one. Obviously, my point being there that there's no ults on the board when it comes to overtime. But Yampy takes a step closer to his. The Vera gets the information, they drop back into more defensive positions.
Cook will dash into the cloud burst just to cut up any potential crossfires that were being held. The crosshair placement, obviously.
But look how weird
Get it.
from Team Liquid.
Don't know what to do.
Scary's on the map.
Ah!
Link catches him, wins the smoke 1v1.
What a find. What a player Link's been so far this tournament. And now it's up to Surf, this rookie player. Again, the quick side step right round the corner. He catches Soulcast, and luckily the coverage is there at the back of the site.
3 lawan 3.
Vera now, we're down to the 3v3. 30 seconds were remaining, but they do get the spike down. Just have to try and hold these positions. Scream has a flash available. Yampy is forced to retake this one with the Yob. He should be able to get a rifle. He's able to find a body, the jump peek! Pre-fight there from Surf, he gets taken out.
Jampi gila ini.
Who's holding it though, and now lane being pushed up. Both the players from Liquid, they've got the perfect positioning for it, and the spam link is so low. There's only so much he can truly do. It will take a miracle for him to try and win this one out. Time running low, the players, the repositioning. Sushi Boys has played this to perfection.
And they take another step forwards. Liquid once more on the back foot, having to pull things out. Again on their attack side. It feels like we could go further and further. Both of these teams separated by such a thin margin on all of our maps. You know, sometimes you get BO3 series where more maps just a blowout to a team. You know, the next team responds because they have very opposite map pools.
Pusing bos, pusing. Gua deg-degan. Mereka yang main gua deg-degan aja.
And the pressure builds and builds in these situations. You would normally expect the veteran experience to win out, but
the fast play!
Xerxia have just looked unflappable. Cruz is there to respond, even after such a good opening.
This is going down though. Pops the wall, the utility to try and clear him out of this one, and they are losing players. The dart, oh, he's taken up. It's a disaster for them, man. Xerxia losing so many players, they try and hold it down, but it is the heroic Scary. He's done it before. It misses. Never set up for it. Let's cross that place.
Enggak, blunder.
Sushi Boys, it's a 1v3. They were not expecting the brisk takeover there of the main positioning.
It's a little bit like the round that Xerxia threw at them actually, to try and deal with the double operator setup. But it works really nicely for both teams.
Wah.
Just too much for Sushi Boys to do, and we go again. Our second OT here.
Gan kaki gua. Overtime
just witnessed Liquid go into unbelievable overtime on the center.
Mati lampu kayak gitu, tiba-tiba mati lampu kan. Ngeri juga nih. Tim bikin gitu karena ngedukung satu tim yang nonton baik kan. Enggak, kalau ini dukung ini dari apa versinya nih. Iya paling enggak inilah pasin mas. Kalau versi aja bisa sampai ini, berarti kan tim Indo kemarin kalah kan sama yang tim itu gitu kan. Jadi kita dukung yang ini lah. Apak sih, kan lebih ke region ya sekarang ya. Udah bawa nama ASEAN. Apak tuh ASEAN Pasifik ya. Tahu gue pokoknya itu dah.
The question is, you never really know what to expect from either side. On the attack halves, they could be throwing.
Jadi benar-benar ini.
They could be just running in the first.
Oh ya, tadi itu blunder parah. Kena scan semua, kena scan. Terus tuh pecicilan gitu kan. Satu udah ngetin Odin anjing. Pipis lagi. Pakai tinggal 2 round doang nih, 2 round lagi nih.
I mean, you're so evenly matched like this as well.
2 round. Kalau satu udah menang, saya menang misalkan. Yang defendingnya menang lagi, udah deg-degan tuh. Mental susah.
Any team.
Mental.
Zer's just the one taking the time out as well. They're trying to adjust.
But of course, with Zersh taking the time out, Liquid are also able to communicate, right? So
absolutely.
They're able to set up their own game plans here. I would imagine after the OT, after the timeout, that we would see Zersh take control of the pace, but that doesn't look like what's going to happen. This to me looks like an all-in play, big shark attack look from Team Liquid.
The moment of truth.
Yeah, trying to punish this one. You can see them diving all the way in. Flash over the top.
Wah, kena mampus.
What?
Kena lo.
Did not know where he was, but I think blessed by God. Guided. How does he find that? And Yampy going down. This guy.
Guys, gue mau tidur, gue mau rebahan, cok punggung gue udah kayak orang lagi main, yang main ini anjing. Pegel parah nih.
Just straight off the bat. And both times Liquid have tried to run that play, Zersh have dealt with it pretty well. That one, sure. It happened.
A bit of RNG. I felt like Sushi was gun for a smoke of a Vandal.
Yeah, but he's also incredibly used to plays like that being made.
For sure.
Again, Xerxia plays against Paper Rex, and Paper Rex, that team is early round aggression. So they understand what you're doing if you throw those fast looks at them. And Liquid here have very little info. No eyes towards mid whatsoever. No alarm bot over there.
Now, the pace increases. Scream does manage to throw deep the nade just to try and disrupt it. He's holding close, gets huge value out of the knife. He spots all the players, but
ngapain naik ke situ?
Shut down. Link's still able to at least pop Cruz down. Takes him out, dash across to try and break this crosshair placement. They still need to deal with Link, and that is fantastic. Still, time is low. Only 12 seconds remaining. They need to win out on these players, and the spike needs to go down. And he's successfully done it.
The moment of truth.
Round ahead. One more to
moment
go
of the
to try
truth.
and seal the deal in this series.
Siapa yang menang? Guys, gue udah
They
pikir
make it to
pas.
13 first. Now Xerxia have 14 rounds on the board. How many do they need? When can they get that bug off their back? And Liquid are not giving up by any means. The pick onto Yampy early on is just a game changer.
Truly is.
But then Scream is caught in such an awkward position anchoring. You talked about the knife and it was good, caught all 4 players, but he just had to go so deep after the drone saw him.
Udah nggak usah pakai OP, nggak usah pakai OP ya. Lagi nggak bagus OP-nya. Mohon maaf, dah. Lepas OP-nya.
Looking for that Sage early on with the knife, don't spot it. Because Cruz is playing over towards B main. Recon's are broken in mid as well. And this looks like
The
it's
moment of
got
truth, the
some
moment
pace
of
on it
truth.
for Liquid.
The moment of truth.
Yep, here's the pace. Dash straight through. Yampy was supported with a flash into the back, and they need to be dealing with this one because he has been doing this consistently. Spamming right through the smoke. Disgusting plays right now. Sushi was able to at least shut that one, but the team is in the side. Team Liquid. They've gained all the ground in the world off the back of that space that he's created. But Surf, he's trying to take the teak. Such a cheeky timing. Whips it around, finds it traded. Now Cruz 1v2. Around the corner, not enough to get in position. Overtime again.
And every time Xerxia have an advantage, Team Liquid hit the return. Straight back at them.
with venom on it as
Wah,
well.
ini sih
Look how good this play is by Yampi. He
jumpingnya
had success
langsung
doing this kind of thing
melesat-melesat
before, but it is catching Xerxia off guard. I think you have to give a bit of credit for Scary because he kind of felt like the play was coming. He still had his crosshair in the right place.
He knew it.
But Yampi outplayed him. And that comes at you so quickly. Honestly, it's looking like these fast rounds are the trick for Team Liquid. Maybe not on the defense. As they go for a double op setup in OT, Brent.
What?
Double glass cannon operator. Nivera can't even buy utility with this, really.
He's got an alarm bot, that's it. It's
No
just the
nano
alarm bot.
swallows, none at all.
This has potential to backfire, but also Xerxia probably not going to be anticipating this whatsoever.
I don't think so. I think you can expect one. But I think it's pretty likely that Nivera finds an opening here in B main.
All the way around.
Lucu banget ya suara larinya.
If they don't show discipline here, drone gets used. Fox, that's a wide swing. Tagged as well. They got to be aware of this now, surely. Shock dart to push them away. Surf just wants to try and take the angle, take the fight. Now you see the dash come through. The paranoia to supplement it all the way through. Yampi missed the shot, but luckily Sokas still standing. Hop onto the side. Xerxia trying everything at her disposal once more. Surf tries to swing, but it's just mistimed, and no one can really take care of him still. Sokas will eventually fall. So much damage being done for them, and Xerxia being pushed to the limit. It's a 2v2. The paranoia connects. Scary with nowhere to go.
Timing!
He had to use the smoke there. Cord using it in his hand. Fox has to play deep.
What a reposition. This could be the play. Oh, and he's just shut down.
Unreal.
There goes Link. What a punish. What a retake.
Wah,
Fantastic. And how much of that
Scary,
was really the double
ngadi-ngadi
operator? I don't
anjing
think
udah
it
di
had
depannya
that
ya.
much to do with it, to
Oleh
be
smoke
honest.
juga.
Sokas, surely.
Gimana sih itu kan
Sokas
ngapain
second
smoke?
was phenomenal.
Enggak bocah
He's
di
had a lot of
depan ya.
questions surrounding
Tinggal
him,
nunggu,
honestly.
dia pasti nunggu animasi dong, nunggu jeda gitu. Kalau smoke itu kan
People were looking at his performances, some of the whiffs, and saying, okay, well, what kind of future does this guy have on Liquid? Well, he's proven himself.
GG dah, GG. Let's go.
That swing time from Xerxia in that round. Just a little
Scary
bit
itu dia tadi udah blunder
Those
anjay.
tiny advantages that just edge out when these teams are so even.
By the way, Brent, Team Liquid are massively ahead in terms of kills. You know, actual kills on the board, massively ahead. And Xerxia are still keeping it this tight. But this is the first time Team Liquid have advantage. 15-14. Xerxia cannot let this opportunity slip away from them. There are some dangerous teams still down in that lower bracket that would love a chance to take out Xerxia.
Flash deep, just to try and disrupt this drone, stop it from getting that info. And couple of bullets landing.
Jumpy ya. Gila Jumpy gokil.
One round. That's what's
Walah sih ditaruh di situ. Rico. Nanonya ditaruh di tombol.
Knowing that obviously on the attack side, Yampi's been cutting up.
Kena lu.
Crosshair placement.
Udah,
on
langsung
top of
aja.
their slow and paranoia now pulled out of Xerxia.
The idea here is the bait rotates, but they haven't bought it. Xerxia still have 3 players over by B.
And they have to shut down this push coming through. The Nano Swarms, they cut it up. 40 seconds left on the clock here for Team Liquid. They're looking to try and secure it. Seal the deal for Xerxia. Oh my, no one shoots the dart. The players once again lit up on lane. Link does his best. 2 kills for him, but not enough because Xerxia, man.
15-15,
Are you kidding me?
Nobody can find an advantage. Not Xerxia, not Liquid.
Menyiksa hati gitu. Mohon maaf ini menyiksa jantung. Deg-degan banget
This
anjing.
is an absurd way to end the series.
And who falters first, Josh?
Apa-apaan?
Liquid, Xerxia,
15-15 guys. Mau pipis sampai gak jadi gua.
This really feels like it is. It's a
Sengit
staring
banget
contest.
gak sih?
2 blinks
Sengit gak
first.
sih? Gokil, dapet dong.
I don't know who's got it in them more. I think Xerxia have been phenomenal in these situations. We saw Liquid do it yesterday against Crew on this map, no less. But this looks like it's going even deeper. I've seen Liquid take it to OTs before where they crumble. They let it slip away from them. But
ayo ya, Scary jangan
they
ngadi
look like
ya.
a
Anda jangan ngadi-ngadi.
Their masters recognize
Jangan
better than
smoke
anything
ke
you should
smoke
expect
di
from
saat
them.
yang tidak
And they're
pas.
going back to
Musuh
the
di
double
di
off.
depan.
I can't believe this.
Sama yang skillnya yang inilah kalau misalkan kan udah tinggal naruh sat udah pas itu. Musuh udah di depan ya, udah tahu nih posisi musuh di kirinya dia. Kalau misalkan Sofa suka ngeluarin recon lagi tuh, buat apa? Si recall itu kan buat tahu posisi musuh. Lu nggak tahu posisi dari kiri, ya kan? Kecuali lu mau tahu dari kanan lu tinggal lempar aja ke sebelah. Kalau emang deket kan kedetek. Kalau misalkan lu ngedetek yang sama, itu kan malah ngapain? Malah ngasih chance anjay.
Awas pala lu awas. Sisi.
Udah diliatin, Cok. Jangan jumping.
Oh, they're gonna have Fox fake again by the look of it too. They're gonna try and throw a fake in round 31 against double operator. The plays on plays here.
Drone forces the paranoia out. Just got shot down. And Yampy, I think he's got a good read of this one now. He can hear that there's no footsteps just stomping down through A main. He pushes deeper into mid to watch the crossover.
Walah, detect semua.
Dart is impeccable. The Vera gives him the perfect timing to be able to take the shot. Yampy as well finds it. Now just 3 players remaining here for Zersha. Cruz with the deep wall just try and work their way in, but how do they deal with it? These players
Alah, bocah naik anjing.
Too clean with him.
Walah,
Too
habis.
clean. That's a prime gaming flawless round 31.
Jangan di wall, bocah naik anjing.
16-15 once again. Liquid, they take the advantage off the back of the double operator, and this time there's no arguments. It did have impact. Yampy went aggressive with it, took information towards top mid, was able to find the pick there as well. And I really don't think they expected Navera to have that off there. I mean, neither did they expect the positioning of Yampy.
It's so smart though. The mid-round information is being gained by all of them as well.
Don't overthink it.
Scream got up on top of the Sage wall, by the way, thrown out from Cruz in that round.
Iya, makanya dinaikin gak ada yang expect naik dong.
The pressure once more mounting upon Zersha.
How far can this really go? Is this where Team Liquid seal it away? Secure that top seed out of their group. Make their way into the playoffs of all the other great teams of this tournament. Be a hell of a redemption for them. Second chance they were gifted of going to Reykjavik. And here's where they can really prove that they deserve to be here.
And for Zersha, they let the number 1 seed from APAC slip through their fingers. That was a 2-3 game against Paper Rex, where they had opportunities to win. They looked like a weaker team, but they cannot afford for these winnable moments to slip from them and escape their grasp. There's a lot of milling around going on at the moment over on the B site. And they've got the wrong read on what's happening. 3 players over by B. So much pressure on Scary and Sushi Boys.
If a knife connects onto Sushi Boys, he's not going to be able to pop his setup.
But he's pushed Yampy back. He was aware of it this time. And Yampy has not got that same plan.
Sushi Boys, he's been pressured so hard, has to hide. Right around the corner and he gets the pick off. Ridiculous. Takes the head off Navera, but the players are still working their way in. And Team Liquid, you can never count them out. Now the 3v3, the plan's starting to come through. Just about gets down and they're spamming. They heard the updraft. They know that Yampy's playing on top of the generator. Combo's popped up to try and create the one-way.
But they don't have a smoke to be able to cut off A main. So if they peek Yampy, they're peeking Soulcast too.
Slow wall, but Jenny pops around right side. You can see it now with the double swings.
They use the jet smokes to smoke off A main. Amazing utility by Surf in the midst of all of this.
Now it's a 2v2. Soulcast, he hits the shot. It's all down to Fox.
Wow.
He knows where the player is. He's found one, but time is running so low.
Ah!
It is not enough for them. Team Liquid secure it.
Gokil anjay.
17-15
Gila
is
sampai
the
17
scoreline on that final map. You can see up out of their chairs just how much it
capek
means.
guys.
They came here with something to prove. Knocked out in EMEA and given a second life, given a second chance. Well, they don't need any second lives in the group stage. They are the number 1 seed from that group heading into the playoffs. And for Zersha, they're not out, they're not eliminated. But it's a blow to the APAC story as they go rampaging through. They made that match here today, but my were they pushed. And they pushed Liquid to the limit. Even further than Crew pushed them on Ascent. 17-15. They'll still have their opportunities taking on Optic, taking on Crew, the winner of that match.
Yang menang
But
Liquid.
today, you've really got to give credit to what Liquid were able to
Nih yang mantap tadi ya.
They had so many incredible moments, starting off with this 4K from Scream, just anchoring Jenny.
A phenomenal series across the board. It wasn't the same glimpses of that Lack of discipline from Team Liquid. They showcase that they've got it all. Not just the raw aim and quirky compositions that we always compliment them on and sometimes criticize them. They added a little bit extra, and as this tournament rolls deeper and deeper as well, Liquid are really making a name for themselves out of the groups, I think.
They've focused on the basics, taking their compositions down a step, I would say.
GG guys. Udahlah, gua capek banget. Udah gua akhirin aja guys. Ya, thank you. Nanti bakal sore insyaallah gua bakal live stream House of Ashes. Jadi tunggu aja.
33 and 22 by the end of this map. Taking his team through it. This guy's IGL in front of him as well.